You're at school or perhaps work, you're giving an important presentation in front of a crowd of people, and you suddenly realize that you're naked. Though the details may be different, many people around the world have had this common dream. Researchers largely believe that this dream is about vulnerability, anxiety, or worry. What if in the middle of a naked in public dream, you could be conscious that you're in a dream and even change the outcome of the dream? Instead of feeling humiliated or maybe even waking up still cringing with embarrassment, you can change the course of the dream. Maybe you could snap your fingers and suddenly be wearing a tuxedo, or maybe you turn into an animal or even fly away. Lucid dreaming is when you're aware that you're in a dream. Lucid dreaming ranges from a faint recognition that you're in a dream to fully controlling your actions, people, or objects in the dream or the dream itself. At some point in their lives, most people will have a lucid dream. Children tend to have them more easily and with greater frequency than adults. Researchers think this is because children have more active imaginations than adults. Sometimes taking certain medications triggers people to experience intense lucid dreams. You can train yourself to have lucid dreams. At first, you may simply become aware that you're in a dream, but over time, you can learn to control your actions within your dreams. Advanced lucid dreamers may direct not only their actions, but the narrative of the dream itself. Although not much is known about lucid dreaming or even dreaming in general, researchers believe that lucid dreaming may be therapeutic. While dreaming, your subconscious mind is processing the events of the day. While lucid dreaming, you may experience emotions, make decisions, or practice conclusions that provide insight and may even help you to resolve situations in real life. Let's discuss how we sleep and explore some ways to begin lucid dreaming. While after trying these techniques, you may begin to have lucid dreams immediately, for some people it can take weeks if not months before they begin to have lucid dreams. A common problem is that the moment in the dream you become aware that you're in a dream, you wake up. It can take time to learn to continue to dream and broaden the internal awareness of when you're in a dream. Also, it'll take time to learn to guide your actions or the direction of the dream. So don't be discouraged if the dream life doesn't change right away. A dream can be defined as a series of thoughts, images, ideas, emotions, and sensations that occur in your mind during various phases of sleep. For millennia, poets, philosophers, scientists, and religious leaders have tried to make sense of dreams. When you lay down and fall asleep at night, your body goes through 4 stages of sleep. Stages 1, 2, and 3, and REM. Stage 1 is the lightest stage of sleep. You're drowsy, transitioning between sleep and waking. Your muscles relax, your brain waves and eye movements slow. This stage is brief, often lasting less than 10 minutes. You can easily be roused. Sometimes people experience muscle spasms and hypnic jerks. A cat nap generally takes place in this stage of sleep. Stage 2 is still considered light sleep, although it's a deeper state than stage 1. For most people, this comprises roughly 40 to 60% of total sleep time. In this stage, the brain experiences sudden increases in brainwave frequency known as sleep spindles before slowing down. A power nap generally falls into stage 2. Stage 3 is considered restorative sleep. This is where the body gathers energy for the next day, makes repairs to flesh, stimulates growth, development, and boosts immune function. It makes up 5 to 15% of a night's sleep. Children and teens spend much longer in restorative sleep than adults do. During stage 3, muscles are completely relaxed and there's no eye movement. Your body is less reactive to external stimuli and you're harder to wake. The 4th and final stage of sleep is REM, which stands for rapid eye movement. REM can occur at any time during the sleep cycle, although the onset of the first REM period for most people begins about 90 minutes after going to sleep. During REM, your brain becomes more active and the majority of dreams occur. Your brain processes and synthesizes information from the past day so that it can be stored in your long-term memory. For most, lucid dreaming happens during REM, although some advanced lucid dreamers claim to experience lucid dreams at any stage of sleep. The first REM phase tends to be short, only a few minutes. After REM, the body starts the sleep cycle again, with intervals of wakefulness mixed with sleep stages 1, 2, and 3 before returning to REM for longer periods of time as sleep continues. Most people go through 4 to 5 sleep cycles a night, with the first one lasting about 90 minutes and subsequent cycles lasting on average between 100 and 120 minutes. Dreams can be any length from a few seconds to upwards of 20 minutes. The average person has 3 to 5 dreams per night. The first step toward lucid dreaming is to make sure that you're creating an environment that's conducive to good sleep. That means keeping your bedroom at a temperature comfortable to you and making sure that it's peaceful, dark, and quiet. You may consider using blackout curtains or an eye mask to block ambient light. Some people find earplugs, white noise machines, or soft instrumental background music handy. Also, you may want to consider listening to music or soundscapes with binaural beats. Binaural beats use 2 lower tones significantly different sound frequencies, generally 1 in each ear, to create the perception of of a single new frequency tone. Your brain tunes to this new combined frequency and it affects the brain's degree of arousal. Research indicates that binaural beats slow brainwave activity, and that may alter your moods, helping you to relax, lower your anxiety, and make it easier for you to sleep soundly. Some binaural beats may actually induce lucid dreaming. Practice good sleep hygiene by not only going to bed each night at the same time, but making sure that you get at least 7 hours of sleep. Having a consistent and calming routine that winds you down before bed is important too. Limit vigorous exercise, alcohol, and sugary snacks to at least 60 minutes before bed. There's some conflict within the scientific community as to whether we should also unplug from electronics at least 60 minutes before sleep. Recently, a large study has shown that using electronics before bedtime doesn't affect the level of melatonin, the hormone that regulates sleep in your body. However, others believe that electronics still stimulate the brain too much at a time when you're supposed to be settling down. So use your best judgment and probably stay away from websites that discuss politics before going to bed. Also, you might want to practice aromatherapy, light stretching, breathing exercises, meditate, or pray before going to sleep. A good way to encourage lucid dreaming is to write in a dream journal. Keep your journal and a pen near your bed so it's easily accessible in the middle of the night. In the morning or anytime you awake, take a minute or two to concentrate on the memory and then immediately write down your dream. It's fine if you don't remember the full dream. Write what you remember. Include visual details, locations, characters, emotions, smells, colors, and sounds. Add how you felt upon waking and also how you feel remembering the dream. If you aren't much for writing, you can narrate and record your dreams. However, some researchers think that there's a meditative quality in putting pen to paper, and aspects of the brain's recall functions are best served through writing. The more you write down or record your dream memories, the more you'll be able to recall your dreams. What's the use of having a lucid dream if you forget it upon waking up? Helpful to dreaming, lucid dreaming, and writing in a dream journal is to go to bed with deliberate intentions. Some people refer to this as mild or mnemonic induction to lucid dreaming. Every night as you close your eyes and drift off to sleep, repeat the same phrase to yourself. That phrase should state your desired aim, such as, "I will know when I'm dreaming and I will remember my dreams." You may even want to visualize a place where you'd like to go in your dream. By maintaining a dream journal, your capacity to remember your dreams will grow. Regularly read through or listen to your dream journal looking for themes, symbols, or patterns. Do certain people or animals show up in your dreams over and over? Being aware of the recurring details of your dreams will help you to recognize when you're dreaming. Frequently occurring dream details may also offer insight into what issues your inner psyche is concerned with or focused on. Another important technique to encourage lucid dreaming is doing reality checks. A reality check is a simple test where the result is different in waking life versus when you're dreaming. An example of a reality check would be to take the index finger of one hand and try to push it through the palm of your other hand while asking yourself if you're dreaming. In waking life, of course, your finger is met with resistance and cannot go through your palm. However, in a dream, your finger will easily pass through your other hand. Another common reality check is to inspect your hand and count the digits on it while moving them and asking yourself if this is a dream. In dreams, you'll find that your hands and feet are distorted, sometimes with extra fingers or toes. Choose a few reality checks and perform them a couple times during the day. After a while, the reality checks will become habits and you'll carry the habits over into your dreams. The impossible outcome of the reality checks happening can clue you to realize that you're in a dream. It becomes easier to induce a state of consciousness in dreams when you're self-aware in general. Often we spend most of our days on autopilot. We previously mentioned meditation in regards to creating a peaceful bedtime routine. However, you may want to consider a regular meditation practice where you pause a few times a day and meditate. There are several websites and podcasts that offer guided meditations and music designed to help you on your journey. You can also try to induce a lucid dream by deliberately disrupting your sleep. The wake back to bed method is another technique to trigger lucid dreaming. Before you go to sleep, set your alarm clock for 6 hours. If you're a person who only gets 6 hours of sleep, set your alarm clock to 4 hours. The goal after trial and error is to determine the most accurate time when you personally are in long REM cycles of sleep. When your alarm goes off and you wake up, make yourself fully alert. If you remember a dream upon waking, quickly jot it down. Get out of bed. You may wish to read, wash your face, or drink water to ensure that you're fully awake. Occupy yourself for 30 to 60 minutes before going back to bed. If your brain is still very alert, practice meditation. Listen to binaural music or perform mild, mnemonic induction to lucid dreaming. If you're previously dreaming before you woke up, think about the dream as you drift back off. If you weren't dreaming, visualize where you'd like to go in a dream. The wake back to bed method promotes lucid dreaming because you're purposefully stimulating your conscious brain at a time you'd normally be experiencing experiencing REM phase of sleep. This spills over to consciousness and dreams. When you do return to sleep, often you'll go straight into REM sleep from a conscious state, which also includes dreaming. Generally, the wake back to bed approach works best if practiced a few times a week. So, if you'd like to experience your own personal version of Inception, we suggest trying aforementioned techniques. We would like to emphasize that everyone is different and some methods will work for some and not for others. Consistency is the key to regularly having lucid dreams. Also, this is just an introduction. There are many more advanced tactics to lucid dreaming. A Russian researcher enters a room where he expects to see his human test subjects alive and well. Instead, he witnesses absolute pandemonium. He hears screams of the damned, and in front of him is a body that's been torn apart and eviscerated. It looks as though the Antichrist himself has been in the room. Even the survivors have had chunks of flesh ripped from their arms and legs, their ends of their fingers shown exposed bone. Their faces are sheared of skin. What is this inferno of madness, thinks the researcher. This wasn't exactly how the experiment was supposed to turn out, he thinks. Okay, the food wasn't great. We might have made those beds a bit more comfortable, but tearing each other to shreds over a bit of lost sleep? Come on, guys, that's not very comrade of you. That nightmare scenario is straight out of the famous Russian sleep experiment, if you believe it really happened. Let's start from the beginning of the story, and then we'll tell you what our team of world-class sleuths dug up on the truth behind this horrific experiment. So, it's the late 1940s, and Soviet-era researchers have created a stimulant that they believe can keep a person awake for a long time, which is handy when you're fighting a war. In the Second World War, the Germans had their version of such a stimulant, which was a formidable methamphetamine called Pervitin. The Americans and the British would dose their troops with the amphetamine Benzedrine, which was similar to your garden variety speed. The Soviets are looking to up the ante and use their own version of a drug, which won't lead to a total wipeout after a 3-day-long binge. They've made something special, but they need to test it on humans first. It's not hard to find test subjects since prisoners of war were aplenty in the 1940s. And where prisoners were concerned, bypassing ethical considerations wasn't such a big deal. They set up a test area where 5 subjects will stay. It's a sealed environment into which the researchers can release the stimulant in gas form and check if the levels of oxygen are okay. The subjects have been given dried food, each a bed with no bedding, running water, and a toilet. The researchers listen to the subjects through a microphone, and there are cameras through which they can monitor the subjects. The only portholes to the outside are 5-inch thick glass windows, which are barely good enough to see a shadow from. The scene is set, and the 5 men seem in good spirits for the first 3 days. The gas is doing its job, and the researchers are pleased about that. One researcher tells another, "Nazi meth, what a joke. Just wait until the world sees what we've cooked up. Comrade Stalin will be most pleased." The subjects have agreed to try and stay awake for 30 days, and have been falsely informed that if they can make the 30 days, they'll get their freedom. Such a deal seems fair to them. Things turn slightly dark around the 4-day mark, when the subjects start discussing war and the horrors they've seen. They speak of traumas, continual nightmares, other ghastly things they witnessed. Day 5, and things get worse. The men start showing signs of psychosis, talking to themselves and things that are not there. They grow paranoid of each other and start whispering into those microphones, telling stories about the other subjects. The researchers, of course, know all about sleep deprivation. After 5 days, the mind can turn on a person. Hallucinations can seem real and horrifying. But they wondered, was it the loss of sleep or the gas itself? Suspicions about the gas effects were more solid at day 9, when one guy just started screaming, howling like a banshee and running up and down the room. He screamed so much he seemed to tear his vocal cords, because after a few hours he squeaked like a children's toy. A few more days passed and there was an eerie silence. The men could not be seen from the cameras. They were alive for sure since the oxygen levels indicated 5 breathing men, but where were they? The researchers hadn't wanted to interrupt the study, but they felt that they had no choice, and so said into an intercom, "We're opening the chamber to test the microphones. Step away from the door and lie flat on the floor or you will be shot. Compliance will earn one of you immediate freedom." They heard one voice respond. It said, "We no longer want to be freed." What was this? Had they been getting ripped on that gas and were now addicted? The researchers said there's nothing we can do but open the door. They opened the vents and let fresh air displace the residual stimulant. What the researchers heard next was the men screaming again, pleading for more of that damn fine gas. WTF, thought one of the Russians. Those guys are seriously hooked. They opened the doors on day 15, and to their surprise saw one man was dead. You know what the scene looked like because we laid that out for you in the intro, but we didn't tell you what happened shortly after the gruesome discovery of the half-eaten man and the wounded survivors. On closer inspection, the researchers saw that the wounds on the men were very bad. They looked as if they might have been self-inflicted too. They had torn the skin and muscles from their own chests, which revealed the horrific sight of the men's lungs. Each man, it had seemed, had performed this macabre surgery on himself. Blood vessels that were still working had been removed. Other internal organs were seen laid out on the floor like a piece of art, and the men were going to eat those morsels. They were dining on their own bodies and doing it with enthusiasm. The researchers called for backup, not daring to go near those poor wretches. They closed the door to howls of the men pleading for the gas to come back. When soldiers arrived to help remove the subjects, the extrication process wasn't exactly fun. One of the subjects ripped a man's throat right out, while another soldier had his balls removed. 5 soldiers lost their lives in total, but some of the victims took their own lives after the event. Once the subjects were out, the doctors injected enough morphine into them to sedate a Canadian moose, but the men still fought like wild beasts. One subject bled out and his heart stopped beating, but he still carried on screaming, "Give me gas! I need gas!" A doctor had some bones broken during that grim spectacle. The 3 others were eventually sedated and strapped and moved to a secure facility. The researchers talked to each other, saying things like, "That wasn't meant to happen, was it?" They hated to admit it, but maybe the Nazis, the Brits, and the Americans had done the right thing in just plying their troops with top-notch crank. The surgeons got to work on putting the missing organs and bits of viscera back into one man, but this guy almost broke through his restraints. When the docs finally got the anesthetic into him, the man's heart stopped and he died right on the spot. The autopsy showed he had broken 9 bones and his muscles were torn all over his body. When they tried to fix up the next man, they decided 2 deaths were enough and didn't use an anesthetic. They patched him up nice, sewing his ruptured organs and laying skin grafts on him. The head surgeon said this man should not be alive after what he's gone through, but he admired his own work. A nurse commented that during the surgery the beast had been smiling at her. She did wonder how male carnal instincts can remain functioning during the worst times. Maybe with death comes the need to create something new, she philosophized, but quickly shook herself out of her reverie. The man suddenly started making a wheezing sound as if he wanted to say something. The nurse, quick to catch on, handed him a pen and a pad below it. The man wrote, "Keep cutting." Wow, she thought, what a maniac. She was glad she'd not reciprocated his flirty smile. As for the other maniac, he laughed like a hyena during his bodily reconstruction. He said he wanted that gas, the good stuff. And when asked why, he said he just needed it to stay awake. The surgeon mused, if these guys weren't so hell-bent on eating themselves, they'd make excellent night shift custodians. Cleaners, perhaps, or maybe security. But he knew all too well that they couldn't be trusted to wash their hands. Then, a former KGB agent had an excellent idea, something that had amazingly escaped everyone else's thoughts. Why not put these poor suckers back on that gas? He said it seems the problems all start when they all go into withdrawal. Hi, they're okay, if not a bit hyper and paranoid. We can work with that. Once back on the gas, they were fine and dandy, but then something strange happened. The EEG monitor showed crazy brain activity, but then it just died down. One man flatlined. Finally, he just died. His last boost of that junk had done him in, or at least it seemed so. The last guy ended up back in the study room with the other guy seemingly dead on the bed, but 3 researchers were in there too. Suddenly, one of the researchers shot the commander and then shot the subject. He then shouted out loud, "I won't be locked in here with these things, not with you. What are you? I must know." The subject that was shot but evidently was not dead replied, "Have you forgotten so easily? We are you. We are the madness that lurks within you all, begging to be free at every moment in your deepest animal mind. We are what you hide from in your beds every night. We are what you sedate into silence and paralysis when you go to the nocturnal haven where we cannot tread." That was almost the end. But for good measure, the researcher put a bullet into the man's chest, which might have breached the Hippocratic Oath somewhat, but hey, harsh times call for harsh measures. The end. So, a lot of people seem to think this all actually happened. Now, without much investigation, one can easily tell by reading this catastrophic flash fiction that it's written by someone whose grammatical skills need improving. Not only that though, the story simply doesn't make sense at times. Quite a few times someone dies and then just comes back to life, and we don't think it's on purpose by the storyteller. He just forgets what he said or her. On another part, the writer says that the oxygen levels indicated the men were alive, and the researchers knew that, and then in the next part he said the researchers were not sure if they'd all died. But there's more than bad writing that gives this away. Where do we start? Well, we might not need to tell you that you cannot rip out vital organs and lay them on the floor like a bunch of textbooks. That's pure fiction. Those men would have died from blood loss or shock. Remember that they were discovered like this and left for some time before the soldiers came. Okay, you say, but that was the gas working. This was a secret experiment that went wrong. High on that wicked drug, maybe men could routinely come back from the dead and rip out their own organs and even do a bit of flirting when the mood took them. How do we know that it isn't true? Well, there is the matter of recorded history and plausible science. No gas has ever been discovered that can keep a person awake for 15 days. Never mind turn that person into a self-loathing zombie. There is no history of the experiment anywhere but on a website that's known for its scary, fictional, I'll say it again, fictional tales. It would be astounding if one author alone, writing badly from his or her bedroom, had access to more secret information than the CIA and the British Secret Services. As we said in the story, and we embellished this part ourselves, many soldiers on all sides of the war broke so bad that they could stay awake longer. The officers were handing out that stuff like candy, but not even the most dedicated ice fiend could stay awake for 15 days. And those badly buzzed soldiers would have likely only done 24 to possibly 36 hours awake. The Pentagon has even done studies on this, and even if men are forced to stay awake for more than 48 hours, they will become pretty slow and pretty much useless as soldiers. They'll make tons of mistakes, which is not ideal in war when you have to be constantly alert. Sure, the speed helped the Germans with their blitzkrieg attacks, but the drugs had to be taken with some precautions. With this in mind, the Russians would not have even tried this experiment. There is something called Morphin syndrome that can cause severe delirium and very bad insomnia, and sufferers can go into a dreamlike state. We say dreamlike because even if they don't sleep, they will have microsleeps. Plus, no one with this disease has ever started eating themselves. Sure, perhaps a noxious agent sprayed into a room full of guys can kill someone, but it's very unlikely it could turn them into gas-addicted zombies. There's nothing in scientific literature that supports anything in this experiment. There's another thing that can cause massive sleep loss, and that's called fatal familial insomnia. But that's passed down through genes and isn't caused by environmental agents. And again, it doesn't and it will never make someone just want to rip out their own organs and eat them. There's just nothing that exists in this world that aligns with the story, and if it did, we would expect it to have appeared in medical journals before it became an internet meme. Then again, many of you have been asking in the comments how we managed to put out so many episodes per day. Maybe the entire staff of the infographic show are crank-addicted zombies with an undying lust for human flesh after all. Of course, that's preposterous. But isn't that exactly what a team of crank-addicted zombies with an undying lust for human flesh would want you to think? The Russian sleep experiment isn't a bad story, but it could have been better. Sleep deprivation is actually a torture that has been used by militaries, and that itself can drive a person half crazy. Still, in this story, when you add the addictive gas and the organ rug and the reanimation, it just isn't believable. We all do it. Some of us do it more than others, and most of us cherish it. During those heavenly hours when we go into sleep mode, some weird and wonderful things happen to us. Sleep is the final frontier, a place where dreams burst into life, but also a place where strange and sometimes dangerous things happen. As you'll find out today, there's a lot more to sleeping than you think, and it's really only the last few decades that we've begun to understand the importance of having a good slumber. Without further ado, welcome to the Sleep Zone. Number 50. If you go without sleep, it's called sleep deprivation, and you could start to feel cranky and anxious if you go just 24 hours without a dose. Go 48 hours and you become very fatigued. At this point, you might have something called micro-sleeps, which means dropping off without even knowing it just for a second or two. Go 72 hours and it's likely you have difficulty concentrating and might start to get paranoid. Number 49. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, 1 in 3 Americans don't get enough sleep. Scientists believe most humans need at least 7 hours of sleep, but many people don't get nearly that much. Number 48. In 1987, a man named Kenneth Parks got in his car and drove around 12 miles to his mother-in-law's house. He then entered the house and bludgeoned his mother-in-law to death with a tire iron. After that, he tried to strangle his father-in-law, but he didn't succeed in killing him. Covered in blood, Parks drove to the police station and told the cops he may have just killed 2 people. He didn't go to prison for his crime, since it was believed he had committed the act while sleepwalking. Number 47. In 2005, a 15-year-old girl in England went for a walk while she was sleepwalking. She actually managed to climb a 130-foot crane. There she remained until a firefighter climbed up the crane and rescued her. The girl was still sleeping when he got to her. Of course, she was very confused, having gone to sleep in her bed and woken up at the top of a crane. Just imagine if that happened to you. Number 46. Lots of studies have been done so we can better understand dreams. One strange thing about dreams is the fact that something like 12% of people report that they only dream in black and white. Why? We don't exactly know. We know a lot more Americans in the past dreamed in black and white. The main reason for that is the TV was black and white. Number 45. According to the National Sleep Foundation, only 1 in 4 married couples in the USA actually share the same bed. The separation isn't always because the couple has fallen out of love or they argue too much. It's more likely to be because they disturb each other's sleep patterns. Number 44. Some people can't just seem to get out of bed in the morning. Some struggle, but others really feel like they just can't make the move. There's a term for this, and it's called dysania. There are a number of reasons that this can happen, and it could simply be that the person is not getting enough quality sleep. It might also be related to anxiety or depression. It's not a medical condition per se, but some people can have chronic dysomnia, and some sufferers have been known to stay in bed for days on end. Number 43. Some people are born blind, so you might wonder what they dream about since they have not visualized the world. Well, blind people's dreams tend to be more about the other senses, such as taste and smell and sounds. But there is evidence that some blind people can have visual dreams too. Studies have also found that people who are born blind tend to have more nightmares than people who can see. These might be related to the sense of falling or getting lost. Number 42. Some people claim to never dream at all, but that's because they rarely if ever wake up during their REM portion of sleep. This is when the brain is most actively dreaming, and self-professed non-dreamers who were woken up during REM sleep admitted they had been dreaming. Number 41. Do dogs dream? It seems they do, since scientists have looked at dogs' brains' electrical activity while they were sleeping. Some of those scientists said the average-sized dog will start to dream after about 20 minutes of sleep. At this point, you should be able to see rapid eye movement of the dog. So you might now ask, do dogs sleepwalk too? The answer, it seems, is no. Although they might flop about a bit while they're sleeping, it's unlikely that one day you'll find your dog at the top of a crane fast asleep. Number 40. We don't know where the myth originated, but some people hold the belief that if they were to die in their dream, they would die in real life. Simply put, this is hogwash. Many people have reported dying in a dream, and they live to tell the tale. Number 39. Humans are the only animal that deliberately delays their sleep. Number 38. According to the National Sleep Foundation, the body does not adjust to shift work. On its own website, the organization says that people who work shifts and change their sleep pattern a lot are more likely to later develop diseases such as cardiovascular and gastrointestinal diseases. Number 37. Around 90 million Americans snore, and 37 million of those folks do it on a regular basis. Number 36. Some people claim they don't sleep much at all, and some of them are pretty well known. Donald Trump wrote in his book, Think Like a Billionaire, "Don't sleep any more than you have to. I usually sleep about 4 hours per night." Well, at least he paid someone to write that in a book for him. Other reports state he sleeps about 6 hours a night, which would be the same as Elon Musk. In fact, we found lots of reports stating that many CEOs and famous people only sleep between 4 and 6 hours a night. Now, let's get strange again. The best is yet to come. There's a guy in the UK by the name of Lee Hadwin. He's been painting in his sleep since he was 4, and as an adult, he carried on doing it. He's been dubbed the sleepwalking artist and has made a lot of cash from selling his artwork. He goes to bed, and when he wakes up, there's sometimes a drawing or a painting in front of him. He said when he was 15 years old, he woke up and found that he'd drawn a really good picture of Marilyn Monroe. The thing was, in his waking life, he had no talent whatsoever for drawing. Some of his paintings have been sold for 6 figures, and even Donald Trump has bought one of them. He's made a lot of cash and kind of put no effort into it. Hadwin's skills have baffled scientists, and no one really knows how he manages to create works while he sleeps. Some people have said he's a fraud, although experts at the Edinburgh Sleep Clinic have witnessed him sleepwalking, and they said he's the real deal. Number 34. Most people tend to fall asleep after around 7 to 15 minutes of trying, although anyone who has suffered from insomnia or stress will tell you that it might take them hours to find slumberland. Number 33. On the other hand, if you're the kind of person who falls asleep as soon as your head hits the pillow, it's likely you're sleep deprived. Number 32. You can find recent articles in the media that tell you that around 9 million people in the US take a sleep medication. Although the data cited is CDC research, it's now a decade old. Still, we found more stories about Americans' problems of falling asleep. It does indeed seem that millions of adults are taking a medication for sleep or medications to reduce stress and anxiety. The downside to this are some side effects and also dependency on the drug. With some medications, there's something called the rebound effect. So if the person tries to quit, they might experience even worse anxiety, stress, or insomnia. Number 31. The younger you are, the more you sleep. Babies usually sleep 14 to 17 hours a day, and they usually don't have a problem dozing off. 14 to 17-year-olds usually sleep anywhere from 7 to 11 hours a day. According to Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, it's important that younger folks get this extra sleep compared to adults who can get by on 7 hours. Parents shouldn't nag if their teenager likes to spend, say, 10 hours asleep. Still, according to the CDC, 2/3 of high school students aren't getting enough sleep, especially on school nights. Number 30. 20% of American adults hit the booze before bedtime, and if you've ever done that, you'll know it can help you fall asleep. But is it good for you? In the sense of sleep, not what it does to your organs. The experts tell us that a drunk sleep might not be the best sleep, because the alcohol can prevent you from having those good REM sleeps. You might also wake up in the middle of the night and not be able to get back to sleep again. A bucket of beer might also lead to many trips to the bathroom throughout the night, and as some of you know, drunk sleepers tend to snore. That's because the booze has relaxed their throat muscles, and also because drunk sleepers tend to sleep on their backs. Number 29. New research has shown that more people are now texting in their sleep, especially people who have grown up with a mobile phone. That's a very modern parasomnia, which means sleep disorder. Still, it's a good excuse if you texted something you regret in the morning. If your partner finds out you texted an old flame, now you know to say, "My love, it was merely a sleep text, totally out of my control." Now for something really wacky. Number 28. We imagine that just a few of you guys watching this video have woken up in the middle of the night with a raging hunger. You've gone down to the kitchen, raided the fridge, and left a trail of destruction behind you. But how many of you have done this while still sleeping? You might have experienced something called the nocturnal eating syndrome, but as a sleep-related eating disorder. Its full name is nocturnal sleep-related eating disorder. People who have suffered from this have sometimes raided the kitchen several times in just one night, but they didn't remember a thing the next day. It sounds funny, but NES can be dangerous as eating while asleep could lead to choking or having an accident. In extreme cases, people might have been known to put on lots of weight, while some people have fired up the stove and made a complex meal. Others have eaten things such as salt sandwiches, raw meat, frozen food, and, would you believe it, buttered cigarettes. Yikes! Number 27. Arguably better than that is something called exploding head syndrome. These people might be on the cusp of sleep when suddenly they hear a loud explosion, or hear the sound of bullets or great claps of thunder. It freaks them out, to say the least, especially if the noise is accompanied by flashes of light. The good news is it's not dangerous. No one really knows why it happens. It might be related to problems with the ear, nerve dysfunction, a minor seizure, or just your regular stress. Number 26. Driving while feeling drowsy can lead to accidents, with the CDC saying in the US alone in recent years thousands of fatal crashes happened because someone nodded off behind the wheel or was very close to it. The statistics differ depending on what source you're reading, but everyone agrees that driving while very fatigued is a bad idea. In one poll, 37% of people admitted they had fallen asleep while driving at least once in their life. Number 25. Is napping good for you? NASA wanted to know this because they wanted to see if napping improved the performance of their pilots. The agency concluded that the ideal nap should be 26 minutes. It can improve alertness and reduce stress. With this in mind, if you ever find yourself in a position where you have to drive a long distance or you have to do something that's very important, if you feel tired, you should find a suitable place to take a nap. This might improve your performance and keep you concentrated. Number 24. According to some studies, it's a myth that you can catch up on sleep. Some people might think, if I sleep only a few hours on Monday and Tuesday, I'll catch up those missing hours later in the week. Harvard Medical School said this is not the case. Its study revealed that people who often have nights of little sleep will always suffer in the end. Number 23. Exercise helps you fall asleep easier and also helps you sleep better throughout the night. Why, though, you might ask? Well, scientists tell us that exercise releases endorphins in our brains, and this can reduce stress and depression. In fact, studies have shown that when people suffering from insomnia did 4 months of exercise, they slept better and were less anxious in general. The thing was, though, the good sleep didn't come immediately. Participants had to put some effort in. Number 22. Almost half of Americans sleep rolled up in the fetal position, so it seems we have a fondness for how we kicked it back in our mother's womb. Back sleeping is the second most common, and after that, stomach sleeping. Then there are people that combine different sleeping positions. Some research tells us that sleeping on your back is the best position to promote good health, although it might depend on if you have certain health issues. Number 21. We generally dream 4 to 6 times throughout the night, and as you'll soon find out, this can be a problem. Number 20. Some of you will know that one of the scariest things that can happen to you during sleep is dreaming that you're awake. Such a false awakening might mean you get up, go downstairs, have a drink of orange juice, then suddenly realize something isn't right. Then you might wake up for real, often with your heart pounding. Even worse is the fact that some people have woken up with a shock and then seen someone standing over them. This is a dream within a dream again, and the person might wake up for real. These are called multiple false awakenings, which has been described as a Russian doll of dreaming. That's scary. Number 19. Some people can dream, and while they don't wake up, they're aware they're dreaming. These are called lucid dreams. You might even be able to give yourself superpowers in these dreams, such as the guy who says when he's being chased in a nightmare, sometimes he just has to decide to run backwards and he shoots off like a rocket. So why do we lucid dream? It's likely because a part of the brain called the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex is partly switched on during sleep when it usually isn't. This is the part of the brain that deals with planning, reasoning, working memory, and thinking about multiple concepts. In a lucid dream, the person then becomes conscious enough to know they're dreaming, but not conscious enough that they wake up. That's one theory anyway. Number 18. So which country's citizens get the best sleep? We found some data and it seems that folks from New Zealand on average sleep the most hours. The Netherlands, Finland, Britain, and Australia weren't far behind, and the US was somewhere in the middle. The worst sleeping nation was Japan, followed by South Korea and then Saudi Arabia. Number 17. According to the National Sleep Foundation, only 8% of Americans sleep totally naked, while a whopping 1/3 of British folks sleep in the buff. Number 16. There's no proof that eating cheese can give you nightmares, but if you do go to bed on a full stomach, it might affect your sleeping pattern. It can make you restless as your body digests the food, and therefore you might wake up more during REM sleep. Number 15. Around 1.4% of people sleep with their eyes open, a condition known as nocturnal lagophthalmos. It simply means they cannot close their eyelids during sleep, with some folks sleeping with their eyes fully open and others just partially open. They have no idea they're doing it since they're asleep, but it looks pretty freaky to other people. There are other reasons why someone might sleep with their eyes open, relating mostly to disease, trauma, and autoimmune conditions. Number 14. In 2010, a man named Gregory Macon said he was kicked off a US Airways flight because he was caught sleeping with his eyes open. He'd fallen asleep before the plane had even taken off, but when one of the cabin crew saw him sleeping with his eyes open, she thought he was ill and asked if anyone on board could help. There was actually a nurse on the plane, but she had no idea why someone would sleep with their eyes open. She had not heard of nocturnal lagophthalmos, and while Macon explained that he'd often slept this way, in the end, the crew decided he wasn't fit to fly. He wasn't very happy about this at all. Okay, coming up to the top 13. Now we have some really strange things to tell you. Number 13. You cannot sneeze while you're sleeping. Number 12. Studies have shown that people have a worse night's sleep when there's a full moon. Why that happens is confusing, but the obvious answer might be because of the light of the moon. That doesn't seem to be the case though, because when scientists in Switzerland watched people as they slept during a full moon, the subjects were literally kept in the dark. They were figuratively kept in the dark too, since they had no idea what the experiment was about. The scientists found that when the moon was full, on average the people spent 30% less time in deep sleep and slept less time overall. It also took them longer to fall asleep. Some scientists believe that humans are naturally attuned to the moon's cycle, and that's why its fullness affects our sleep. More studies have been undertaken with mixed results. One study showed kids slept longer during a full moon, but another revealed again that adults slept less. Number 11. Back when the British were leading the Industrial Revolution, a new job came onto the scene so that people could get to the factories on time. This job was called a knocker-upper. For a few pennies a week, some guy would come around to workers' houses and knock on their doors or windows, or use a pea shooter to hit the higher-level windows. In the 19th century, the author Charles Dickens wrote about the occupation, but knocker-uppers were still around in the 1970s. The first personal alarm clock was invented in 1787, but we guess not everyone in Britain's industrial cities had one. Number 10. Things can turn ugly if you wake someone up who's experiencing something called sleep terrors or night terrors. These are very intense nightmares. Fortunately, only around 1% of adults suffer from regular night terrors. And while someone might thrash around a bit or scream out, the person next to them will usually not be harmed. That's not always the case though, and we found instances where people had attacked their partner during a night terror. During the frenzy, the dreamer might also hurt themselves. This is how one woman described how her husband would sometimes act during sleep. He seemed to have the strength of 10 men and shoot straight up from the bed onto his feet in one motion. He's landed clear across the room on many occasions and has pulled down curtains, upset lamps, and so forth. He's grabbed me and pulled on me, hurting my arms. There are many reasons why someone might have night terrors, from substance abuse to childhood trauma to PTSD to a family history of parasomnia. Number 9. According to the National Sleep Foundation, you should wash that pillow of yours at least once every 6 months, and you should replace it after a year or 2. The reason is dust mites. These little fellas can impair breathing and worsen allergies. Number 8. Babies are another thing that really get in the way of a good night's sleep. It's reported that a new person in the house will result in 400 to 750 hours of lost sleep for parents. Number 7. Major global events can make many people have a bad night's sleep. A big event might have the effect for many months, as many people have experienced during the coronavirus pandemic. Other major sleep disturbers have been 9/11, the Challenger space shuttle disaster, and the Chernobyl nuclear disaster. While it's good to know about current events, we can certainly consume too much news. Sometimes you have to tune out and just be in the moment. Number 6. When your stress levels are high, the hormone corticosteroid can negatively impact the effects of the immune system. A vicious cycle that can happen is a person is stressed and sleeps less, and the next day the lack of sleep means that they deal with stress worse. They might then sit in front of the TV watching news media that sounds apocalyptic, and this creates more stress, which creates sleeplessness in a repeating cyclical pattern. Number 5. Some people dread going to bed and falling asleep, a condition called somnophobia. One sufferer in the UK explained it like this: "I'd stay up listening to my mom snoring just to make sure she was alive. I was petrified that if I slept, something bad might happen, and I wouldn't be awake to help." Some of these people might fear the loss of control they have during sleep, or they might worry about what could happen while they're unconscious. Some sufferers have said the fear comes from having had night terrors or bouts of sleepwalking, while for others a traumatic event in the past has caused the dread of the bed. Okay, we're getting to the end now, but there's still so much more to tell you about sleep. Number 4. 5 to 7 million kids in the US wet the bed, although by the time kids reach the age of 10, only about 2 to 3% of them wet the bed. One study we found said that 1 in 50 teenagers in the US wets the bed. Okay, so why do some folks wet the bed in the first place? It could be a number of things, such as the child having a smaller than average bladder or the fact that both his parents were bedwetters. It might also be the fact that they have lower than average levels of hormone vasopressin, or simply the fact that their sleep is just too deep. Stress and infections can also be a reason. Number 3. According to the experts, counting sheep as a strategy to fall asleep is useless. Number 2. Some studies have shown that if you regularly sleep well, you might deal with pain better. In those studies, the scientists allowed participants to sleep a certain number of hours. When they were later tested to see how they dealt with pain, the people who had slept more seemed to feel less. So much so, it was as if they had taken codeine. Number 1. Lastly, we'll tell you about the horror of something called fatal insomnia. This is a rare disease, thank God, which affects the brain. It happens because of a tiny genetic mutation in the brain, but that mutation in time will mean that the sufferer will find it very hard to sleep. The insomnia will get worse, and this will lead to hallucinations, delirium, and finally death. It might take many years for the person to show the symptoms, but once they do, there's no going back. Over a period of months, the person will suffer from panic attacks, which will lead to paranoia, and then the hallucinations will occur. Next will come weight loss, and finally, when the patient hasn't slept for a long time, they'll become unresponsive. It could happen when the person is as young as 18, or it might not happen until they're in their 60s. There's no cure for this nasty disease, and even the strongest sleeping pills or other sedatives don't seem to help. It's just one long, agonizing nightmare, so we can be glad that only around 40 families have been known to carry this gene. You wake up to the sound of shouting and screaming. Your girlfriend is pushing you out of the bed, demanding that you leave or at least sleep on the sofa. What's going on? You were fast asleep, minding your own business. Is she tripping or something? Hearing her voice go into high-pitched mode as she hurls accusations your way, your automatic reaction is to get defensive. Still, you try to stay calm and defend yourself. This has happened before, and you know how it ended last time. After a few moments, you take in what she's actually saying. She's claiming you were aggressively thrusting and trying to get fresh with her while she was asleep. Nonsense! You were asleep too. Maybe she was just dreaming, but she seems so convinced that you don't dare suggest it. What's going on? Sexsomnia is a rare disorder that causes some unusual sleeping habits. Whereas insomniacs have trouble sleeping, sexsomniacs engage in sexual acts while asleep. This is different from having a wet dream or an orgasmic experience during your slumber because the person engages in full-on sexual acts like masturbation or intercourse. When they wake up, they have no idea what just happened. Imagine you could lose your virginity and not even realize. Madness. It's also possible to combine this sleep sex with sleep talking and sleepwalking, so you could have the full shebang with some freaky outdoor sex outside and dirty talk. Madness! Having sex in your sleep might sound harmless or even pleasurable, but it can lead to some dire consequences. But first, let's look at the science behind this sexy phenomenon. Sexsomnia is a type of parasomnia, a term that encompasses all kinds of abnormal activities that can happen while we're asleep. Sleepwalking and sleep talking are the most common and well-known, but it turns out we can get up to all kinds of weird stuff. Sleep-related eating disorders make people binge eat while asleep. Confusional arousals aren't the weird stuff you're into that you shouldn't tell others about. They're also known as sleep drunkenness because they make us function at lower brain capacity and talk rubbish. And REM sleep behavior disorders see people fighting imaginary intruders or running away from non-existent monsters. Different types of parasomnia take place at different points in the sleep cycle. When we first nod off, we go into a light sleep for a few minutes. Then we enter the second stage of sleep, which is also pretty light and ideal for brief naps. In the third and fourth stages, we finally enter deep sleep, a restorative state that helps us boost our immune system, energy, and repair our body tissue. Afterward, we go into rapid eye movement or REM sleep for around 90 minutes. At this point, the brain becomes more active and we consolidate our memories. It's also the part of sleep where we dream. Most cases of sexsomnia take place during non-rapid eye movement or NREM during stages 3 and 4. Since these are the deepest stages of the sleep cycle and don't involve dreams, the mind can go a little crazy. The parts of the brain that control vision, movement, and emotion remain awake during NREM sleep, but the parts controlling memory, decision-making, and rationality are asleep. Yep, sounds like a recipe for disaster. Most types of parasomnia occur during NREM sleep, including sleepwalking and sleep talking, but there are also a few disorders that can happen during REM sleep. A key example is sleep paralysis, waking up paralyzed while partially immersed in a dream state, which is why it's so terrifying. Because sexsomnia occurs during deep sleep and we don't remember it when we wake up, it's difficult to diagnose yourself. Symptoms include heavy breathing, sweating, masturbating, pelvic thrusting, spontaneous orgasm, fondling, an elevated heart rate, and blank stares. To me, that just sounds like the normal state of a hormone-filled teenager, but there you go. Although we have a vague understanding of sexsomnia now, it's still murky on the details. What causes it? How often does it happen? We're still not sure. Naturally, it's pretty challenging for scientists to investigate sexsomnia. You can't just repeatedly make two people fall asleep together in a laboratory, hoping that eventually they'll have sex while sleeping. Then repeat it with 100 other couples because you need a bigger sample size to reach any conclusion. We'll probably be in the dark about this one for a long time. However, there are some theories. Some researchers think the causes of sexsomnia could be exhaustion, alcohol, drugs, anxiety, or poor sleeping conditions, and sharing a bed with someone, although it's hard to ignore that one altogether. So, we can only assume that attempting to cope with the extreme stress by taking drugs, partying until the early hours, and getting into bed with your friend who has an uncomfortable mattress is a terrible idea and not a healthy coping mechanism. You learn something new every day. Even though it's notoriously difficult to research sexsomnia, a few cases have been found, and I'll tell you now, it doesn't end well. The first case of sexsomnia was reported as recently as 1986. That could be because humans are getting progressively hornier over time, but most likely it's just because nobody thought it was worthwhile to report before then. I mean, what person in their right mind would ring up their doctor after they masturbated in their sleep? You'd just shrug it off and go about your day, wouldn't you? Even now, only 194 cases have ever been reported, and there's very little information available about most of them. But in 2017, one man in the UK was successfully diagnosed after ending up in hot water with both his current and his ex-girlfriend. We don't know his actual name, so let's call him Bob. First, Bob crashed at his ex-girlfriend's house one night. It's not a good idea at the best of times, but in fairness to him, they had a kid together. What could go wrong, right? Turns out, a lot can go wrong. Bob woke up to find his ex screaming at him, accusing him of rape. He was confused and alarmed, believing he'd done nothing of the sorts, but decided it was best to leave promptly and let her calm down. It was probably a bad call to not talk it out and investigate further, because the incident ended with him being accused of rape and convicted as guilty by the jury. Still, Bob didn't understand what had happened and believed he was innocent. Then a similar pattern happened with his next girlfriend. The first night they slept in the same bed, she was annoyed to find him fondling her and thrusting in the middle of the night, but brushed it off and said nothing. Then another night, after a boozy party, she was woken up in the middle of the night. She shouted at Bob angrily, angry that he'd wake her up and have such little respect for her boundaries. It was so out of character too. He was usually so gentle and thoughtful. Much to her surprise, Bob seemed taken aback, confused, and denied anything had happened. Was he an evil gaslighting genius, or was there something even stranger going on here? Bob saw a doctor who pointed out the rare disease of sexsomnia. Suddenly everything made sense. He wasn't a forgetful sexual predator, he'd literally been sleeping throughout all the incidents. To verify it really was sexsomnia, the doctor referred him to a sleep clinic in London where he could be monitored. The researchers put electrodes to his scalp as he slept to monitor his brain activity and found some surprising results. During the incidents, Bob was effectively both awake and asleep at the same time. The sleep cycle of regular people was out the window. There were both the slow brain waves associated with deep sleep and the fast rhythms and brain waves associated with being awake. They diagnosed him with sexsomnia. Another man from Scotland was cleared of rape charges after doctors diagnosed him with sexsomnia, but it's still a legal gray area for now. We all need it, and most of us could use more. We're talking about sleep. It's estimated that we spend about 1/3 of our lives sleeping, yet it remains a mysterious process. Night after night, we shut down for several hours during sleep, and everything from hormone release to tissue repair goes on in our body without us even noticing it. Our brains generate dreams that many of us can hardly remember or make sense of. There are also nightmares, sleep disorders, and so much more. We still have so much to learn about why we sleep and how sleep works, writes clinical psychologist Michael J. Bruce in a Psychology Today article. Because there is still so much that is unknown about sleeping, it's understandable that myths about sleep have emerged over the years. We'll discuss some of these myths in this episode of the Infographic Show. 12 myths about sleep that you didn't know. 12. People who are not early risers are not living right. There has been much debate over who is better off in life, early risers or larks, or late risers, night owls. It turns out that your health and success in life are not determined solely by what time in the morning you get up. According to a BBC article, there's a study that showed night owls are as healthy and wise as morning types, and a little bit wealthier. Examples of successful night owls include BuzzFeed CEO Jonah Peretti, author James Joyce, and Winston Churchill. And not everyone is meant to be an early riser. What determines whether or not you are is something called a chronotype. Sleep expert Dr. Colleen Carney describes it as a sleep window inside of us. She explains that it's genetic and developmental factors also play a role. For instance, young children tend to go to sleep earlier and rise earlier, but the internal sleep clock shifts in puberty, so that teens want to sleep later and rise later. 11. Getting less than 8 hours of sleep a night is bad for you. While some people need 8 hours of sleep to feel refreshed, other people can get by with a little less sleep. You might even live longer if you sleep a little less. A 2002 study of 1.1 million participants between the ages of 30 and 102 revealed that those who had 6 or 7 hours had a lower death rate than those who regularly slept 8 or more hours or less than 4. The mortality rate creeps up for people who sleep too little or too much. The NHS discusses studies that link a short sleep of less than 6 hours to a 12% increased risk of death, and a long sleep of 9 hours or more to a 30% increased risk of death. However, the NHS cautions that sleep needs vary by age and other factors, so don't think that you are more likely to die early if you don't follow the standard pattern for sleep. 10. When you wake up at night, you lose sleep for only the amount of time you were awake. Getting up for even 15 minutes in the middle of the night can cause you to wake up feeling tired. As anyone who has cared for a newborn can tell you, you will feel even more fatigued if you wake up several times a night. According to one source, a 2014 study of people who had 8 hours of interrupted sleep and those who had only 4 hours of sleep showed that the mood and attention of folks with interrupted sleep were just as bad as those who slept for only 4 hours. Depression and irritability were common in both groups, and their ability to perform an attention task got worse the longer they kept at it. 9. Cats will suck the breath out of an infant while the infant sleeps. This myth has its origins in superstition, and a few accounts of infants who were found dead with a pet cat on their chests or faces. According to Snopes, one theory for why cats do this is it's because they're jealous of the attention that the baby is getting, and the cat wants to eliminate the competition. Snopes acknowledges that cats could, upon extremely rare instances, accidentally cause a death by smothering, but cats do not do it with malice aforethought. It also turns out that 2 accounts of infants suffocated by cats turned out not to be true. One case presented in a 1929 article in the Nebraska State Journal was empathetically denied by the doctor who supposedly described the incident. In the December 2000 case of 6-week-old Kyrian Payne, who was found dead in his crib with the family cat laying on the baby's face, pathologists discovered that it was not the cat, but sudden infant death syndrome that killed him. 8. Eating cheese before bedtime gives you nightmares. There have been a few studies to determine the accuracy of this myth, and the results are mixed. In a 2015 study of 396 freshman college students, 17.8% of them blamed cheese and other dairy products for causing both disturbing and bizarre dreams. However, a 2005 study of 200 people by the British Cheese Board showed none reported nightmares, and many had pleasant night reveries, according to a Live Science article. Different cheeses had different effects on dreams, with Blue Stilton producing the trippiest dreams of things like warrior kittens and vegetarian crocodiles. This limited research seems to indicate that eating cheese before bedtime may cause a few people to have bad dreams, but not everyone else, but is ultimately likely nothing more than a placebo effect caused by people knowing ahead of time about the myth. 7. Feeling tired is the only long-term effect of not getting enough sleep. While weariness is an obvious consequence of sleep deprivation, it's not the only one. A Business Insider article describes some other negative health effects of a lack of sleep, including memory problems, increased cancer risk, depression and anxiety, heart disease, and Alzheimer's linked buildups in the brain. Deprive yourself of too much sleep and you could die. In 2012, Time reported that a Chinese soccer fan died from exhaustion after staying up 11 nights in a row in an attempt to watch every single European Championship game. Keep that in mind the next time you want to binge watch Stranger Things. 6. Sleeping pills are a good way to deal with insomnia. It is tempting to take a sleeping pill if you're having trouble falling asleep, but you are better off not doing it. First of all, sleeping pills do not really help you sleep. In his book, Why We Sleep: Unlocking the Power of Sleep and Dreams, UC Berkeley neuroscience and psychology professor Matthew Walker argues that people who take sleeping pills like Ambien are sedated rather than sleeping. It's not the same type of rest that we get when we fall asleep on our own. Second, it's important to keep in mind that sleeping pills, like any other medication, pose health risks for those taking them. According to an independent article, some research indicates that zolpidem, Ambien, may weaken the brain cell connections associated with learning. It may be causing memory damage over time. Sleep expert Dr. Daniel Kripke states that the risk of death from taking sleeping pills 30 times or more a month was not much less than the risk of smoking a pack of cigarettes a day. 5. You should never wake a sleepwalker. People are afraid to wake up sleepwalkers because of stories that doing so could harm the sleepwalker. One sleep website states urban legends suggest that waking a sleepwalker could cause a heart attack, coma, or even brain damage, but also describes these outcomes as highly unlikely. One common recommendation for dealing with the sleepwalker is to try to guide the sleepwalker back to bed, because this is easier than waking a sleepwalker up, as sleep scientist Dr. Mark Malwold says in a Live Science article. While it wouldn't necessarily hurt to try to wake a sleepwalker, it's notoriously difficult to rouse them in this state. Some sleepwalkers may react violently to being awaked, so if you decide to wake up a sleepwalker, make sure you do it out of their reach and with a loud noise so that you don't get hit accidentally. 4. The moon affects people's sleep cycles. This myth has been passed off as fact in a number of news articles. There have been a few studies about this issue, but they are problematic. According to a Live Science article, there was a 1999 study suggesting that people tended to suffer sleep deprivation around the time of full moon, but there's no evidence that the findings of the study have been tested or verified with any numbers or rigorous study of any kind. Other recent studies provided contradictory results. One small study of 33 volunteer adults in 2013 found that the participants slept less during the full moon, even when they could not see the moon and were not aware of the current lunar phase. While another broad review of sleep moon research in 2014 by the Max Planck Institute of Psychiatry revealed no statistically significant correlation between the lunar cycle and sleep. 3. You swallow 8 spiders per year when you sleep. You'll probably be relieved to know this myth has been debunked by spider experts. According to a Scientific American article, the myth flies in the face of both spider and human biology. Rod Crawford, the arachnid curator at the Burke Museum of Natural History and Culture, explains that a sleeping person is not something a spider would willingly approach. This is especially true if the person is snoring. The noise would scare it away. In addition, most people would feel a spider crawling on their faces and wake up. While it's certainly possible for a person to swallow a spider, there's a sore lack of eyewitness for such a frequent event as 8 spiders a year. 2. Humans can't sleep upright. It's not easy, but it is possible for humans to sleep upright. In a BBC article, sleep expert Dirk Jan Dijk said, "We can sleep in a chair. We can sleep standing up, but we're not as good at it as other creatures, for example birds." There's some support for Dijk's statement. It's common practice for Buddhist monks to sleep upright. They have a special meditation box that allows them to sit up and sleep in a posture that supposedly helps them wake up refreshed. There are also anecdotal stories of people who are able to sleep standing up. BBC reports that soldiers on sentry duty are among those who have been known to take 40 winks standing up. The main problem with both types of upright sleeping is that it's difficult to reach REM sleep, but not reaching REM sleep in this situation might be good in terms of safety. You lose muscle tone when you're in REM sleep, so you might find yourself falling down unless you have something to prop you up. 1. People can't sleep with their eyes open. This myth is not true. According to one source, a condition called nocturnal lagophthalmos can cause people to sleep with their eyes open. Their eyes may be fully or partially open because of an inability for the eyelid to close completely. It's considered a form of facial paralysis brought on by a variety of factors, including Bell's palsy, infection, stroke, surgery, and trauma. Sleeping with eyes open also occurs in instances of sleepwalking. A Psychology Today article notes that sleepwalking usually isn't eyes-open behavior. Sleepwalkers need to have their eyes open to be able to get around and perform routine tasks, such as eating and even driving. One source describes how sleep drivers may look glassy and dazed, but they can still literally see things in front of them. You've been saving all year for that once-in-a-lifetime trip. You're going on a skiing trip to Switzerland's famed alpine resort town St. Moritz. To say you're excited would be an understatement. Your last vacation consisted of seeing your ill-tempered aunt in Reading, Pennsylvania. For a week, you split your time between throwing rocks at freezing rats and shoveling dirty snow. You're by no means wealthy, and to do this trip, you had to agree to share a room with a stranger. No biggie, it's not like you haven't put up with snoring before in another man's bad bathroom habits. But that first night, the moon casting shadows on those pristine slopes, this guy just got out of bed. As if in a trance, he opened the door. The cold rushed in. You grabbed his arm. You should have gone to your aunt's house again. Question is, why should you have visited your aunt again in Reading, where you saw animals entombed in snowbanks and it got so cold you had to de-ice your eyes in the morning? Let's finish the story. Where were we? It's that first night. You haven't skied yet. That happens tomorrow morning bright and early. Your roommate is named Jack. He seems okay, a nice enough guy. You go to bed at the same time. He falls asleep first, it seems. The next thing you know, you're awoken by a thud. It's Jack. He's gotten out of bed and quite scarily is walking toward you. It doesn't help that he's built like a tank. "What's up?" you say. No answer. Then you realize he's not quite awake. You've never seen a sleepwalker before, but it's obvious now that you're witnessing it. It's like a person is both awake and asleep at the same time. Jack is expressionless, as if in a trance, like his mind has been taken over by something. Your first thought is, should I do something? What does a person do in this situation? You must have skipped that sleepwalking 101 class in high school. What's the protocol here? You think you remember something you heard on the street about sleepwalkers. What was it? You think for a while. Aha, you remember. If you wake them up, they'll have a heart attack on the spot. Would that be manslaughter? Okay, so that's a lot of thinking in the time Jack can walk across a small room, but hey, in the movies, trapdoors can take a long time to close. You're now pretty sure you don't want to interrupt Jack's jaunt across the room. Just leave him be. He'll go back to bed or wake up and apologize and tell you he does this kind of thing all the time, and there's nothing to worry about. "I must have gone a bit off-piste," he'll say, and you'll both laugh. But no, the idiot walks over to the door. He opens it and a great gust of wind rushes into the room. The guy is half naked and he's gonna go outside in the freezing cold. He might fall down the stairs, those slippery, hard concrete steps, and you can't let that happen. You grab his arm. Right, so in your case, everything then went really badly. The moment you grabbed him, he became agitated to the point of shock. You just wrestled someone out of a deep sleep, not light sleep. You don't know what's going through Jack's mind, if anything at all, but you've startled the hell out of him on the stairs under a bright moon with an ominous-looking sharp mountain peak in the distance. You shouldn't have shaken him. In shock, Jack's natural reaction was to fight back. In his half-awake mind, he was being attacked. He turned on his hip and thrust his elbow into your jaw. It was you then that slipped and went tumbling down those chalet stairs. You went off-piste, ending in a head-on collision with an iron railing. Jack's still startled at the top of the stairs and you are bleeding from the brain. He's looking at a manslaughter charge and you're about to lose your charge for good. You should have gone to Reading. Okay, so that's the end of the story. Not exactly a Hollywood ending, but let's just call it a European realism. You were in Switzerland after all. You really shouldn't wake up a sleepwalker. You might end up like the guy in our story. Let's now explain a few things. During the night, we go through various periods of light and deep sleep. Some of that deep sleep, the time when we dream, is called rapid eye movement sleep, or REM sleep as it's generally called. REM sleep can get longer as the night goes on. This is the good stuff. We need it. Not enough of it can leave us groggy in the morning. When you're in this deep sleep stage, you're in fact kind of paralyzed. We're not kidding you. Your body wants it that way because if it wasn't the case, you might start acting out your dreams. Imagine being in bed with your lover and suddenly you start pulverizing the imaginary enemy you're dreaming about. Yeah, you might end up hurting him or her. It's happened many times. Some folks don't get paralyzed enough. You might have people who feel half awake but stuck in a dream, i.e. sleep paralysis, but you also have people who are in deep sleep but start moving. They might just sit up, or they might go downstairs and open a fridge, or they might climb up a 130-foot crane and even murder their mother-in-law. Those two things really happened. Another stage of deep sleep comes right before REM, and it's aptly called non-REM sleep. This is when people usually sleepwalk. Brain studies have shown that when a person sleepwalks, technically known as a somnambulistic state, parts of their brains are fast asleep while other parts are awake. There's an imbalance, and this kind of puts the person into two worlds. No, they won't walk with their arms right in front of them, and they won't make weird groaning sounds, but they might walk around in a kind of daze. They don't even require lights like Jack because their brain knows where to go. In this trance-like state, people can do a lot of things. There have been cases, like we said, when people have walked long distances, climbed things, killed, and on their way got in a car and started driving. With that in mind, surely you should stop them before they get hurt or hurt someone else. The thing is, sleepwalkers are in deep sleep, so if you suddenly wake them up, you're going to startle them. You might have heard that shock could produce a heart attack or induce a coma, but that's not true at all, forget that. What you will do though is shock them. There have been cases when an awoken sleepwalker just lashed out, just as Jack did, and you know what happened after that. What you should do is try to guide them back to that warm bed without actually waking them up. This might be possible since they're in deep sleep mode. You'll have to be gentle when you do this, so you can lightly maneuver them. If that doesn't work, stand your distance and make a loud noise. At least you'll be out of harm's way. Research has shown that about 30% of children aged 5 to 12 will have at least one sleepwalking episode, but let's be honest, when you startle someone of that age, you should be safe from possible lashing out bit. But adults sleepwalk too, and Jack was a rather large and strong 22-year-old. You might also be surprised the damage a kid can do, but we'll get to that. What happens is this sudden awakening can produce an activity in a part of the brain called the amygdala, and this little bit plays a part in fear and anxiety, what we sometimes refer to as fight or flight. That's why you shouldn't grab them by the arm tightly or push them around. You might awake a demon, even if that person is generally peaceful. If you do manage to guide them back to bed or make a noise that awakes them, you might also save their life. This is a double-edged sword because while you shouldn't just startle them, it's best not to let them walk down some stairs. They might remember some things unconsciously, but they're not really in full control. People have been known to cook meals while sleepwalking, and we don't need to point out the danger in firing up the grill while half asleep. That person might set the house on fire. As for handling knives, well, it's not the best thing for a somnambulist to do. Then again, please don't think about grabbing hold of a sleepwalker just as he's cutting an onion with a 7-inch blade. It's a fine line. You have to be on your game when faced with a sleepwalker. It gets worse. There was one case we found in which a teenage girl ripped a door off its hinges while sleepwalking. We kid you not. This girl could not have done that while awake. She was of small build. Where did she get the strength from? The article didn't say, but we can say that it might be better to keep your distance when someone is pulling off doors. There are other cases of people punching holes through windows and kicking in walls, so let's just say some sleepwalkers are in an agitated state. There are some cases when a person got into bed with someone else and started doing you know what, which even with a lover could be very frightening for the woken person, but when strangers are concerned, this is a serious matter. Imagine if Jack would have tried that. In another case, a teenage girl walked out of her house in her underwear and carried on walking down a busy street for half a mile. It was 2 a.m. We don't need to tell you how dangerous this could have been in many ways. She was awakened when a car honked its horns. Then there are the very worst cases, in which terrible things happened and people lost their lives. In 2011, a 55-year-old woman in New Jersey drowned when she fell into a lake. How did police know she was sleepwalking? Well, she was in good mental health, and that night some people saw a woman walking barefoot in freezing cold weather wearing nothing but pajamas. Her friend also said that the woman had been having sleepwalking episodes as of late. Other people have fallen off of balconies or climbed out of windows to their death. We found one news report of a man in Chicago who went out sleepwalking in the winter when it was bitterly cold. He died of hypothermia. He was taking sleeping pills at the time, and those have been blamed for some episodes of sleepwalking. A sleepwalker might injure themselves, or their walk might be a walk of death, but there have been cases when they seriously hurt or even killed another person. The most well-known case is arguably that of a man in Toronto who got in a car, drove to his mother-in-law's house, and killed her. He later drove to a police station and told the cops that he thought he had killed someone. This man was sometimes nicknamed the Gentle Giant, and he had no reason for doing what he had done. He adored his mother-in-law. Others have been attacked by sleepwalkers but thankfully didn't lose their lives. When the sleepwalker awoke, in many cases, they were incredibly shocked at what they'd done. In yet another case, a man was possibly asleep while trying to fix a swimming pool pump in the middle of the night. His defense argued that his wife tried to wake him up, and he killed her in his half-asleep state. The neighbors saw this and called the cops. When they arrived, they asked him who was in the house, and the man replied his wife and 2 kids. He didn't know what he'd done. He was still convicted of murder in the end. We don't mean to scare you with these grim cases, and they are extremely rare. In most cases, the person won't do much at all, but some sleepwalkers might exhibit complex behaviors, and that could be dangerous for them. It's better that they don't get too far and don't do too much, but just remember, if you startle them, they are not really in their right mind. Do what we said and be gentle, and if that doesn't work, stand back and make a noise. You can't sleep. For the second night in a row, you're tossing and turning until you finally give up and get out of bed. You don't know why your sleep cycle is so disrupted, but you were exhausted today, and you know tomorrow is going to be even worse as sleep deprivation affects your mind. But you can tell you're not going to sleep anytime soon, so you figure you might as well spend some time on the internet. Maybe it can tell you a little more about why you can't sleep. A quick Google of sleep deprivation shows you there are many causes, including insomnia, sleep apnea, and stress. They suggest some cures, but you've tried most of them and they aren't working. You wonder, how long can a person go without sleep? Well, it turns out many people have tried to answer just that. Sleep experiments are more common than you thought, with scientists researching the long-term effects of no sleep on people and animals. Some of them have shocking and disturbing results, including one that makes you even more sure you're not going to sleep now. But you can't stop reading as you find stories of the most shocking sleep experiments ever. Number 10. You're not getting paid for sleep deprivation, but that wasn't the case for lucky contestants on Awake, the $1 Million Game. This Netflix game show tested the effects of 24 hours of sleep deprivation on contestants by making them spend an entire day in a room counting endless piles of coins without sleeping. When the full day was over, they were quizzed on how much they had counted, with the contestants who counted the least and were the least accurate being eliminated. The remaining contestants then participated in games of wits and dexterity while being exhausted, and it was obvious how much the lack of sleep was getting to them. Movements that should have been second nature resulted in them sliding all over the place. The last contestant standing had to guess the exact sum they had counted and had the chance of winning $1 million if they were close enough. With only a day of sleep deprivation, no one suffered any ill effects, but none of the contestants seemed ready to push it any further. Sleep deprivation in game shows is nothing new. But what happens if you fill an entire house with people who haven't slept for a week straight? Number 9. Over in the UK, another TV producer decided to take a televised sleep experiment much further. Shattered took the format of popular shows like Big Brother, isolating strangers in a house together, and added the element of sleep deprivation by keeping people awake for a full week while they were tested in challenges. The contestants were competing for a prize pot of £100,000, but there was a nasty wrinkle. Anytime one of the contestants closed their eyes for more than 10 seconds, the pot lost £1,000. That's an expensive moment of rest. They faced memory tests and other mental games, as well as being tempted to fall asleep by relaxing challenges like getting a massage, counting sheep, and watching paint dry. 6 were eliminated, 1 quit, and ultimately Claire Southern won the show, but the prize was down to £97,000 due to all the money lost. Although many people said the show was dangerous, none of the contestants reported any health issues after the game. Luckily, the game show contestants were found to have no lasting effects, but our next lab rat's brain would be so altered that he would live the rest of his life with a major identity crisis. Number 8. Radio presenter Peter Tripp put on one of the most famous sleep deprivation experiments ever for a children's charity. The host of a popular music countdown show, he announced that he would stay awake and broadcast his radio show for 201 hours straight, over 8 days. On the first 2 days, he had a lot of energy and seemed to be having fun, but on day 3, things started getting odd. He was monitored by scientists and doctors, and they quickly started noticing weird behavior. At one point, he jumped up from his desk because he believed it was on fire, but no one else could see much as a wisp of smoke. Later, he ripped off his shoes in a panic because he was convinced they were full of spiders. Again, not a single spider was found. Observers speculated that he was hallucinating when his mind was supposed to be in its dream state. During the last 3 days, he was given drugs to help him stay awake. When he concluded his experiment, raising a large sum for charity, he immediately slept for 13 hours straight. But his friends and family say he was never the same, even believing he wasn't the real Peter Tripp. But this was far from the most extreme attempt to push the limits of human endurance. Number 7. Sleep deprivation experiments done on humans abide by strict ethical standards. Because scientists want to make sure their charges don't suffer ill effects, or sue them for everything they're worth and turn their lab into a family restaurant. But scientists experimenting on animals don't have the same standards, and experiments on rats showed that long-term sleep deprivation can have deadly effects. Humans have a fail-safe in that we're able to micro-sleep, getting seconds of sleep at a time while we struggle to stay awake. Rats' more primitive brains don't have that ability, and a pair of experiments in 1983 and 1995 that kept rats from falling asleep through constant stimulation showed that their brains could only microsleep in one tiny part. The sleep-addled rodents all invariably died anywhere from 11 to 32 days after the experiment began. This proved that while the brain can survive sleep deprivation longer than most people will try, it has a limit. But that's nothing compared to what another scientist did with animal experimentation. Number 6. The year was 1984 and Russian Dr. Maria Menasina wanted to determine what was more important to survival, sleep or food. She decided to test the theory by taking 4 puppies, making sure they were well fed, but keeping them from sleeping by constantly handling them and taking them for walks. The results were disturbing. Within 4 days, the first puppy was dead and the other 4 soon followed. Menasina wasn't sure if this was a fluke, so she immediately gathered 6 more puppies and repeated her experiment. The results were the same, with all 6 of her puppy subjects meeting their end soon. No one's sure if the brains of young animals are more vulnerable to sleep deprivation because their brains are still developing, but the experiment proved Menasina's theory that sleep is critical to the brain and animals can't function without it. But she's definitely not winning any awards from the Kennel Club for her research. Soon though, people started thinking about trying the same experiment on humans. Number 5. Only a year after Maria Menasina's experiment, the first similar experiment was conducted on humans at the University of Iowa. 3 men volunteered, with the plan being for them to stay awake for 90 hours straight while being observed by scientists. That's almost 4 days, and during the first day all seemed normal. The men seemed groggy, a bit confused, but could function and answer questions. After the second day, things started to get disturbing. They reported hallucinations in the room, with one insisting that there was a greasy layer of molecular particles covering the floor. They stumbled around, trying to avoid the phantom grease on the floor. This was the first controlled study, and scientists watched to make sure no one hurt themselves or others before it was over. When the 90 hours were up, the men were allowed to sleep, but the scientists wanted to see just how soundly they would sleep after that experience. They all hit the 3 men with an electric shock, but none of them woke up. Their bodies' need to sleep overruled the pain. Sleeping so deeply you can stand an electric shock is starting to sound good right now. But this was far from the longest stretch people stayed awake for an experiment. Governments would soon get involved in sleep deprivation for very sinister purposes. Number 4. Most sleep deprivation experiments are designed to test the endurance of the human body for research. But what if the intention wasn't to see how much people could endure while staying healthy, but to break them down so they'd do whatever you wanted? That's what the CIA was found to be doing in 2005 when they admitted to sleep deprivation as a form of torture when interrogating high-level detainees. Common in the early 2000s as the US attempted to get information from captured militants, this method of torture involved keeping inmates from sleeping by constantly moving them around, making them change cells, or waiting for them to fall asleep and then waking them up immediately with a start. The inmates became increasingly disoriented and fatigued, and more likely to slip up in interrogations and give away vital info. The maximum length that this torture was carried out? Over 180 hours, more than a week without sleep. Where did the US learn this tactic? The Soviets had been carrying it out for decades, and US spies were trained on how to resist it and use it for their own purposes. Some people aren't content experimenting with animals or other humans. Some researchers find that the only suitable test subject is themselves. Number 3. There are limits to organized sleep deprivation experiments, but how far will people push themselves in search of testing the limits? In 1938, 2 researchers, Nathaniel Kleitman and Bruce Richardson, decided to turn themselves into human guinea pigs by removing themselves from the natural sleep cycle. They moved into Kentucky's Mammoth Caves, a massive network of underground caves, for a full 32 days. No access to the sun, no sense of time, and no way to regulate their sleep cycle meant that their bodies would have to adapt quickly or they might go mad. While their results were inconclusive, they inspired sleep researcher Jürgen Aschoff to repeat the experiment 2 decades later in a more controlled environment. He studied the body temperatures of his subjects and determined that humans have a natural circadian rhythm that doesn't depend upon tracking the movement of the sun and natural light. But what if someone was inspired by this experiment and decided to take it further? Our next sleep deprivation experiment would change a man so profoundly he would no longer operate on the same time as the rest of us. Number 2. It was 1962, in the height of the Cold War. and the threat of nuclear war was enough to make getting away from it all seem pretty appealing. But for French geologist Michel Chiffre, he was about to take social distancing further than anyone ever had voluntarily. He decided to isolate himself in a frozen cave beneath a glacier for 2 whole months to figure out the effects of long-term solitary confinement on the human mind and the sleep cycle. Like the Mammoth Caves experiment, Chiffre would be completely cut off from the sun, and his body would have no way to tell time. He would have no contact with another human besides a research assistant who would be notified of Chiffre's sleep schedule to keep track. Chiffre completed his experiment and managed to maintain a regular sleep schedule, but when he was debriefed after he emerged, scientists discovered something very strange. Chiffre no longer had a normal perception of time. As a part of the questions, he was asked to count to 120, one number per second. It took a whole 5 minutes for him to complete the count. Chiffre's experiment went on so long he no longer ran on the same clock as everyone else, but that's nothing compared to what one young man did in an attempt to break the world record for sleep deprivation. Number 1. The year was 1964, and a high school student named Randy Gardner wanted to see just how far he could push the limits of human endurance. He wanted to break the record for the longest anyone had ever stayed awake. Wanting to make sure his feat was well documented for the history books, Gardner assembled a team of professionals to monitor his run to the record, including a Stanford sleep researcher. As the days wore on, Randy seemed to be weathering the sleep deprivation better than most. But as one day turned into another, he started becoming moody and paranoid. He reported hallucinations and found it hard to concentrate and remember things. One thing he didn't lose? His energy, as on day 10 he beat one of the researchers in a game of ping pong. By the time the experiment ended at a whopping 11 days and 24 minutes, Randy was still alert enough to hold a press conference and was found to be in good health. To no one's surprise, he fell asleep very quickly and slept the longest he had ever slept in his life, followed by another marathon session the next night. Randy Gardner was young, healthy, fully rested, and recovered, and the documented record holder for the longest anyone has stayed awake. You're feeling pretty tired now, and it might be time to try to fall asleep again. So you say you don't sleep well, and you don't know why, because you feel good and you do all the right things in your life to get a decent night's sleep. What you don't know is that you actually don't do the things that are conducive to getting a solid 8 hours, with those needed spurts of rapid eye movement. There are things you do that you're not even aware of that affect you getting the requisite hours in a deep sleep mode. And today we're going to tell you what you're doing wrong. So first of all, you're not alone. Did you know that in the USA it's reported that a whopping 60% of people have trouble sleeping most nights or even every night? That's according to the National Sleep Foundation. And when it comes to sleeping, this organization knows what it's talking about. The same study tells us that 43% of those people rarely or never get a good night's sleep. Well, at least people aged 13 to 64. A lot of those folks say they don't even get 6 hours of sleep a night. And the word on the street is, we should get 7 to 9 hours if we want to feel good. The sleep deprivation era is here, and there is one big reason why we seem to be sleeping less. The reason is technology, with the National Sleep Foundation reporting that 95% of people use an electronic gadget of some kind right before bed. Are you watching this show just before you intend to sleep? But we're not just talking about phones. TVs are included in the list of gadgets. This is what one expert said about gadget use before bed. Artificial light exposure between dusk and the time we go to bed at night suppresses release of the sleep-promoting hormone melatonin, enhances alertness, and shifts circadian rhythms to a later hour, making it more difficult to fall asleep. We're not saying don't use gadgets, but perhaps if you want to get your 8 hours and drift off quickly, you might think about not looking at a screen for the 2 hours before you intend to sleep. Around 60% of people in one study said they use their laptop or phone right before they go to bed. And some of them play computer games, which is really not conducive to making yourself tired. Another sleep expert said this about that. Over the last 50 years, we've seen how television viewing has grown to be near constant before bed. And now we're seeing new information technologies such as laptops, cell phones, video games, and music devices rapidly gaining the same status. You might think it doesn't affect you at all, but according to these experts, it does, and there's data to back that up. We should add that the artificial light theory about keeping us awake is controversial, and so more research needs to be done. According to studies, a lot of Americans leave their phone alerts on during the night, and 1 in 10 people interviewed said their phone woke them up during the night at times. Just turn off the alerts, it's simple to do. The problem these days is that many people have online friends all over the world, so when you're trying to sleep in the UK, your friends in the USA are sending you photos of kittens on Facebook Messenger. You might have a client in Asia who keeps posting stuff about the work you do when you're trying to sleep in Canada. You may wake up and not know why, but often it's because something went down in that phone of yours. Another study said younger folks were terrible at this, saying that 72% of American kids aged 6 to 17 go to bed with their phone. In the past, kids may have slept with a furry bear or a book, and those things don't make any noise. So why do people these days feel they need to sleep with their phone? What's so important that it can't wait? Are you really that addicted to the thing? The co-founder of Huffington Post, Ariana Huffington, has said in interviews that this tech addiction is a major issue and is affecting the mental health of people. She said the parents are often as bad as the kids, so they need to start setting a better example. She talks about the dopamine hits we get from technology, and so scrolling through Facebook right before bed is not a good idea. When she sleeps, there's no technology in her room at all. You might also get stressed by looking at social media before bedtime. You really don't want to get a shot of envy right before you try to fall asleep. Oh look, there's my friend on a beach in some country I can't afford to go to. That's not what you want in your head before you try to fall asleep. So, technology, this is what's keeping you awake. Our advice is simple. Do not look at any electronic screens at least 2 hours before bedtime. You might not believe it, but it's negatively affecting your sleep cycle. If you're a parent, don't allow tech in your kids' bedrooms. If you're a kid, wise up and turn that stuff off. Show some self-control. And if we're starting to sound like we're giving you a lecture, we should say that we only just started doing this ourselves. We can tell you that we started to sleep better. Now let's say you don't use an electronic gadget but still can't sleep. You're not depressed or particularly stressed, and so you don't know what the problem is. You haven't just fallen in love or lost a job. You're fine, but sleeping is hard work for you. You know, it could be those coffees that you're having in the evening, or perhaps those cups of tea. We know those British folks love their tea, and quite a few of them will have a cuppa in the evening, perhaps with their supper. We know this because we've seen it firsthand. That cup of the finest Tetley's tea could actually be keeping those Brits awake. That cappuccino from Starbucks the American had at 7 p.m. could ruin that person's sleep. This is the lowdown on the drug, caffeine. Once you've had your hit, you'll peak around 30 to 60 minutes later. That buzz will then plateau, but caffeine has a half-life of 5 to 6 hours, meaning this is the time it takes for your body to get rid of half of the drug. Still, you have some caffeine in your system for hours after that. Now, as you know, it's not as if caffeine can be compared to a substance such as ice, the illegal kind. But it is a stimulant, and we should say that Americans love the stuff, perhaps just as much as those Brits love their tea. One study we found said this: the average daily consumption of caffeine by adults in the US is about 300 milligrams per person. This is about 3 times higher than the world average, but it's still only half of the caffeine consumption in heavy tea-drinking countries such as England and Sweden. Some people like coffee too much, and while there are many positive effects to having that shot of espresso, you can go overboard. In extreme cases, believe it or not, people have died from overdosing on caffeine. In less extreme cases, people just feel weird. That might not be so bad in the morning, but at nighttime it can be a nightmare. You can look at coffee charts from Starbucks or other outlets and see how much caffeine there is in one cup. It depends on the size of the cup, but your instant stuff might just have 50 milligrams of caffeine in it, which isn't going to make you fire up some techno music and start dancing. But many outlets sell cups of coffee with 200 or even 400 milligrams of caffeine in the cup. The Starbucks Blonde Roast has a massive 475 milligrams of caffeine in it. Some experts say when you get a hit of 500 to 600 milligrams, it's like a small dose of amphetamine. Tea drinkers will fare better as a regular cup might only contain 50 milligrams of caffeine. But given some folks drink tea as if they were addicted to it, it's possible to get a tea high. The long and short of this all is that you really shouldn't be consuming caffeine in the evening at all. We suggest you have your last hit in the afternoon. We found one study that told us having caffeine 6 hours before bedtime reduced people's sleep time by 1 hour. Energy drinks also contain caffeine, and so those 10 vodka Red Bulls you had at the party might not only just make you act like an idiot, but it will likely cut down on your sleep time. A can of Coke will have caffeine in it if it's not the non-caffeine variety, so remember that some soft drinks before bed might not be a good thing. The US Food and Drug Administration tells us that caffeine is for the most part a safe substance, but it says you should probably not consume more than 400 milligrams a day. That's easy to do when you're chugging tea and coffee all day and then having your Cokes for lunch and dinner. What about eating late at night? Some studies tell us that late eaters might gain weight because you're hardly active when you're sleeping. Another study conducted in the University of Pennsylvania in 2017 said eating late at night gives people a higher chance of getting type 2 diabetes. The study said late eating can raise cholesterol levels and so give you a better chance of having a heart attack. In fact, there isn't much happy information concerning eating late, but lots of people do it. Imagine this: some kid munching on a bag of Doritos while drinking a Coke and scrolling through envy-inducing Facebook right before that kid wants to sleep. That makes about as much sense as someone going to a nightclub to meditate or heading to the shooting range to study for their calculus exam. It makes no sense at all, but people do it. We imagine a few of you are doing something like that right now, but you can admit to it later. At nighttime, give your digestive system a break. There's evidence that it's not only bad for your health, but food in your full stomach can affect how much quality sleep you get. If you watched our other sleep show, you'll know that the good kind of sleep is when you go into deep sleep, and these are called rapid eye movement cycles. You should be getting about 5 of these a night. The other sleep is called non-rapid eye movement. Studies have shown that food before bed can reduce these deep sleep cycles and prevent you from having the dreams that are so important to your mental well-being. Sugar, carbs, and fats are the worst things to eat late at night, so perhaps we'll forgive you for having one small bite of banana. This is the conclusion of one article we found. Eating during bedtime hours, whether it's a large dinner or a small snack while watching your favorite TV show, while it may seem to help you fall asleep, may actually harm your overall health and metabolism, creating added stress inside the body. So there you go. If you're healthy and not suffering from some physical or mental disease, this might be the reason you're not sleeping well. It's really simple advice to follow. Just turn off your gadgets 2 hours before bed. Don't consume caffeine at least 6 hours before bed, and don't eat before you sleep. If indeed you're watching the show at midnight with your mouth full of chocolate being cement mixed with Coca-Cola, you're basically creating a perfect storm of bad sleep.
Have you ever suffered from insomnia? Twisting and turning between the sheets until you see the light peeking through the curtains and you think, damn, today is not going to be easy? For most people who go without sleep for just one night, the next day everything seems a bit out of whack. Imagine that lasted another day, and another day. That's what we're going to discuss in this episode of the Infographic Show, What If You Never Fell Asleep Again? Don't forget to subscribe and click the bell button so that you can be part of a notification squad. Let's start with day 1 of no sleep. What exactly happens to you? According to one study that tested volunteers' brain patterns after a sleepless night, the deprivation led to what is called fractional anisotropy. In layman's terms, this means sleeplessness affects neural functions and in the short term can affect your emotions as well as your ability to think straight. One sleep expert, Dr. Fred Merkala, says going without just one night's sleep can affect the brain the same way alcohol does, by creating mental confusion. He also says that going just 24 hours without sleep can result in hallucinations, paranoia, and even sleep deprivation psychosis. The Journal of Neuroscience says this can feel like suffering from schizophrenia for some people, while others deal with a 24-hour wake binge much better. If one night can be that bad, what about 2 nights? Most scientists that study sleep deprivation say you lose 25% of brain performance for every 24 hours you don't sleep. If after 24 hours you feel muddled and a little off kilter, a report by the US National Institute of Health says that after 39 hours your heart rate and blood pressure will be affected. At this point you may have all the symptoms above, but according to research, there is a good chance you'll have trouble remembering some people's faces. After 48 hours, the body's immune system starts to falter due to a decrease in your body's natural killer cells, aka NK cells. These are the cells that fight off disease. The study abstract concludes, not surprisingly, that sleep restriction produces physiological consequences that may be unhealthy. Nitrogen was also found in the urine of the test patients, which also usually means your body is undergoing some kind of stress. It's also proven that your hormones will be affected, so there's a chance you might get all emotional or just fly off the handle. Your hearing, as well as hand-eye coordination, will be affected, and so will your ability to judge situations. According to the International Journal of Occupational Medicine and Environmental Health, don't drive a car at this point or start doing some metal work. You may just start using a kind of autopilot too, meaning you get from A to B and don't remember what happened in between. As for the mind, on one particular web forum, a high school student says he went to school after 48 hours of no sleep and ended up sitting down on a bench and chatting with another boy. When he noticed the concerned teacher looking at him, he then realized there was no boy there. He had been hallucinating. In an article by Everyday Health, it states at 48 hours you will also start having microsleeps. These can last between half a second to half a minute, and you won't even know you've had them. Other research says that you are not actually hallucinating, but dreaming during wakefulness. This is something that has been called sleep insanity. At 72 hours, things get really weird. When interviewed, one soldier who experienced days without sleep said even just talking to someone can be really hard. He also said he'd see things in the trees, such as people approaching his camp. It's interesting to note here that during Navy SEAL training there is something called Hell Week, wherein trainees have to stay awake for as long as they can and actually do things. According to the Navy SEALs website, only 25% of people get through Hell Week, but it does seem they can catch at least a couple of Z's now and again. Unless under lab conditions or being tortured, we will all have these microsleeps or blackouts. As for torture, the Senate Committee's 2014 report on the CIA's use of sleep deprivation after 9/11 found that depriving people of sleep made them say just about anything, including false confessions. The report said some detainees were sleep deprived for as long as 180 hours, which resulted in them being put under tremendous physical and emotional stress, as well as experiencing disturbing hallucinations. Amnesty International calls it cruel and inhumane, not only for what happens psychologically, but also the stress that is put on the body. The record for not sleeping without the use of stimulants is held by Randy Gardner, and he managed 11 days, 25 minutes in 1964. He suffered from concentration problems, short-term memory loss, paranoia, and hallucinations. Claims have been made for longer sleeps, but none have been scientifically verified. If you are unfortunate enough to suffer from the disease fatal familial insomnia, you will not sleep, and as the name suggests, you will die within months, but not before you go crazy. No one has ever just stayed awake, as it is thought to be simply impossible. You will just start having microsleeps. We don't know what would happen to someone who never sleeps again, because the body, thank goodness, just won't let that happen.
This video was made possible by Wix. If you're ready to create a website, head over to wix.com/go/infographics to try out one of their premium plans right now. In today's episode of the Infographics Show, we're slipping off into the land of dreams. It seems most people have their own ways to nod off, and these vary from taking a hot bath to sniffing lavender. Today, we look at some of the more popular sleep-inducing tricks. For today's show, though, we're not promoting pharmaceuticals that have a clinically proven track record of sending us to sleep in seconds. Instead, we're taking a look at some natural solutions for insomnia and seeing if they really do work. So what natural methods work best for sleeping? What's the fastest way to fall asleep? Let's take a look at how to fall asleep quicker. One of the most common causes of sleeplessness is anxiety. If you're worried about something, then you will have a difficult time regulating emotions, and your body will not be in a condition predisposed to sleep. What's happening in the mind is key to allowing that sleep hormone melatonin to work its beautiful magic. Melatonin is produced by the pineal gland and naturally regulates sleep, and it's this hormone that allows us to have a good night's rest. First up, let's look at the things you shouldn't be doing if you're trying to fall asleep. While it may seem tempting to have an alcoholic nightcap, and a drink or two might send us off to sleep quicker, the sleep is of lesser quality. Alcohol affects heart rhythm and disrupts all sleep stages. Plus, drinking makes us need to pee, and getting up in the night to use the bathroom puts us right back out of the sleep cycle. Also, try to avoid sleeping tablets, as they can become addictive and often lead the user to suffer from the very problems, anxiety and stress, that they're prescribed to cure. You should go to bed at a regular hour and rise at the same time each day. True, you won't feel tired every time you go to bed, but our bodies crave structure. To only go to bed when absolutely exhausted confuses our sleep patterns and promotes insomnia. Melatonin supplements should be avoided because over the course of time, our bodies will stop producing any hormone that is artificially introduced, and sleeplessness will probably become a larger concern. Counting sheep doesn't seem to work either. Small studies, including one by Oxford University, on sheep counting and similar techniques, have been conducted with test groups of only 10 to 20. But with numbers this little, it's impossible to draw a solid conclusion. One theory is that sheep counting only increases anxiety as the mind becomes aware of the concept of time, and being aware of time is one of the biggest enemies to the act of nodding off. In battling insomnia, sometimes reverse psychology might work. By forcing yourself to stay awake, you may alleviate sleep anxiety. Research conducted at the University of Glasgow found that insomniacs who were instructed to stay awake with their eyes wide open eventually fell asleep faster than the other participants in the experiment, who were not instructed with this paradoxical intention. Further research needs to be undertaken in the reverse psychology field of sleep suggestion, though. Richard Wiseman, professor for public understanding at the University of Hertfordshire and author of the book Night School, suggests that people suffering from sleeplessness should get up and do an activity that requires basic motor skills, such as a jigsaw or crossword puzzle. They should avoid watching television and digital screens in bed, as the blue lights have been proven to suppress the sleep-inducing hormone melatonin. Also, screens in the bed cause the brain to associate the bed to being an awake environment rather than one for sleep. The key is to avoid associating your bed with a place to be awake. Clocks should be hidden, as watching or perhaps worse, listening to the minutes tick-tock toward morning induces your sleep-related anxiety. Your bedroom should be cool and dark and quiet. You might consider taking a warm shower or bath before bed and then stepping into the cooler bedroom. Studies have shown that the rapid decrease in body temperature slows your metabolism faster and prepares the body for sleep. A Swiss study has shown that wearing socks may help in falling asleep faster. Shifting blood flow from the core of your body to your extremities cools down the body and help along that sleep hormone melatonin. It also has been proven that splashing or immersing your face in cold water may help relax your nervous system and triggers the dive reflex that lowers heart rate and blood pressure. Aromatherapy may also prove helpful, but evidence is mixed with some scientific bodies officially labeling the practice as a pseudoscience. However, lavender has long been associated with sleep. In 2005, researchers at the Wesleyan University discovered that subjects who were exposed to lavender for 2 minutes before sleeping experienced deeper sleep and felt more vigorous in the morning. As mentioned, it is not just the space around your physical body that's important. Picturing an ideal environment in your mind may be the key to helping sleep. An Oxford University study named Behavior Research and Therapy with a tiny test pool of 17 subjects found that insomniacs who imagined a beach or a waterfall fell asleep 20 minutes faster than those who simply counted sheep. This study is too small for our infographics researchers to deem significant, but we thought we'd mention it anyway. The National Sleep Foundation recommends something called progressive relaxation. This technique requires you to tense and then relax each muscle beginning with your toes and working your way up to your neck and head. Visualize your skeleton and muscles and picture in your mind each part of your body relaxing. So take a hot bath or shower, make sure your room is cool, dark, and quiet, and find your preferred sleeping position. And visualize your ideal environment as you tense and relax your body. And who knows, once sleep arrives, you may find yourself visiting that ideal environment in your dream state. Now that you're ready to fall asleep in under a minute, it's time to try the 4-7-8. This popular natural method involves 3 simple steps that take 4, 7, and 8 seconds. This 60-second technique supposedly works like this. Simply find yourself a comfortable position and breathe in through your nose for 4 seconds. Hold your breath for 7 seconds and then exhale very slowly for 8 or more seconds. Repeat this exercise until sleep takes you by the hand. Harvard-educated MD Andrew Weil swears by this method. He took the method from a hundreds of years old yogi meditation practice and says it's the single best method that I've found for dealing with getting back to sleep if you wake up in the middle of the night. Slowing down the breathing rate forces the rhythm of your heart to slow down and in turn puts the body into a relaxed state. But before getting too excited, keep in mind that there isn't one research paper or any clinical studies to show that this method works. It's been a long day at work, and you want nothing more than a little shut-eye. You groggily walk up the stairs to your bedroom, shedding layers of clothing as you go. Your body flops down on the bed, and you shut your eyes. You start to fall asleep. The world blurs around you. Your breathing slows. You're about to drift into dreamland, when suddenly, your entire body convulses. You jump right off the mattress and land with a thud. What just happened? What just caused you to practically jump out of your skin? You have no idea, and the worst part is, now you're wide awake. The phenomena you just experienced is called hypnic jerk or sleep starts. Scientists aren't entirely sure why the body does this, but it is a common occurrence. Between 60 to 70% of people report having experienced hypnic jerks during their lifetime. The intensity of the experience depends on the person. Let's look at what's actually happening in the brain and body when you jump awake out of peaceful sleep. The human brain has 2 main systems that control your day-to-day life. One system is called the reticular activating system, which sits just below the cortex. It's located near the parts of the brain that controls basic functions such as breathing and your heartbeat. When the reticular activating system is turned on, you feel alert. In other words, you're awake. The other system of the brain is the ventrolateral preoptic nucleus, which is located on the underside of the brain right where the nerves for your eyes cross. Fun fact, the left side of your brain controls the right eye and the right side of your brain controls the left eye. Anatomy is cool. The ventrolateral preoptic nucleus, or VLPO, is what causes the body to sleep. It's hypothesized that the VLPO is located near the visual cortex so that it can collect information about time of day based on intensity of light entering the eyes. Once you start to drift off to sleep, the brain starts to rely more heavily on the ventrolateral preoptic nucleus and less on the reticular activating system. This does not work like an on-off switch, but instead, it's like a slider that slowly shifts control from one region of the brain to the other. During the transition period is where things can get interesting. The term hypnic jerk got its name from the sleeping or twitching sensation most often associated with the hypnagogic state of sleep. This is the transition stage where your body goes from being awake to being asleep. A hypnic jerk most likely occurs when the awake part of your brain is not completely shut down before the sleep part of your brain takes over. Think of it as a battle within yourself. Who will win, the sleepiness or the awareness? When you sleep, your body falls into what's called sleep paralysis. This ensures that when you dream of running a marathon, your legs don't kick your covers off or the person next to you. It's also why you can jump, swim, ride a bike, and all sorts of other activities in your dreams, and when you wake up, you're still comfortably lying in your bed. However, hypnic jerks seem to happen when the motor system of the brain, which controls muscle movements, is still fighting for control even if you're trying to sleep. People experience that battle from being awake to falling asleep in different ways. Many people experience hypnic jerks often, but just don't wake up. Instead, their sleeping partner might complain upon waking that they were kicked by the hypnic jerker. But the person who had the hypnic jerk has no recollection of kicking their sleeping companion at all. These jerks or twitches are involuntary, but can still hurt the person sleeping next to you. The involuntary muscle movements are called myoclonus. It's actually the same process that causes hiccups. Again, anatomy is cool. But you're not necessarily concerned about the weak hypnic jerks that cause just a twitch. No, you probably want to learn more about why you sometimes jump straight into the air when a hypnic jerk occurs. The reason is that each hypnic jerk may vary in strength and from person to person. Some spasms can be strong enough to cause you to jump awake, while others are just little tremors you sleep straight through. Either way, hypnic jerks are the result of your brain battling itself for control between the real world and the dream world. That might not be the most satisfying answer, but it is the best one scientists have at the moment. Scientists have several theories as to why hypnic jerks occur. One of the more interesting ones is that they're byproducts of human evolution. Our ancient ancestors lived in trees, and only recently came down from those trees to spend most of their time on the ground. Recently in evolutionary time, that is. Our DNA may still be programmed with warnings such as hypnic jerks that are left over from our distant ancestors. For example, living in trees is great for protection, but when you fall asleep it can be very dangerous. A 30-foot fall from a tree will kill you just as quickly as a predator on the ground. Hypnic jerks may be a leftover warning system to ensure that the body is secure when sleeping in the canopy of a forest. The theories about the current human condition might shed some light on hypnic jerks as well. There's evidence that stress, caffeine, anxiety, and exercise may cause more frequent hypnic jerks. Our lifestyle may play a large role in the likelihood and frequency of sleep starts. One of the more interesting theories is that hypnic jerks are actually our body's testing to see if sleep paralysis has set in. Imagine for a moment that you are your own brain. I know, trippy, right? You're slowly shutting down for the night so that you can enjoy some relaxing dreams and recharge the batteries. But as your brain, you want to ensure that your body won't roll out of bed and crash to the floor. Or when you start dreaming about being in a rock and roll band, you won't start jamming out on the air guitar in your bed. So just to make sure your body is in sleep paralysis, you shoot signals through the muscles to check and see if they move. You push a little too hard and whoops, hypnic jerk your body awake and you're back to square one. But at least you didn't play a whole rock concert out in your bed. A less common but just as interesting trick of the brain is dream incorporation. Sometimes people can claim they're falling or kicking something in their dreams and they woke up jerking or kicking in their bed. This phenomena shows the brain's ability to create detailed stories in your dreams. Some are so real and so close to a certain sensation your body actually plays out the action from the dream itself. But should you be worried about hypnic jerks and how it affects your body? Are they harmful? Well, most scientists agree that they're completely normal and safe, other than maybe kicking your sleeping mate. But there have been some accounts that hypnic jerks can be anxiety-inducing events. There are stories of sleep-deprived patients who have told doctors that they have intense hypnic jerks every night at the same time. This can be a huge annoyance, but it's not physically or mentally harmful. Hypnic jerks can happen to people of all ages. Research shows that adults are more likely to complain about hypnic jerks than children, but that could just be because adults tend to get more cranky when their sleep is interrupted. In adults, hypnic jerks seem to be correlated to caffeine intake, stress, and exercise right before falling asleep. If you're tired of jumping awake at night, there are some recommended ways to stop hypnic jerks from occurring. With all things we do, humans often crave routines, like having a cup of coffee in the morning or going to the gym at 6:43 every evening. Sleep is no different. The body and mind might relax more if you routinely go to bed and wake up at the same time every day. This could lessen the likelihood of hypnic jerks. You can also reduce the effects and chances of hypnic jerks by avoiding things that stimulate the brain right before trying to go to sleep. The more relaxed you are, the easier it is for your brain to transition from being awake to being asleep. Some suggestions to reach this Zen feeling are avoiding late-night exercises before bed, not drinking coffee or other caffeine-containing beverages close to sleep time, and turning down the lights prior to going to bed, and doing relaxing meditations to prep your brain for sleep mode. If you ever are drifting off to sleep and suddenly jump, it's only your brain battling with itself. Hypnic jerks can range from small twitches to convulsions that cause you to jump awake. However, they're not dangerous, except perhaps to the person sleeping next to you. If you want to lessen the likelihood of punching or kicking your bedmate in your sleep, remember to stay away from exercise, caffeine, and stimulating activities before bed. Here's to a good night's sleep. The average person will sleep about 8 hours a day, so that's a third of your life catching Z's. If you live to the average age in most developed nations, that will mean you'll spend somewhere close to 10,000 days in bed asleep. That's more time spent sleeping than you'll do any other activity. And of course, we're not counting breathing or thinking or seeing. With this in mind, you'll have to give great respect to this thing we all call sleep. Sleep is our great relief, and countless studies tell us that if we don't get enough of it or get too much of it, there will be negative consequences regarding our physical and mental health. You best make sure you're sleeping right, given how much of it you do, and today we'll tell you how to sleep well. Before we get into the advice, we'll tell you that research has shown that quite a lot of people do actually sleep in the wrong position. You might feel like it's the best way to drift off, but some positions can cause people harm. Some of the consequences of bad sleep positions might be you wake up with pains, sometimes in the neck, sometimes in the back, shoulders, or knees. You might just feel stiff in the morning, a little bit too rigid, but there's more than that. Some people snore because they're in the wrong position. And while we all let out a few nighttime grunts now and again, snoring can become a problem not only for your health but for your sleeping partner's mental health. Your friends might balk at sharing a hotel room with you too, and if you're especially loud, you might annoy people in the same house but not even in the same room. Because you're sleeping all wrong, you might wake up feeling really tired as if you haven't slept much at all. While some people wake up with headaches, and according to some experts, this might be a pillow problem. Other problems related to bad sleeping positions can be waking up with heartburn or inflammation in certain parts of the body. So without further ado, let's see how to sleep well. First of all, you might not know if you're not sleeping right because you have some of the symptoms we mentioned. You might just feel groggy every morning, or your sleep tracker might be telling you that there is a problem. Not everyone is the same, but we'll tell you how some positions can cause certain problems. Sleeping on your stomach can be a good thing and a bad thing. One of the problems with this is the fact that with a high pillow, sleeping on your stomach can cause neck pain. You're basically forcing your neck into a very difficult position every night, and this is why you might wake up with pain there quite often. The obvious solution to this, if you're a habitual stomach sleeper, is to get a lower pillow or totally get rid of your pillow. Yes, some doctors say sleeping on your stomach is best done without a pillow. You could at least give it a try. But there's more. Sleeping this way can make it harder to breathe because it's not exactly the most comfortable breathing position. Eileen Rosen, an associate professor of clinical medicine for the University of Pennsylvania School of Medicine in Philadelphia, said that there is a solution. Try not to sleep like a plank, for one thing, so bend the knee and the elbow. After that, to help more with position, put a small pillow underneath that armpit and hip. You can also take some pressure off your back by putting a pillow under your stomach. Try it. Play around with using pillows, not just for your head, but to support other parts of your body. You might just find you get a much better night's sleep. As for those head pillows, well, if you are a stomach sleeper or a back sleeper, don't have them too high. You only want enough height to keep your spine straight. Have you ever seen those images of Sleeping Beauty sleeping on her back with her head at a steep incline? Well, Miss Beauty no doubt woke up with a terrible neck crick. You don't need to go too high. So what about those folks that feel so comfortable sleeping in the fetal position? Oh, don't we all miss those cozy days in the womb of our mothers? It's actually the most popular position, and it's a good fit for most people. But there are problems too. It can cause breathing problems, which might lead to a bad night's sleep. One thing you can try if you like to sleep in this position is putting a pillow under one of your legs and holding onto it, as if you're hugging the pillow. In fact, in many places around Asia, people sleep like this all the time, except they hang on to something that looks a bit like a sausage. Sometimes they're called sausage pillows. They're not only used for people who like to sleep in the fetal position, but also to support other parts of the body. Buy one, stick it next to you, and we guarantee you'll soon be clinging onto it as a form of support and comfort. Many of the experts tell us that the fetal position with some support can be the best way to sleep. A lot of sleepers, and it's well documented, have lower back pain because of the way they sleep. Again, one thing you can do to fix this is get some kind of support. To prevent lower back pain, you might try sleeping with that support under your knees, in between your thighs, and again, if you sleep on your stomach, underneath you. So, what if you like sleeping on your stomach but not really in the fetal position? The best thing about this is that it can reduce all that snoring you do. It's also a lot better for digestion and heartburn than on your back. One study we found, though, said if you want to reduce heartburn and acid reflux, you should try and switch sides a lot, at least when you're trying to get to sleep. Just about everyone, anyway, says don't eat a big meal and go to sleep, especially a real fatty meal. It's not great for your weight, so try and give some space between eating and sleeping. If you're a side sleeper, there might be problems, such as shoulder stiffness and even jaw tightness. Again, another pillow under your body can help this. Side sleepers, like fetal sleepers, can really benefit from having something to hold on to. Not many people actually sleep on their back, but it does have quite a few benefits, including helping with knee pain and hip pain. It's more of a laying in bed and thinking position than a sleeping position, and many of us retreat to the stomach or side at some point. The important thing here is to get the pillow height right, since too low or too high will give you neck pain. It's also the position that a lot of people do their snoring in. If you are a serial snorer, then try to tell yourself to sleep on your side or in the fetal position. There are other tricks too, including sleeping with a tennis ball in the back pocket of whatever clothes you sleep in. In the end, there's no magic sleeping position to suit all, but if you're experiencing bad sleep or pains, you can just follow some of the advice we've given to you today. As one doctor from Johns Hopkins Medicine said about positions, we could argue that some are better than others, but there are caveats. She means what we just said. If you snore too much, don't go for the back. And if you have pains, try a different pillow or using support. And if you have heartburn, switch to your other side. The left is better, she said. If you often wake up with your face looking rather mangled, then try not to sleep on your stomach too much. Apparently, this can cause wrinkles in the long run. Not much of this matters, of course, if you have a mattress that's been around longer than you. If it's out of shape with a kind of dip in the middle, it's going to give you problems. It's hard to say which mattress is perfect for you because some sleepers suit hard mattresses more and some suit soft ones more. If it's cheap and super soft, so you virtually sink into it, it will likely give you some back problems. Soft can be good, but not too soft. It's the same with super hard. If the mattress doesn't allow any sinking at all, it might lead to stiff shoulders and stiff hips in the morning. You don't want to be sleeping on a virtual floor. Every night, we turn off the lights, close our eyes, and drift into a new reality. We all dream, even if we can't always remember doing it. But why? This question is one that has long been asked but not fully understood. Throughout any given night, we dream about every 90 minutes, and the length of our dream increases depending on how long we're asleep. The first dream is the shortest, sometimes around 10 minutes. After 8 hours of sleep, we can have dreams 45 minutes to an hour long. That's almost like watching a free movie in your subconscious, your own internal trip to the theater. But don't return those movie tickets in the waking world just yet. Dreams can be obscure and often just plain bizarre. Some are even terrible and disturbing. Why do we have them and what do they mean? Because there are so many different types of dreams and ways to interpret them, dream analysis can be extraordinarily complex, so much so that many people actually take classes and obtain certificates in order to do it. Yes, there is such a thing as getting a certificate in dream studies, which qualifies you to help others figure out the meaning of their dreams. Don't believe us? Just type Institute for Dream Studies into Google search. Whether getting one is worth the expense is entirely up to you. We all probably know of these common, familiar dreams. You know, the ones where you feel like you're falling and wake up in a mad panic, lose your teeth, or embarrassingly find that you are completely undressed in front of a crowded room while giving a public speech. Not all dreams are negative, and some even give us joy and inspiration. Why we have them is a mystery, but there are many theories and ideas that discuss possible answers. Many people seem to believe that dreams are just random and do not actually mean anything, while others insist upon their significance. Sigmund Freud, the father of psychoanalysis, believed in the meaning of dream interpretation and was famous for it. He explained that behavior stemmed from unconscious thoughts and that dreams are a way of expressing those secret primal desires. His concept of sexuality, however, has been criticized for being so vague that it can apply to pretty much anything. Have you ever dreamed about eating a hot dog? Well, Freud would probably interpret that as being a phallic symbol. Whether you want to believe in this or not, there's no 100% way of knowing for certain. One major criticism over Freud's theory of dream analysis is that it just can't be supported by research. It's simply not something that can be easily measured or examined in a lab. Some also argue that a lot of Freud's ideas may be a little outdated by today's standards, mainly because of the strong influence of sexuality as well as the Oedipus-Electra complex consistently used throughout his interpretations. Carl Jung is another figure who insisted on the use of dream interpretation. Like Freud, he believed that dreams are a direct expression of the unconscious. He considered dreams to be a tool used to restore or maintain mental health. He admitted, however, that dream interpretation was not something scientific, but more so emotional or feelings-based. He was a humanistic psychologist, so he believed that humans are natural meaning makers, and everyone is an expert on him or herself. He believed that his role was not to give answers, but to simply provide a gentle, guiding hand through the analysis process, allowing people to decipher their dreams for themselves. Freud thought Jung was influenced by the sway of mysticism for his lack of scientific approach. A Jungian therapist might argue that human cognition is not always driven by logic, so why approach it that way? So let's examine for a moment an example of how a Jungian therapist might approach an interpretation of a bad dream. Let's say you go to a Jungian therapist and explain that you had a nightmare, that something really bad happened to a loved one, your mother for instance. You don't know why you had such a dream and you feel guilty, wondering if your subconscious secretly hates your mom. You love her in the waking world, so you don't understand how you could have possibly dreamed this. A Jungian therapist would assure and calm you, explaining that you may have had the bad dream precisely because you love your mother. Confused? Allow us to explain. If you're someone who loves and adores your mother, but you have a dream about her swimming in an alligator-infested water, this does not mean you want to see her suffer. Quite the contrary, actually. Because you care for her, your subconscious may simply be trying to mentally prepare you for any worst-case scenario in the event that something really bad does happen to her. Your mind may also be prepping you so that you may devise a plan to prevent such a situation from occurring in real life. When you love someone, your feelings are strong, and so may be your dreams about them. This includes both positive and negative dreams. In this way, your awful dream may have been manifested to help you, though most of the time we view nightmares and bad dreams as more of a hindrance than a tool. Evolutionary psychological theories speculate dreams to be exactly this, a mental device used to prepare us for the worst so that we may cope with threats effectively in the waking world. Think of it this way, our evolutionary ancestors had to constantly defend themselves from predators around every bend. Thus, having a nightmare about being hunted by a tiger would have been advantageous for early humans for devising a plan of action. This way, when they encountered a tiger in the waking world, they'd be more prepared for the situation and bypass the same fate experienced in the nightmare. In today's modern world, we're more likely to have nightmares that are more relevant to our daily lives. Rather than dreaming about being attacked by a tiger, for instance, we're more inclined to have dreams about being late for our first day at a new job, failing a final exam, or giving an important speech in our pajamas. These types of dreams are thought to be designed to simulate what could go wrong so that we could avoid having them happen to us. Though, in all honesty, we probably don't need nightmares to tell us not to do certain things like give a speech in our pajamas. That's pretty much common sense. But because we've spent the majority of human existence as primal hunter-gatherers fending for our lives, our minds may not have fully caught up with our modern way of living and our comforts and conveniences. For this reason, we may continue to have nightmares because our basic instincts don't yet understand that our modern stressors are not life-threatening. Thus, we perceive threats like being late for work as something that provokes the same fight-or-flight response within us as being chased by a tiger. Moving on to another type of dream experience, if you constantly have dreams where you're not directly involved in the story, this can imply that you see yourself as an observer of life. We mean when your dreams play out like a movie, where you're watching someone else or a group of strangers facing a situation. In this case, pay attention to the characters, because they could be representative of people you know, or they could be various aspects of yourself interacting with one another in a story. When you wake up, be sure to write down what you remember before you forget it. Then revisit what you've written to see if you can connect the dots and find meaning in the material. Who knows? You may be surprised by what you uncover and what you wind up learning about your internal thoughts and desires. When it comes to the subject of nightmares, a 2014 study conducted by the University of Montreal showed that there tend to be common themes. Despite everyone having their own unique dream worlds, an analysis of 253 nightmares and 431 bad dreams found an overall high prevalence of physical aggression along with death, health, and threats. Men's nightmares seemed to center more around natural disasters and war, while women showed higher rates of interpersonal conflicts in their dreams, including emotional threats. Within the realm of dreams and nightmares, we should also mention that our knowledge is based on more speculation than fact. There's no consensus as to what directly causes nightmares, since dreams can be a challenge for neurobiologists and psychologists to study. What we do know is that there appears to be a connection between our dreams and our daytime lives, including our relationships with others, traumatic events we've experienced, and more. So how can we minimize the presence of nightmares? There are a few potential ways to go about doing this. First, practice good sleep hygiene. Ideally, keep your room cool, dark, and quiet. A temperature of 60 to 70 degrees is thought to be best. You've probably also heard that you should turn off all screens from the television to cell phones, since these can disturb your sleep. Second, talk about your nightmare or write it out on paper. Chances are, once you externalize the nightmare from your mind and examine it from an outside perspective, you may realize just how funny or silly your nightmare was and no longer be afraid of it. 3. Deal with any daytime stressors that may be bothering you and influencing your dreams. If, for example, your next-door neighbor has been mowing his lawn in Cleveland Brown boxers and you're a Steelers fan, perhaps this has been recurrently disturbing you in your dreams at night. Not only are you repulsed by the image of your half-naked neighbor being out in his boxer shorts, but you're also put off by the apparel that's representative of your rival team. Deal with this in the waking world by politely asking him to slip on some pants whenever he steps outside his house from now on. Be sensitive about your approach though, so as to not embarrass the poor guy who didn't realize he was making you uncomfortable with his ugly dad bod and love for the wrong sports team. There's no reason to be hostile. Fourth, and this might just be the most fun suggestion on this list, play video games. That's right, playing video games is thought to make dreams less threatening because it instills in you the process of fighting and winning, which can carry over a feeling of control into the dream world. In this way, you'll be less passive in your dreams and more ready to take action with a sword in hand. Perhaps your initial nightmare about being in a zombie robot apocalypse will turn into a fun adventure as you save the world from those cyber corpses and become a hero beloved by all. If none of those suggestions work for you and you're someone who has serious issues with consistent nightmares, you may need to seek help. You could have severe anxiety or something called nightmare disorder, which is a real clinically recognized sleep problem. This disorder can also be a symptom of PTSD or post-traumatic stress disorder, so you should be checked out by a doctor or seek counseling just in case. It strips you of your soul. That's how one person described what happened in the dreaded sleep room. Just imagine, it's the 1950s, it's Canada, not the USA, but the CIA's dark storm of mind experiments had managed to cross over the border. It's all top secret, of course, just another black site where mad scientists commit unspeakable horrors on innocent people. People entered the sleep room thinking they were going to be cured, believing that doctors were the good guys. Hadn't those doctors all sworn on the Hippocratic Oath? I will abstain from all intentional wrongdoing and harm, especially from abusing the bodies of man or woman, bond or free. That didn't happen in the sleep room. Quite the opposite. You went in and they slowly rearranged your mind. They took a barely cracked vase, smashed it to pieces, and rebuilt it, adding some of their own terrible features. Welcome to Frankenstein's monster, the mind version. Prepare to hear something that sounds like the script of a horror movie. Let's start with the story of one woman whose tale has been told by her granddaughter. In 1956, the grandmother, named Velma Orlicow, arrived at a Canadian psychiatric hospital in Montreal called the Allen Memorial Institute. She was there to get help. She had just had a child and was suffering from serious depression, what's called postpartum depression or postnatal depression. She was irritable, couldn't sleep. Sometimes she'd just break down crying. That sounds bad, but it affects around 15% of new mothers. It's difficult to cure, but it can be treated, at least by doctors with good intentions. That's not what Miss Orlicow experienced, not by a long way. She was about to be used as a lab rat by a man who was at one point not only the president of the Canadian Psychiatric Association, but also the American Psychiatric Association and World Psychiatric Association. His name was Donald Cameron. His eminence in the circles of psychiatry was never in doubt, but he was also a highly educated thug who would destroy the lives of hundreds of people, all backed by the CIA. In that winter of '56, young Orlikow tramped through the thick snow to arrive at the foreboding castle-like structure that was the psychiatric hospital. What she didn't know was that over the border in the US, politicians and military men had been going out of their minds themselves. What they'd been trying to figure out is why US POWs came back to the States saying they now embraced communism. How did good old American soldiers turn commie, they wondered. They didn't for a minute think it was the influence of Karl Marx. It was brainwashing, they thought. We should get into that ourselves, and that's what they did. They started their brainwashing programs in spring of 1953. The CIA had heard about this doctor named Cameron who worked up in Montreal. He was the guy that was working on changing people's behavior with his own methods. The agency asked the doctor, how could you completely change a person? Could you erase their past and create a new present? Get to work, they said, and here's a ton of money. And so he did get to work on Orlikow and hundreds of other people. This is how Orlikow's days usually went during her 3 months under the supervision of Dr. Cameron. On some days and throughout the day, she would receive high-voltage electroshock therapy. The voltage, you should understand, was much higher than it had been used before in other hospitals. That in itself would be bad enough and isn't how you treat postnatal depression. It's how you rub out a soul. On other occasions, the doctor tried something else on Orlikow. He'd give her such a massive dose of drugs that she'd fall into a drug-induced coma. Thanks to a certain poison, the cocktail paralyzed her body. When she'd wake up and she wouldn't really know what was happening or who she was, and we're not talking about sleeping for 15 hours. We're talking about periods of sleep that could last over a month or even a few months. Could you imagine that? It gets worse. Something very strange happened to them while they were sleeping. We'll come back to that soon. When she awoke, there were more shocks, more confusion, but the worst thing, the thing that really messed her up, is that she was sometimes given huge doses of the hallucinogenic drug lysergic acid dithylamide, aka LSD, aka acid. How do you think those merry pranksters and their friends got hold of it later in the 60s? Well, one of them had been part of the experiments himself in the US. The CIA unwittingly helped create the hippie movement, but that's a story for another day. If you know something about LSD, you'll know that even a small dose can change your life. A bad trip can really mess with your mind. Now imagine taking what a US comedian once called a heroic dose. Imagine sleeping for a month, being shocked, and then being given enough LSD to make an elephant see diamonds falling from the sky. According to research that happened when the CIA's mind experiments came to light, many years later, those shocks and long sleeps and mega doses of drugs would reduce some adults in that hospital to the state of a young child. They just whimper in corners, phlegm would dribble down their chin, they lost the ability to speak or perform the most basic of tasks. They were erased, but controlling them was another matter. Dr. Cameron tried. Sometimes under the influence of LSD, he'd strap them to a chair, a la the dystopian novel A Clockwork Orange. He'd then play the messages on repeat for days on end. This was to reprogram their minds. Endlessly, they'd listen to all the positive things about their new personality, and then the recording would switch to all the negative things. This is what the granddaughter said about that after doing her research. He couldn't get his patients to listen to them enough, so he put speakers in football helmets and locked them on their heads. They were going crazy, banging their heads into walls, so he then figured he could put them in a drug-induced coma and play the tapes as long as he needed. Documents revealed that her grandmother had received mega doses of LSD on 14 different occasions. Every time she'd turn away, pleading with the nurses not to give her another dose. When she did that, the nurses would shout at her, telling her she was an evil mother, a bad person, that she was refusing the very stuff that would make her a better person. After the doses, she often screamed, telling the nurses that her skin was melting off her bones. That's what you call a bad trip. After 3 months of that, how do you think you'd feel? How do you think the woman coped with life after her stint with Dr. Cameron? The answer is she didn't cope very well. Once she was back on the outside, she was never herself again. She couldn't handle many kinds of situations, especially when in public. The smallest thing could set her off screaming. She might be in a shop and drop her purse and then just grab her head and begin to wail and shout. As her granddaughter said, she would just explode into fits of hysteria. She spent a lot of time with her grandmother since her parents were often busy working, so she saw firsthand the damage that had been done. She said just reading one solitary newspaper would take her grandmother in the region of 3 weeks. Writing to a friend might take her months. It was as if she had been slowed down, parts of her brain just wiped. Years later, the daughter went after the CIA. She wanted revenge. She wanted at least the agency to admit its wrongdoings. She wasn't alone. There were hundreds of lives destroyed. Another Canadian said her mother went to the hospital because she'd heard the doctor named Cameron could almost perform miracles. Well, it turns out that his miracles included keeping that woman in a drug-induced sleep on 2 occasions, once for 18 days and the second time for 29 days. When she woke up, she was also subjected to a series of painful and powerful electric shocks. She was given those massive doses of LSD and a cocktail of other drugs. She also came out of there so messed up her life was incredibly difficult. This is what the daughter later said. They say it was torture for human beings, human torture. What they attempted to do is erase your emotions. Her mother never joked and laughed again, as she'd done before. She never discussed deep subjects. She couldn't even be lighthearted, just enjoy her days because life was plagued with panic attacks, with constant anxiety. That part of the brain that's responsible for fight or flight was terribly active all the time. Her life was ruined. Why did Dr. Cameron do this? Well, you already know the CIA was conducting mind control experiments in the US with a program called Project MKUltra. Some books have even alluded to the fact that Charles Manson was a victim of this very secretive mind control program. The Unabomber serial killer Ted Kaczynski was almost certainly part of the project. And even if it wasn't connected to MKUltra, he definitely underwent 200 hours of study called by its creators a purposely brutalizing psychological experiment. Such were the times, and then the CIA heard about Cameron and a treatment the doctor had come up with. It was called psychic driving. This mostly involved playing messages on loops to frazzled minds. It was a form of mental reprogramming. To understand why he pioneered this, you have to know something about his philosophy. You see, he'd grown up seeing 2 world wars. He understood very well the darkness in man that had been discussed by such people as Sigmund Freud. He understood Carl Jung's conviction about how a person could easily descend into the underworld. Cameron said the reason why so many bad things happen in society is that weak minds could easily be influenced. He divided society simply into the weak and the strong. Yeah, it was that simple for him. It sounds like eugenics and a lot of the opinions of a man named Adolf Hitler. Cameron believed there were good citizens, super citizens, and the rest needed treatment. He said the weak needed to be taken out of society because if not, there would always be chaos. He called this weakness a social contagion that needed to be wiped out. These people might just be shy, anxious, possessive, insecure, have a need to conform, or indeed be clinically mentally ill. They had to be changed. But how to achieve this? He believed that behavioral scientists could transform the so-called weak. They could reprogram people only if the personality-changing doctors were part of all elements of society. These behavioral scientists, he said, should be part of schools, business, and government everywhere. Cameron once said, "Get it understood how dangerous these damaged, sick personalities are to ourselves, and above all to our children, whose traits are taking form, and we shall find ways to put an end to them." This is what the CIA heard, and so the agency wanted him on board. They sponsored this research and they wanted results, although Cameron wasn't aware he was being paid by the CIA. As is often the case, the CIA created a front organization, and it was that which paid for Cameron's experiments. It's why he could afford to treat a woman with postnatal depression with sleeps, shocks, LSD, and messages inside football helmets. It's why he used the poison curare to basically paralyze his patients while he played them messages for weeks on end. His record was keeping someone under for 3 months. He thought he was curing the sick, but he was only making more demented. He was destroying them, like all mad scientists in the movies tend to do. No one who went into the sleep room ever really fully came out of there. He believed his de-patterning and psychic driving techniques was remaking a human, but he was only taking a wrecking ball to minds that just needed some care and attention. You've heard the stories of 2 people, but there were hundreds of them, most of them going to the hospital with only minor problems. After the experiments, some of them had permanent amnesia. Others became incontinent, meaning they'd pee themselves on occasions. Some didn't even recognize their parents, brothers, or sisters. Most had post-traumatic stress disorder, and a few folks even lost the ability to speak for a while. Was Cameron serious in his belief that his experiments would help people? Maybe, maybe not. Critics have said that in actual fact he was developing torture techniques to extract information from people, techniques that the CIA would use for many years to come. MKUltra almost remained a secret. In the mid-70s, the CIA director demanded that every single file that even minutely discussed MKUltra had to be destroyed, and that included anything related to Dr. Cameron. It didn't happen. 20,000 related files surfaced, prompting some people to ask if they were doing that, then what are they doing now? Some of Cameron's notes have since come to light. This is what he wrote about one of his patients. "Once the patient is de-patterned, we'll start the psychic driving. She's rather resistive and antagonistic when awake, but not nearly as difficult as she was when she started." This is from another document. The woman had been under for 16 days. She's sleeping well, she's disoriented to time, and is in her second stage of de-patterning. There's no incontinence, there's no mutism, and we're continuing this intense treatment of her until we get complete depatterning. When the patient became completely mute and was incontinent, she was considered fully depatterned. This was considered what you might call creating a blank state of mind. It was then the doctor could begin playing those endless loops of messages. Cameron also wrote about drugs he would administer. They included LSD, PCP, amphetamines, barbiturates, antipsychotics, insulin, and more. He also wrote about his favorite paralyzing poison, curare. Victims have since said this ability to transform people made him feel godlike. For the 3 years working for the CIA, he received a heavenly pay packet, almost $600,000 in today's cash. In the end, some of the victims or their families got some compensation from the Canadian government. Hundreds of others were turned down because it was deemed the patients weren't messed up enough. We may never know just how many people were driven completely crazy by these experiments and how that affected both them and others, and what happened to them. One thing is for sure, the CIA has never accepted any liability for its crimes against humanity in Canada. Sometimes there just aren't enough hours in the day to get through everything you have planned. If you're the type of person that likes every day to be hyper-productive, or you simply have too much on your plate at once, then maybe you could afford to lose some sleep. Sleeping replenishes energy though, so you do it anyway, even if it does seriously cut down on your work time. But what if you could spend only 2 hours a day sleeping, leaving much more time to get through those important tasks? Is such a thing even possible? Today we're taking a look at the Uberman sleep cycle and how you can use this technique to sleep for as little as an insane 2 hours per day. Most scientists agree that we need an average of between 7 and 9 hours a night. Maybe you get less than this, and that's okay. Every person's sleep requirements are different. In fact, according to a study by the National Institutes of Health, on average most adults get much less than 7 hours of sleep per night. That's just the minimum that most people need to function. This isn't to say that getting 7 or even 6 hours a night is a recipe for maximum productivity. Getting that exact amount of sleep every night is likely to lead to serious sleep deprivation. If you're someone who can usually get by on fewer hours of sleep, then perhaps the Uberman sleep cycle might be for you. After all, imagine what you could get done with an extra 4 to 6 hours of extra time spent awake. So, how does it work? Named after Friedrich Nietzsche's concept of Übermensch or Superman, the Uberman sleep schedule is pretty simple to follow, in theory. It consists of taking a series of 6 naps throughout the day, each one lasting only 20 minutes, which adds up to 2 hours of sleep per day. Sounds pretty easy, right? And even if you were to follow this regime and consistently only have 2 hours of sleep, you could even end up adding around 20 years worth of time spent awake to your lifetime. But before you jump right into the Uberman lifestyle, there's a few things you should consider first. For starters, no one has ever been able to successfully keep to this particular sleeping schedule without help. If you live alone or far away from any of your family and friends, then you might find the Uberman sleep cycle a little more challenging. This is because one of the recommendations for those starting out with this technique is to make use of a human alarm clock. What's a human alarm clock? Well, as the name suggests, this involves relying on someone else to wake you up instead of just setting a series of alarms on your phone or computer. And that might sound like a bit of a strange favor to ask someone to do for you, but believe it or not, this was actually a full-time profession. In the time before the Industrial Revolution and the invention of the actual reliable alarm clock, human alarm clocks, or knocker-ups as they were known at the time, would wake their clients up by knocking on the doors first thing in the morning, or use a long stick with a light on one end if their client lived above ground floor in order to reach the windows. A knocker-up wouldn't leave until they were certain that the client was awake, and while they might not have been their client's favorite people for forcing them out of bed, they were certainly effective, as human beings don't have snooze buttons. Some who have successfully maintained the Uberman sleep schedule attribute this to using friends or family as rudimentary modern-day human alarm clocks, who they trust with the job of making sure their naps are kept strictly to 20 minutes. Of course, this means you'd need whoever you ask to be your human alarm clock and be 100% reliable, and they'd need to be someone who is present to wake you. The last thing you want is to ask your friend who lives across town and can easily get stuck in traffic, leaving you to oversleep. But surely it doesn't matter if you oversleep one of your Uberman naps, you can just knock the extra minutes off the next one, or have your entire 2 hours sleep all at once, right? Wrong. Another important factor to remember when putting yourself through this short burst sleep routine is that the naps aren't just guidelines, they're a strict, regimented pattern of sleep that you're going to need to stick with if you want those extra hours of productivity. The traditional form of the Uberman schedule consists of taking 6 naps a day. This should be spread throughout each day of your week at equidistant intervals, meaning they have to be evenly spaced out, last the same amount of time, and with an equal length period of awakeness between each nap. If you're planning to stick with the 20-minute long nap model, then you need to have 20 minutes of sleep 6 times a day, meaning that you'll need to take a nap once every 4 hours. Alternatively, if you wanted to try the 8-nap schedule, giving you a total of 2 hours and 40 minutes of sleep per day, you'd still need to keep your naps to 20 minutes in length but take them once every 3 hours. So those are the basic how-tos of the Uberman sleep schedule, but is it worth it? What are the potential health risks of following a regimen like this? And is it even a practical routine to follow? Scientists have researched the potential risks of the Uberman sleep schedule as well as other similar patterns of sleep, and they definitely pose a risk of serious sleep deprivation. This isn't just a case of feeling a little tired. In some cases of extreme sleep deprivation, it can have similar effects to drinking too much alcohol. Someone suffering from sleep deprivation might exhibit symptoms such as slurred speech or nystagmus, which are uncontrollable movements of the eye. Some might experience tremors in their hands or find their eyelids becoming heavy and drooping more than normal. In addition, if you suffer from epilepsy, sleep deprivation can cause you to be at greater risk of experiencing severe seizures. However, you might get lucky and find that the Uberman schedule works for you and doesn't lead to severe sleep deprivation. Some of those who adhere to this routine, appropriately known as Ubermen, have reported that they feel more energetic, and obviously that comes in handy with having so much extra time to get things done. However, there is something else that's worth remembering. If you're thinking of taking up the Uberman sleep schedule, you may be looking into the benefits and risks, trying to find out the pros and cons of this method. During your searches, you may find that scientists haven't found much in the way of long-term health risks for those who follow this technique. Great, so it must be safe, right? Well, we hate to burst your bubble, but that isn't quite the case. The reason scientists haven't been able to gather much information on the Uberman schedule's long-term effects is simply because people don't usually stick to it for long enough. Most fast-paced modern-day lifestyles don't allow enough time for you to stop to have an uninterrupted 20-minute nap every 4 hours. Imagine you're at work. Most people are at work from 9 o'clock in the morning to 5 o'clock in the evening. If you're at work for this long every weekday, then that's 8 hours with maybe a half-hour lunch break in between if you're lucky. The daily structure makes it incredibly difficult to take 20-minute Uberman naps during a time when you're supposed to be working, and there probably aren't many bosses who would be happy if they came across you napping at your desk. With that being said, if your job involves a lot of working from home, like say a freelance artist or a writer for the infographic show, then maybe you'd be able to balance your sleeping more evenly with your work. So with all that in mind, taking into account the potential side effects of the Uberman schedule and assessing how compatible it is with your particular lifestyle, it's time to get yourself ready. You might think that a new sleep pattern is something you could just start tomorrow, but jumping from one sleep schedule to a dramatically different one is going to be quite a shock to the system. Your body first needs to acclimate, and you need to begin this process by spending between 24 and 36 hours awake. That might seem excessive even to someone who's looking to stay awake for longer, but what you're actually waiting for is that second wind, the sudden increase in energy you get after being awake for so long. When that happens, then you have to start taking naps every 1.5 to 2 hours. This process, ironically, doesn't prepare you overnight, and you won't be ready to start abiding by the Uberman schedule just yet. You may find that your preparation lasts 2 to 4 days until you're having regular REM naps, or until you find that you're no longer feeling sleep deprived. Hang on, REM? What's that? REM stands for rapid eye movement, which is a phase of sleep wherein, as the name suggests, your eyes move at rapid speeds under your eyelids in various directions. Human beings tend to enter REM sleep within the first 90 minutes of sleep. But if you're entering this phase during your preparatory naps, then you're ready to move on to the next stage of adapting to the Uberman sleep cycle. This stage is more akin to fully practicing the Uberman schedule. Start taking naps every 3 or 4 hours regularly. Do this on the hour at the very dot, at whatever pattern suits you best. You can, of course, skip the first stage of this adaptation, but you'll run the risk of entering what's known as zombie mode. No, you won't exactly start craving brains, but you might suffer a temporary impairment to your cognitive functions. Making sure you begin with the first stage will help alleviate some of these symptoms. And it's also worth remembering that an 8-nap schedule will potentially be less harsh on your brain than a 6-nap schedule. After zombie mode, keep up this cycle of napping as your sleep cycles begin to repartition. It can take between 3 weeks to a month to fully adapt to the Uberman schedule, after which point your body will continually keep adapting to this new pattern of sleep but you should be able to encourage this the more you keep at it. It'll take a while for your old sleeping habits to subside, but as an Uberman, you should start to feel alert and energized for around 22 hours each day. This won't be the same for everyone though, but this is only because, as we mentioned earlier, everyone's sleeping habits and cycles are different. So don't feel bad if your Uberman friends are taking to this new pattern of sleep a lot quicker than you are. Remember, only about 5% of people in the world feel that they're able to get by on a 6-hour night of sleep. So if you find yourself taking a little longer to adapt to the Uberman way of sleeping, don't fret. You may be working against years of ingrained sleeping habits. So if at first you find you're having a lot of issues with this new method of short, regular naps, it might be worth reconsidering if the Uberman sleep schedule is really right for you. Protracted sleep deprivation has also been linked to higher blood pressure and neurological conditions like dementia later in life. So perhaps for most people it's just not worth the risk. After all, you'll probably just spend the extra hours watching videos from the infographic show anyway. Knocked out, going under, sedated, put to sleep. There are plenty of creative terms used to describe the experience of being put under anesthesia. But how does anesthesia actually put you to sleep? Crazy thing is, we don't actually know for sure. But as you'll soon see in this video, sometimes it can go horribly wrong. Anesthesia is one of the most common performed medical procedures out there. More than 60,000 people undergo anesthesia every single day in the US alone. Despite its prevalence, we still don't fully understand how exactly anesthesia works in the human body to put us to sleep. We just know that it works. The word anesthesia means loss of sensation, and millions of Americans undergo anesthesia every year to prevent them from feeling pain and to keep them still and unresponsive so that doctors can safely perform life-saving operations that would be incredibly difficult, not to mention painful, to do on a conscious patient. We may not fully understand how anesthesia works, but that doesn't mean it isn't a real-life medical miracle. Before the late 1800s, the only drugs that we had to help patients through painful procedures were things like alcohol, opium, and hemlock. Hardly foolproof methods. For centuries, medical procedures like tooth extractions and fracture repairs were performed with very little, if any, pain relief for the patient. But beginning in the 1840s, scientists discovered that some gases, like sulfuric ether and chloroform, had sedative effects. Anesthesia was born, and medical treatment became wildly less painful and traumatic than ever before in history. Modern anesthesia cocktails are much safer and more reliable than these first gases were, but we're still at a loss to explain exactly how they work to put us to sleep. There are 4 categories of anesthesia: local, regional, sedation, and general anesthesia. Local anesthesia involves injecting a small amount of the drug into a specific area. This is the type of anesthesia you get at the dentist's office before a filling or at the hospital before they stitch you up. It's also used after major surgeries to help with pain, as other stronger anesthesia begins to wear off. Local anesthetic numbs only the targeted area and wears off relatively quickly. Similar to local anesthesia, regional anesthesia targets a specific area of the body, though it's stronger than local anesthesia and can block sensation to an entire section of the body. Epidural injections to the spine that are used to numb the lower body during labor, and femoral nerve blocks that are injected into the femoral artery in the upper thigh to freeze the entire leg for orthopedic surgery are just a few examples of regional anesthesia. Both local and regional anesthesia leave the patient fully conscious. They don't put you under. We need stronger stuff for that. Regional anesthesia is often combined with sedation. These twilight sedation drugs make the patient more relaxed and unfocused. They don't force the patient into unconsciousness, but many people do fall asleep under sedation due to the drowsy, sleepy feeling it induces. Sedation doesn't affect breathing or reflexes, making it less risky than full general anesthesia. And it also wears off more quickly. When you picture a patient lying unconscious on the operating table waiting to be cut open, what you're picturing is someone under general anesthesia. General anesthetic affects the entire body and works in 4 ways. It immobilizes the body to stop it from moving during the procedure and acts as an analgesic to prevent the patient from feeling any pain. It also works on the brain by sedating the patient into an unconscious state, and it even induces amnesia to ensure the patient will have no memory of the experience. In reality, put to sleep is not the best way to describe what it's like to be under general anesthesia. It's actually more like being in a drug-induced coma. It's a reversible coma that's nevertheless a coma, says Emory Brown, a professor of anesthesiology at Harvard Medical School. While under general anesthesia, an electroencephalogram or EEG test shows that brain activity decreases down to levels very close to what we expect to see in cases of brainstem death. It's no wonder patients find the euphemism "put to sleep" to be a less scary description. So what does it actually feel like to get put under with a general anesthesia? Donna Penner's story provides a glimpse into the mysterious experience of being under anesthesia, as well as a potent warning about how sometimes things can go terribly, terribly wrong. Donna, a 45-year-old mother from Manitoba, Canada, had been experiencing some worrying and unexplainable symptoms, so her doctor recommended an exploratory abdominal surgery to see if they could find the cause of her mysterious issues. On the day of her surgery, Donna was understandably nervous to be put under, but she was eager to get to the bottom of her unusual symptoms. She met with her anesthesiologist, who talked her through the process and assured her he'd be right by her side the entire time. Since Donna didn't have any of the risk factors that could lead to a complication, she was a non-smoker, not overweight, with no underlying medical conditions, he assured her that things should go smoothly and that she wouldn't remember a thing when she woke up after the operation. The only downside was that Donna had to fast for 6 hours before her surgery to ensure that her stomach was empty and to reduce the risk of vomiting or choking while she was under. Finally, Donna was prepped for surgery and wheeled into the operating room, where she was greeted by her anesthesiologist. As the surgeon was busy getting prepared for the operation, the anesthesiologist placed a mask over Donna's mouth and administered a cocktail of hypnotic agents, opioids, muscle relaxants, sedatives, and cardiovascular drugs to Donna. He held her hand and comforted her as she drifted into unconsciousness before inserting a breathing tube down her throat to help her breathe and prevent choking. Since the anesthesia relaxes breathing and coughing reflexes, he also placed 3 sticky patches on Donna's chest, connected to an electrocardiogram or ECG machine to monitor her heart rate, secured a blood pressure cuff on her arm, and clipped a pulse oximeter to her finger to monitor the oxygen level in Donna's blood. True to his word, Donna's anesthesiologist would remain by her side throughout the entire operation, carefully monitoring her stats and ensuring that she was getting a continual dose of anesthesia drugs. But despite his watchful eye, there was one thing her anesthesiologist couldn't see. Donna was actually awake. Horrifically, Donna had woken up just before the surgeon was about to make his very first cut. She was fully conscious but immobilized, unable to speak or to signal to the room full of doctors and nurses that she was awake and aware. She remained frozen in place on the table as the surgeon sliced open her abdomen and explored her insides, poking and prodding at her organs for hours. All the while, Donna could feel everything. Every excruciating slice, every horrible movement. She was in terrible, agonizing pain, and she was helpless to do anything about it. She couldn't move or scream, and she was sure she was going to die. "I thought, this is it," said Donna. "This is how I'm going to die, right here on the table, and my family will never know what my last few hours were like because no one's even noticing what's going on." Miraculously, Donna survived her ordeal, though her recovery was long and painful. Even once her body had healed, the experience left her with lasting psychological scars. She developed post-traumatic stress disorder, or PTSD, as a result of her horrific experience on the operating table, and suffered from anxiety and panic attacks for years. Donna remembers having a full-blown panic attack one day when out shopping. She had stayed in the car while her daughter quickly ran into a store, but when Donna realized that the car doors were locked and she was trapped inside, it triggered an intense flashback to the day, more than a decade prior, when she'd been trapped and helpless on the operating table. To this day, Donna cannot stand to wear any clothing that's tight around her neck because it makes her feel like she can't breathe and takes her back to her ordeal in the operating room. No one knows exactly why Donna woke up during surgery. It's estimated that as many as 1 in every 1,000 patients are believed to wake up at some point while under general anesthesia. More recent studies show that this number may be even higher. It's yet another of the many mysteries surrounding anesthesia and exactly how and why it works, or doesn't. Thankfully, Donna's terrifying experience is rare. For most patients who get put under with general anesthesia, the process goes smoothly and their surgeons are able to do their work without the patient having any awareness of the trauma happening to their body. When they wake up, usually about an hour after the anesthesiologist stops administering the drugs, they have no memory of the experience. It can actually feel quite surreal. The last thing they remember is the mask over their face as they drift off into unconsciousness, and when they come to in the recovery room, it can feel like no time at all has passed. It's normal to feel a little out of it as the anesthesia wears off. Patients can feel emotional or loopy, many lack inhibitions or behave in an exaggerated manner, and can have slurred speech for a few hours after anesthesia. If everything went smoothly, it can actually be quite funny, at least for their loved ones and nurses. The process of coming out of anesthesia is medically quite similar to the experience of a patient who is woken up from a vegetative state, which makes sense when you think about the fact that being under anesthesia is essentially being in a medically induced coma. The stages of recovery are pretty much the same, though they happen quite a bit faster when coming out of anesthesia. Side effects are common after undergoing anesthesia. Most of them are not serious and will go away on their own within a few hours to a few days. It's normal to experience vomiting, dizziness, and headaches after waking up from anesthesia, and a sore throat or even a chest infection can be expected as a result of the breathing tube that was used during the procedure. Confusion and memory loss are also quite common and usually resolve quickly. That said, in very rare circumstances, more serious side effects can occur, including nerve damage, a severe allergic reaction to the anesthesia drugs, awareness during surgery, like what Donna experienced, and even sometimes death. Even though we know very little about how anesthesia actually works, it's an essential if imperfect tool in modern medicine, and it's not likely going anywhere anytime soon. Thankfully, scientists are working hard to improve our understanding of how anesthesia works and to develop more advanced techniques to make anesthesia more effective and more targeted. Anthony Hudetz works in the Department of Anesthesiology at the Medical College of Wisconsin-Milwaukee, and he's just one of many researchers working to better understand and improve anesthesia. Hudetz imagines a world where anesthesia is less of a hammer-to-the-head knockout experience and more of a delicate and specific tool. We can also develop better anesthetic drugs that would target consciousness itself because today's anesthetics affect every cell in the body, Hudetz says. They suppress the heart and they affect all the major organs. They affect the circulation, they suppress blood pressure, heart rate, and this is tolerable, but we mostly operate on injured people and sick people, and in that case the side effects of anesthetics are undesirable and should be minimized. Anesthesia researchers are learning a lot by collaborating with coma and sleep researchers to share knowledge and develop more delicate tools that can help across multiple fields. Hopefully this will mean fewer harrowing stories like Donna's, and one day soon, we might actually know how anesthesia puts you to sleep. Terror, hallucinations, paranoia, psychosis. The effects of sleep deprivation aren't just devastating, they can last for life. But just how long can you survive without sleep? T plus 24 hours with no sleep. You're drowsy, but that's nothing new. Most people have gone a full day without sleep several times in their life, and you're no exception. You know you're prone to becoming irritable with people the longer you go without sleep, so you do your best to stay away from others. You immediately close your Facebook and Twitter tab because you definitely don't have the patience to argue with your uncle who still thinks the coronavirus is a hoax. Not if you don't want next Thanksgiving to be a complete disaster. You're still trying to catch up on schoolwork, but you're finding even simple questions difficult to answer. It's definitely taking you longer than it should to answer which Union Army general went on to become president after the Civil War. You keep reading that question to yourself, trying to make sense of it. Worse yet, you know that you just reviewed this material a day ago, but you're having a lot of trouble with your short-term memory. T plus 30 hours with no sleep. You gave up on schoolwork. It's impossible to concentrate now. You sit down to watch some TV and are shocked to discover an entire hour's gone by in what seems like just a few minutes. On the flip side, that Postmates you ordered was supposed to take 25 minutes to get here and it's taking an eternity, but when you check the app, only 10 minutes have passed. This is making you even more irritable, and you're snapping at friends and family over the slightest provocation. Sleep may not come, but that doesn't mean life doesn't go on. You've got to drive yourself to work, and you're terrified to realize that you've driven entire stretches of road and have no memory of it. Were you asleep, or is it just more short-term memory problems? The fact that you don't know is terrifying, and you are extremely relieved when you finally pull up to work. You have no idea how you're getting through the next 8 hours. Your back and shoulders are aching something fierce, and when you hold your hand out in front of you, it's shaking noticeably. T plus 36 hours with no sleep. You've had to leave work early. It was either that or tear off a customer's head. Concentrating on people's orders was almost impossible, requiring every ounce of willpower you had just to get a simple order right. It didn't help that every single entitled customer likes to treat fast food employees like they're human trash. When you're just trying to earn an honest living, the thought makes you absolutely furious, which is why your manager told you to clock out. Are you fired? You have no idea. You don't even bother asking. Honestly, you don't even care, because you don't care about much right now. By some miracle, you managed to drive home without wrecking. But again, you're alarmed at just how little of the trip you actually remember. You hope it's just your ever-worsening short-term memory and not because you fell asleep behind the wheel. You should eat, but you're not really hungry anymore. You're just tired. But amidst the exhaustion, you suddenly get a small jolt of energy. That's your body pumping sugar reserves into your system to boost your abilities temporarily. At this point, even your body has started to realize that something is seriously wrong. It's switching to fight or flight mode, believing you're in a life-threatening situation, preventing you from sleeping. T plus 42 hours with no sleep. The short-lived energy boost is gone. All that's left is a sense of apathy. It's becoming difficult to concentrate on anything, even your favorite shows. Everyone in your house is giving you a very wide berth because you're not just irritable irritable anymore, you're downright obtusely stubborn. Things are definitely your way or the highway, as your ability to cooperate and reason with people all but diminishes. Your lack of sleep is effectively shutting down your ability to conduct higher brain functions, and you're reverting to a more base, primitive state. If you can't sleep, you can at least boost your energy. You need some Red Bull. It doesn't matter that the store is several blocks away or that you almost crashed your car a dozen times on the way home. You need that Red Bull, and you need it now. It takes you a few attempts to get the key into the ignition. Your hand-eye coordination is seriously off, but soon the car's revving to life and you're off to the store. Luckily, it's all residential roads to the store, and traffic is extremely light. For a moment, you panic thinking about a kid's ball bouncing into the street and the unaware kid rushing out right in front of you. You try and be hyper alert and replay the imaginary incident over and over in your mind until finally, in your mental fog, you suddenly aren't sure if you were imagining it or if it really happened and you just don't remember it. In a blind panic, you pull the car over and rush outside to inspect the front of the car, and a wave of relief washes over you as you realize there's no dents. It was just in your head. As you drive back home from the store, though, you swear that you're starting to see that kid and his ball playing in the yards of the homes you're passing by. It doesn't matter that, physically speaking, the same child couldn't possibly be in different yards at the same time. It doesn't matter that none of this makes any sense. To your sleep-deprived brain, this kid and his ball are as real as the car in front of you. Oh crap, there's a car in front of you! You didn't even realize the other car has hit its brakes until you smash right into the back of it. In a blind panic, you put the car into reverse and speed off. Wait, what? Did you just flee the scene of an accident? Why didn't you just exchange information? What in the world are you even doing? None of this helps and instead just makes you more panicked and paranoid. You gotta get home, and you gotta get home fast, and you gotta hide the car. T plus 48 hours with no sleep. You just dozed off. You woke up with a startled jump. What just happened? You were trying to do the dishes and just sort of dozed off. That's when the pain hits you. You left your hand in the running hot water. But if you're honest, it doesn't even hurt that much. Just like your other senses, even your ability to feel pain is dulled. From the sink, you can see out of your kitchen window and into the driveway where you hastily parked and threw a tarp over your car. Why'd you do that? Oh, that's right, you hit a kid on the way home. Huh? No, you got into a fender bender. Wait, why did you run away from a fender bender? It doesn't matter. Well, it does, but your brain can't process the consequences right now. Your family is gone, took off for the weekend, and decided you and your bad attitude could use the time alone. Where did they go, though? Try as you might, you can't quite remember. Oh well, doesn't matter. Might as well see what's on the... Huh? Oh, crap, you fell asleep again. Those micro-sleeps are lasting 30 seconds to a minute, and they're totally out of your control. Your brain is literally hijacking control away from you in a desperate bid to save itself. You're more of a passenger than the conductor right now. T plus 60 hours with no sleep. You don't know this, but inside your body an infection is taking hold. Luckily, it's just the common cold. But the immune system cells responsible for destroying foreign invaders are not reacting as quickly as they should be. It's like every function of your body is experiencing the same sluggishness and confusion that you are, leaving your immune system greatly compromised. You're hearing things. Sometimes you'll hear snippets of conversation that you remember from long ago, and for just a moment you believe you're back in that time and place, only to turn around and instead of seeing the speaker standing there, there's nothing. You're hearing ghosts created by your own slowly degenerating brain. The barriers between memory and present are getting muddled. You're also starting to sense presences that are clearly not there. You've heard ghost stories before and people speaking about being able to sense the dead in the room with them, despite not being able to see anything. It's a lot like that, and you can swear there's people in the room with you, even whirling around expecting to catch them standing right behind you, but there's no one. It's all in your sleep-starved mind. Your brain is starting to lose its ironclad grip on reality, misinterpreting sensory data and sometimes creating completely false data on its own. You are turning into a very badly glitching computer. T plus 72 hours with no sleep. You have an unbearable urge to sleep, and yet for some reason are unable to. At this point, you know most people can't prevent themselves from sleeping anymore as the brain literally shuts down. For some reason though, your brain refuses to allow you to sleep. Your mood is impossible, and you're glad nobody's around. The slightest provocation would set you off, even if the only other humans to interact with are the ones on the TV. It doesn't matter, because even their offenses are as real to you as if they were physically in the room with you. You try and take a break and play some video games, but your hand-eye coordination is all but completely lost. You're hungry, but not nearly as hungry as you should be, and you find that you're rarely eating. T plus 96 hours with no sleep. You don't quite recall the last time you used the bathroom. You don't really know when the last time was you ate. Maybe a day ago? It doesn't matter. You're not that hungry or thirsty, really, despite your dry, cracked lips. You're dehydrating, and soon you'll be starving, but you honestly don't care. You don't even feel like you need to eat anymore. Besides, if you need a meal, you can just ask your mom to make it for you. She's standing right there in the kitchen, leaning against the closet door. She's been standing there for hours, but when she doesn't answer your questions and you go ask her why, you realize you've been staring at a broom the entire time. There's There's something funny about that and you giggle. Normally, experiencing such a dramatic hallucination would be alarming, but honestly, you just don't care anymore. T plus 168 hours with no sleep. How long is your family saying they'd be gone for? Just the weekend, right? Sure seems like they've been gone a long time. You have no idea how many days have passed, but you're pretty sure it's been more than 3. You're fully in the grip of sleep deprivation psychosis at this point, and your hallucinations are just as real as the physical world. They don't always make sense, and they don't always materialize in dramatic fashion. Sometimes it's just strange sounds you hear. More often, it's your confusing household objects for people, like the old coat and hat on a coat rack trick from cartoons. Your sense of smell seems to be off as well. The garbage has been stacking up for a while. Now, you totally forgot which day was garbage day, but it's almost like your nose chose to focus on only specific scents and ignore the rest. It's not all that bad, really. You can smell the citrus smell of oranges coming from the garbage while blocking out the smells from all that rotting food. You don't even realize that the house absolutely stinks now, or you haven't showered in weeks. Or is it days? You're not sure. You just sort of confused all the time. T plus 264 hours with no sleep. You just realized why your family's weekend getaway was taking so long. You don't live at home anymore. In fact, you live alone without roommates, which is a good thing because both you and the house are in horrible disrepair. Also, you're pretty sure you're fired from your job. You're not really awake, but definitely not asleep. You exist in a sort of twilight state. Normally, it would alarm you to realize that you've basically invented a false reality of still living at home with your parents, but you aren't nearly aware enough to care. At least you're eating, but only because you have to. Thank God for Postmates, because the thought of cooking is overwhelming to the point of being painful. Your confusion is so intense you find yourself stopping in the middle of tasks with no memory of starting them, or why. The hallucinations have become so frequent you've basically learned to simply ignore them. They're mostly auditory, with past conversations replaying so vividly you could swear they were happening right now, and random tones and sounds that make no sense but are completely real to you. You're well past the stage of microsleeps. You're drifting into moments that can at best be described as wakeful sleepness. Your body and mind are definitely awake and you just sort of drift into nothingness as you stare blankly ahead of you, but it's not the sleep your brain so desperately needs. You don't know how long you can keep this up, and honestly, neither does science. You've officially reached the world record for sleep deprivation, and every hour ahead of you is uncharted territory. What you know from animal experimentation is that sleep deprivation will, without a doubt, eventually kill you. Brain functions break down to a degree that organs begin shutting down. Just like a faulty computer network, the brain gets increasingly glitchy until finally it simply can't command the organs to continue life-preserving functions. How long until you simply shut down and die? Nobody knows for sure, but to your confused mind, it doesn't really matter. Almost everyone online has heard of the Russian sleep experiment. It's a terrifying story about a group of political dissidents forced to take experimental chemicals by the Soviets, a chemical that takes away their ability to sleep. Over the following days and months, the subjects of this brutal experiment go insane. Many die, and some even take on otherworldly or demonic qualities. Thankfully, the Russian sleep experiment is just an internet creepypasta, but the 9 sleep deprivation experiments we're discussing today are horrifyingly real. Today, we're going to explore all of them, from least to most crazy. Some of these impressive acts of sleep deprivation were done for science, others for more practical reasons, and some even just because they could. At the very end, we're going to tell you about a real disease which can cause you to never sleep again, to frightening and deadly results. So pour yourself a cup of coffee and crack open that Red Bull. These are 9 horrific real-life sleep experiments. Number 9. Peter Tripp's 201-hour DJ set. The year is 1959. American radio DJ Peter Tripp has decided he wants to raise money for children in need, and what's more, he's thought of the perfect way to do it, locking himself in a glass box in the middle of Times Square and spinning records for 201 hours straight, while the general public looked on in. To save you the math, that's over 8 straight days of hardcore DJing. How he planned to bathe or go to the bathroom in that time without breaking public indecency laws, we'll just leave to your imagination. He entered his giant goldfish bowl on one day in high spirits, ready to undertake this crazy feat of human endurance. However, by day 3, the lack of sleep was really starting to get to Mr. Tripp. He began experiencing severe hallucinations, like believing there were spiders in his shoes. He would also become irritable, paranoid, and confused, cursing at people around him. Sleep scientists observing this charitable act of masochism found that Tripp's hallucinations often occurred during the 90-minute REM sleep cycle, the stage in sleep that people tend to experience dreams. Tripp was so sleep-deprived he was literally dreaming while awake. Many of his family and friends claimed the sustained sleep deprivation forever changed Peter Tripp. Soon after, his marriage broke down, and he left the radio business to become a traveling salesman. Think that's wild? It's nothing compared to number 8. Randy Gardner's sleep deprivation world record. These days, a Guinness Book of World Records doesn't observe world records related to sleep deprivation, out of fear that it could lead to aspiring world record holders committing self-destructive acts. This was not the case in 1964, when high school student Randy Gardner managed to achieve the highest universally agreed upon record for sleep deprivation, 11 days and 24 minutes. This particular study in sleep deprivation was so special because it was closely observed and documented by a large number of researchers, including a sleep expert from Stanford University. Much like Peter Tripp, Randy began to experience confusion, paranoia, and even hallucinations as his sleeplessness progressed. However, he managed to stay lucid enough to win a pinball match against one of his observers on the 10th day of no sleep. If that doesn't make you feel insecure about your pinball skills, I don't know what will. But losing sleep on your own is one thing. What if, like the Russian sleep experiment itself, a whole group of people were deprived? And this brings us to number 7. Shattered, a reality TV show from 2004. This sleep deprivation experiment brings us back to jolly old England, the world's chief exporter of morally questionable reality TV. Back in 2004, Shattered, a play on a common British expression for tired, decided to pit 10 contestants against one another for a £97,000 cash prize. What was the challenge? Stay awake for 7 days while completing a series of increasingly difficult challenges. In the end, contestant Claire Southern took home the grand prize after remaining awake for 178 hours. The rest were probably at least a little happy with the consolation prize, getting the best night's sleep of their entire lives. Thankfully, none of the contestants experienced any kind of long-term negative side effects for their participation. But for all the narcissists out there, our next sleep experiment answers a more troubling question. Will sleep deprivation make you uglier? Number 6. Swedish beauty sleep experiment. We're in scenic Sweden for this sleep study, asking whether the old truism about needing beauty sleep actually holds any water. As it turns out, according to a 2013 study into the correlation between fatigue and facial expressions, it might actually be totally right. They photographed 5 men and 5 women after a normal, healthy night's sleep, and again after 31 hours of sleep deprivation. An impartial group of 40 people were then asked to judge the faces in the photos. They found that the sleep-deprived face had, quote, more hanging eyelids, redder eyes, more swollen eyes, darker circles under the eyes, paler skin, more wrinkles and fine lines, and more droopy corners of the mouth. This actually leads nicely into our next and even more anxiety-inducing study. Will people want to avoid you if you look sleep-deprived? Number 5. 2017 Swedish sleep experiment. For some reason, the Swedish are really interested in seeing how people react to sleep deprived. In 2017, they performed a study into how people perceive others with sleep deprivation. 122 people rated photos of 25 people after 2 days of not sleeping, and the scientists performing the study found an interesting cluster of results. The subjects reported that they were less inclined to socialize with the sleep-deprived people. The sleep-deprived people were seen as less healthy and more sleepy. No surprise there. The subjects also reported that they found the sleep-deprived people less attractive overall, suggesting a good night's sleep is key to protecting your mojo. And in one minor positive for the sleep-deprived, there were no reported changes in trustworthiness of sleep-deprived people, so at least there's that. But now it's time to look at a much more horrifying and serious question. Can sleep deprivation kill you? It's a heavy question indeed, but thankfully we have the answers. Number 4. Can sleep deprivation kill you? Now, if we're talking about people in a normal, healthy environment, i.e. somewhere where you don't have soldiers with rather large, nasty guns keeping you awake at all hours, studies have shown that humans have evolved some biological mechanisms that keep them from dying due to sleep deprivation. The body literally forces you to sleep for brief seconds-long periods known as microsleep, allowing humans to survive prolonged sleep deprivation. However, just because you can doesn't mean you should. Chronic sleep deprivation has been linked to everything from high blood pressure to dementia, so make sure you're catching those Z's whenever you can. There are other ways you can die from lack of sleep, one such way being the reason why heavy machinery has a do not operate while tired warning. Tired drivers sadly cause a large number of car crashes every single year. While the answer to the question of whether sleep deprivation can kill humans is actually pretty reassuring, our next set of studies sadly don't have a very happy ending. Number 3. Can sleep deprivation kill animals? It doesn't get any less horrifying from here, folks. Two different studies, one from 1983 and another from 1995, basically performed the Russian sleep experiment on rats and found that they were extremely susceptible to its effects. Unlike humans, the rat's ability to microsleep is quarantined at any given time to a tiny part of the brain. As a result, it isn't nearly as effective at preserving vital brain functions. Rats die as a result of this between 11 and 32 days, and they're probably grateful for it at that point. At the tail end of the 19th century, the Russians themselves got in on the action, performing two studies in 1894 and 1898, conducted by some scientists who definitely weren't dog people. With the help of a number of Italian scientists, they kept a group of dogs awake by continually forcing them to walk. All of these dogs died of sleep deprivation and exhaustion within a 2-week period. Before we get into the darkest and most horrifying sleep studies of all, and the disease that literally kills you with permanent lack of sleep, let's take a quick break and look at a slightly more useful study. Number 2. Can controlled sleep deprivation actually alleviate depression? That's right. Typically, when you think of sleep-deprived people, you think of the kinds of people we've described: grumpy, paranoid, and irritable. But for some people, it seems that little sleep deprivation can actually help combat depressive episodes. A study has shown that a single 24-hour period of sleep deprivation therapy, or SDT, improves both mood and behavior in people with treatment-resistant depression or bipolar disorder. These periods of improved mood and behavior have been known to last up to 48 hours. Perhaps with further research, sleep deprivation therapy can be a valuable part of treatment plans for people suffering from severe depressive mental disorders. In 2017, a review into 66 similar studies concluded these findings support a significant effect of sleep deprivation and suggest the need for future studies on the phenotypic nature of the antidepressant response to sleep deprivation. And now, from depressive to depressing. Let's look at the most horrifying sleep experiments of all, and perhaps the closest to the events depicted in the legendary Russian sleep experiment. Number 1. Sleep deprivation as a form of torture. Even if sleep deprivation can't normally kill you, that doesn't mean it doesn't suck to experience against your will. And several world governments have taken advantage of this fact to use sleep deprivation as a form of torture against their prisoners, either in interrogation or just for sadistic fun. The most infamous user of this particular kind of torture is actually the Central Intelligence Agency on behalf of the United States of America. In 2005, the CIA admitted to authorizing up to 180 hours of continuous sleep deprivation during interrogations. That's over a week without sleep. This was a common form of torture used in the Abu Ghraib detention facility in Iraq. In 2014, the US was even criticized by the United Nations for their use of sleep deprivation torture techniques. Though in what seems like another nod to the Russian sleep experiment, it's likely that the US was inspired in their use of sleep deprivation torture by the earlier actions of the Soviets. It's a particularly grisly example of cross-cultural exchange from two international superpowers. And there you have it, folks. 9 real sleep studies ranging from weird to utterly terrifying. So you're probably wondering, what's the horrifying condition that can cause you to literally die from a lack of sleep, despite humans seemingly having biological defense mechanisms against such a horrible fate? Allow us to introduce you to the rare condition of fatal insomnia, the disease that keeps you awake until you go mad and die, just like the victims of the Russian sleep experiment. There are 2 varieties of this chilling illness: fatal familial insomnia and sporadic fatal insomnia. The former is a familial genetic disease, and the latter could, in theory, happen to anyone. The disease has no known cure, and nobody who has ever contracted the disease has survived 18 months beyond the first onset of symptoms. Much like Creutzfeldt-Jakob disease or mad cow disease, this disorder is caused by misfolded proteins in the brain known as prions. It's unlikely you'll ever know you're sick until it's already far too late. The disease occurs in 4 stages. The first, the victim experiences prolonged insomnia, paranoia, and fear. In the second, they'll experience increasing hallucinations and panic attacks. In the third, they'll begin to rapidly lose weight as their physical health declines. Finally, in the 4th stage, the victim will slip into a state of severe dementia and lose their mind entirely. In this final stage, they'll essentially be locked into their own bodies, becoming completely mute and unresponsive. Of course, things are well beyond the point of no return by this point, and the victim of this horrifying disease will die shortly after. Sleep well, if you can. On average, we spend about a third of our life sleeping. That's 8 hours every single day without fail, where you are, for all intents and purposes, dead to the world. The average worldwide life expectancy is about 71 years. That means if you sleep 8 hours on each of those 25,915 days you're alive, you will have slept a staggering 207,320 hours in your lifetime. But what if you didn't need to sleep and all of a sudden had an extra couple 100,000 hours? What could you do with all that extra time? First of all, this is a purely hypothetical show because if you've seen our other shows on the matter of sleep, you'll know that we just can't go without it for extended periods of time. The longest anyone has stayed awake is 11 days or 264 hours. We don't know how long a person could last without dying because no one can stay awake that long. But you all know that just going 1 or 2 nights without sleep can make you a little crazy. Try 3 consecutive days and you might just start seeing things or hearing things, and that could turn into full-blown psychosis. We don't suggest you try it. So you couldn't just stay awake forever, but let's just pretend that today this is possible. You're not going to feel drowsy or irritable, and you're not going to start conversing with your favorite cartoon characters over a glass of milk that doesn't exist. Let's imagine you just don't need to sleep at all and feel completely fine. According to researchers at the University of Colorado at Boulder, if we just lie awake in bed all night, we burn 135 more calories than if we sleep. That's not moving around, but just staying awake in bed. We guess you've all had a terrible night like that before when dealing with stress. In your sleepless life, you're not going to spend the entire night just lying down. So the first change in this new life of yours is that you might want to eat a bit more. There would be at least 1 extra meal in the 24-hour day. You won't actually be breaking a fast, so we suppose we'd have to stop calling that first meal breakfast. Instead, you'll have a morning meal, a midday meal, an evening meal, and a night meal. We guess you'll be eating around 2 a.m. and then again around 7 a.m. You'll need plenty of food in the house because not many places are open at 2 a.m., though we suppose if people didn't sleep anymore, then business hours would certainly change. This will have a consequence on your grocery bill. It's hard to say how much more money you'll need. If you look at statistics and it's said the average American household will have a food budget of about $280 to $500 a month. The number changed significantly depending on the city. A recent report in the UK said an average family will spend about £60 or $77 on food a week. Again, the cost of groceries in the UK will change dramatically from household to household. There are beans on toast washed down with a 3-liter bottle of tired and trusted Frosty Jack cider people, and there are those who turn up their noses at Tesco. We know that some people might spend $100 on one meal, especially if it's washed down with fine wine. You know your own lifestyle, but anyone who doesn't sleep is going to have to figure out a new budget with that extra meal in the day. Talking about fine wine, you'll never be able to sleep off a hangover again, so getting drunk might be hard work. You're also going to factor in that other bills will be a bit different, such as the electricity you use. This bill will be bigger. Do you watch a lot of TV or play games that ask you to buy in-game items? Not sleeping is going to cost you, so it's a good thing you now have extra time to work. But what can you do all night since most jobs are daytime jobs? Well, you could work a night shift, but let's face it, working a day shift and a night shift will be exhausting even if you don't feel the need to sleep. We suggest you just add a couple of hours to your normal job and then do something online to earn money. You might have seen our show about online jobs. There's a lot you can do from your computer. Some of you might have day jobs that pay really well, and we guess you lucky guys won't need the extra work. The question is though, will you get bored? Maybe you could educate yourself and start reading more. The statistics differ depending on where you look, but you can find studies that tell you 1 in 4 Americans didn't read a single book in a year. But you can find other studies, such as one conducted by Pew Research, that said at least in 2012, 74% of Americans read at least 1 book in the year. We should say consumed a book is a better verb, since more Americans are now doing the audiobook thing. Pew Research seems to think the average American will read about 12 books in a year, so we think if you're not sleeping all night and not working, we can double that. No sleep equals more knowledge, equals more informed people, equals a better society, we think. Let's just be positive and say that that will happen, and we'll throw all the negatives at you later. You might also get a hobby or follow a creative pursuit. You always said you wanted to write a book, and now you have the time. J.K. Rowling spent 6 years on Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, but then she had a kid and a job. We might also add that some folks write fast. It only took Anthony Burgess 3 weeks to write the cult classic A Clockwork Orange. However fast you write doesn't really matter because with 8 more hours in the day, you're going to be able to knock out at least 1 book in a year. Or perhaps you want to create a YouTube channel. There are a bazillion guides out there that will tell you how to do this, but we should say that whatever they tell you, it will take a lot of time and effort, and of course, you'll need a good idea. For most channels, it'll be a few years before a decent audience is built up. But if you're familiar with such creative pursuits, you'll know the problem for most people is how to build a channel and still hold down a day job. You're in luck because you now don't have that problem. With 8 extra hours in the day, it's likely you're going to find some success. You might also get lonely if you're the only person who's not sleeping. Just imagine spending a third of your life alone. Well, maybe you have online friends in other countries, but it's not the same as spending time with someone. Still, it's likely if you're an American non-sleeper, you're going to make a lot of new friends on the other side of the world. Oliver, meet Rayonch. Rayonch, this is Oliver, your new buddy who is sleepless in Seattle. If you have a partner, perhaps there's going to be many hours you're just waiting for them to wake. The fact is, if you don't sleep again, we think you're going to really have to start being hardworking or creative. If you don't, you're likely going to overthink things and get bored and stressed. Not sleeping might be harder than you think if you don't know how to fill the time. Don't let sleeplessness be a prison. Another thing is taking care of your body. Your muscles repair themselves when you sleep, so we suggest you don't overdo it when you're awake. We suggest you do exercises such as yoga and generally just try and stay healthy. There will be other negative things that will happen. Let's say someone asks you to do something and you don't do it. You feel lazy, but they'll say something like, "Come on, you have 24 hours a day, unlike us poor folks." Not sleeping means you're basically on the clock all the time. You wouldn't even be able to say you didn't pick up the phone because you were sleeping. You might even get exploited by your boss who now demands more work. There will be no excuse for not seeing a message in Facebook Messenger. What if you and your partner didn't sleep? We might think this would be great because you could spend more time together, but one expert talking to Live Science said couples need their downtime. Being awake with one another all the time, he said, would put stress on the relationship. He said you'd either argue more or just get really bored of each other. Maybe a sleepless life would turn into a single life. You'd have to update your Tinder profile to say, "I don't sleep." You might be richer but unhappier. If you were a whole family of non-sleepers, we can imagine a total nightmare. It's this thing called sleep that can give us a break from others. Sleep can settle arguments, it irons out disputes. Imagine 24 hours with your brother, mother, father, and children. Do you think you could cope with that? While we've talked about a lot of positive things such as being creative or productive, we imagine not sleeping will become a kind of living nightmare for many people. Even if in our hypothetical situation your mental faculties were okay, we think your emotional well-being would suffer. Your world might become something like the play No Exit, written by French philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre. In that play, people go to hell, but hell is just being locked in a room with certain folks for eternity. Things don't go too well. And the famous quote from that play is, "Hell is other people." If you never slept again, we think you might agree. Even the Walton family couldn't survive not sleeping. In the non-sleeping version of that show, John Boy ends up doing hard time for trying to strangle Grandpa Walton for talking badly about his cow. They just needed some distance. Scientists have actually talked about what might happen if we cured sleep. Today we have used a hypothetical and said we wouldn't be too affected mentally by this lack of sleep, but in real life, even if we took just 4 hours from our 8 hours, scientists don't think it would make us more productive or creative. Live Science interviewed experts about this, and they seem to think we need our 8 hours or thereabouts. One scientist said it's really seductive to think we'd all become smarter and more productive, but that's not necessarily the case. So in conclusion, not sleeping would have some initial benefits if indeed the scenario played out so that your brain and body could take it, if we cured sleep, so to speak. But the emotional stress of having to cope with other people 24/7 would in the end destroy your relationships. Well, it would destroy most people's relationships. You might have more money in the bank and you might write the next great American novel, but hell is other people would become your reality. Productivity in the bedroom might go up only because there's a lot of downtime, and we know more babies are made in the winter months. But in the end, having those babies around you all the time would create a perfect storm, and we think you'd soon start to resent even the most cherished people in your life. We don't just need sleep to rest our brains and fix our bodies, but we need that break in the land of Nod just to get away from people. We went online and tried to find if there are or were any people that just never slept. We found one case of a Vietnamese man who claimed that he didn't sleep for 46 years. Yeah, you heard that right. We should say that some people might doubt whether this is true, but it seems his case was investigated in Vietnam and he had his believers. He once said, "I feel like a plant without water." So if you never slept, that's how you might feel. We also found a man called Al Herpin, and he got the epithet "the man who never slept." The New York Times said this about him in 1903. Albert Herpin, born in France in 1862 and for 15 years a holster in the employ of Freehold Walter Fairs of this city, declares that he has not slept a wink during the past 10 years. Notwithstanding this, he is in perfect health and does not seem to suffer any discomfort from his remarkable condition. Later, his obituary appeared in the New York Times, and this is what it said. Alfred E. Herpin, a recluse who lived on the outskirts of the city and insisted that he never slept. He was 94 years old, and when questioned concerning his claim of sleeplessness, maintained that he never actually dozed but merely rested. No other person with total insomnia has lived for such a long period of time. It was likely that he died for other reasons, not sleep deprivation, as his insomnia did not seem to have any effect on his health. Medical professionals will tell you that no man can just not sleep, but it seems Al was believed by many. Just imagine it, your first day in prison. You're ushered to a cell, except on the walk there, prison isn't what you expected. There are no people shouting at you, no intimidation being vented from two-man cells. But what you do feel around you is a sense of chaos. When you arrive at the cell, the guy who runs the place tells you where you'll be sleeping. To your surprise, you'll be packed in head to toe with scores of other men. Thankfully, you're not next to the toilet, which is a hole in the ground in the far corner. During the night, the mosquitoes buzz and you continually wipe the sweat from your face. You need that hole in the ground, which will mean carefully stepping over many men, people you really don't want to stand on. This is the experience for many people who have found themselves locked up in a country criticized for its prison conditions. Certain prison systems around the world are overwhelmed, and overcrowding such as this is not uncommon in many countries. If you've read the ex-con locked up abroad literature, you'll know that many foreigners end up getting moved to a less packed cell, and in some prisons there's always the opportunity to pay your way to a better place, where you won't have to sleep crammed in like a sardine. Some of those writers will tell you that the first day in a place like that is the worst, but most people generally work their way through it. There have also been a few convicts that get locked up abroad that got repatriated, only they preferred the rundown prison in a developing country despite the overcrowding, the rats, the mosquitoes, and dreaded centipedes. That's exactly what one British man who'd been locked up in Thailand's Klong Prem prison said. He preferred the chaos to the 23-hour lockdown. Generally, in prisons where people sleep in packed cells most of the day, they're free to walk around a fairly large prison yard, play sports, cook, work, even build huts and gardens in some places. Not all people prefer that though. We guess it depends on personality and how things went while locked up. Okay, so now that we have a look at some of these prisons where men sleep almost on top of each other, the last places on this list we imagine would not be preferred over any prison system. Let's first put some things into perspective. Most people know that the United States has the largest prison population in the world, and also imprisons more of its citizens than any other country. According to Statistica, in 2019, the US has locked up 655 people for every 100,000 people. Next was El Salvador at 618 per 100,000, and after that, Thailand at 558 per 100,000. Prison policy, by the way, put the US number at 698 per 100,000, adding that just under 2.3 million Americans are behind bars, which is a significant amount of the population. US prisons have their fair share of problems, notably gang violence. But are people living 100 to a cell? The answer is no, they are not. While many prisons in the US report that they are over capacity, that doesn't mean men are packed into cells in such a way that they can barely turn over during the night. In fact, according to the World Prison Brief, the USA is only the 113th most overcrowded prison system in the entire world. You might face violence daily, eat tasteless foods, and are sometimes locked down for 23 hours a day, but you will no doubt get a bed, clean sheets, and some snacks to buy from the prison commissary. That means the prison store, for all of you who don't watch prison shows on TV. So where are the most overcrowded places? Well, we'll start with the bad and then move on to the very bad and finish with the worst. Number 10. Benin. According to prison data, Benin has a prison capacity at 240%. Let's bear in mind now that the USA is almost at 104%. This country only locks up around 70 people per 100,000 people, but it seems those that are behind bars don't have much room. The website Prison Insider tells us that prisoners in this small West African nation face not only overcrowding problems, but getting clean water isn't easy, and neither is getting decent food. The website writes the majority of prisoners sleep on the floor, head to feet, unable to move. Because of this, the spread of disease is a big issue, especially when lack of nutritious food is also an issue. Number 9. Comoros. The prison capacity of Comoros is 246.7%, or it was when the statistics were published in 2018. You might not have heard of this place, and we don't blame you because it's just a small volcanic archipelago off of East Africa. The entire prison population is 191 people, so you could hardly say Comoros should make headlines. But it seems those that are banged up behind bars don't have much space. In fact, it's hard to find much information about prisons there, but a 2016 human rights report talked about severe overcrowding. malnutrition, and a general lack of any rights for prisoners. Number 8. Bolivia. Bolivia has a prison capacity at 253.9%, and it locks up 156 people per 100,000 people. In total, there are around 18,000 Bolivians behind bars. We should say that different sources give different numbers, but they're all quite close at least. It depends on where the data comes from and when it was updated. One report we found states that in many Bolivian prisons, it's the prisoners who have control, and searches have revealed that some of those prisoners have guns inside the facility. One recent search ended with 7 dead inmates and 26 other inmates injured. Reports state that violence is common and drugs are available throughout Bolivian prisons, but tensions are unusually high just because of terrible overcrowding. Overcrowding is said to be at critical levels right now, and that's mostly because there are so many people locked up for narcotics-related offenses. Number 7. Sudan. Sudan's prison capacity is at 255.3%. 52 people per 100,000 are locked up in this Northeast African nation, and in total that means 21,000 prisoners. The prisons here are old and decrepit, and reform is needed. They're not only packed, but according to reports, disease is rife, and prisoners have to put up with poor sanitation and nothing close to anything resembling nutritious food. Number 6. Uganda. Uganda has a prison capacity at 293.2%. It locks up around 120 prisoners per 100,000, and in total there are around 48,000 prisoners. According to a report published a while back, but still relevant today, no doubt, about half of the country's prison population was still awaiting trial. Many of those prisoners suffer from diseases, especially multi-drug resistant tuberculosis. Uganda has the second worst overcrowding problem in Africa, which reports have said has led to a public health crisis. Number 5. Guatemala. Next on the list is Guatemala, with a prison capacity at 296.2%. This country locks up around 141 people for every 100,000 people, while the total prison population there is 24,386. Over the last 10 years, Guatemala's prison population has soared, and it's said for every space for one person there are 6 people. Corruption is rife inside, so if you have the money, your time there will be better. Many of the prisons are out of control, and it's the people locked up who, for the most part, run them. As Prison Insider writes, it's gangs who decide what privileges and rights are accorded to inmates, often in return for large sums of money. Another report says that prisoners are 12 times more likely to be killed inside prison than on the outside, and it blames overcrowding for this. It said the prison system in this country has completely collapsed, that it isn't really a prison system but rather a place that contains criminals and allows chaos to happen inside. Some of those prisons, the report said, were merely headquarters for gangs, and they had total control. Number 4. Zambia. So the winner, or should we say loser, for Africa is Zambia. We should also state that for some African nations there's no available data, so Zambia might not be the worst. It has a prison capacity rate at 303%. In some prisons it's reported that where one man should sleep there are 15 people. They obviously meant a cell, not a patch of floor. This has led to massive outbreaks of diseases, including tuberculosis and scabies. Prisoners lack proper sanitation and the prison diet is terrible, which doesn't help the spread of disease. Other reports state that there have been issues with torture inside the prisons, and generally prisoners being stripped of their human rights. The Human Rights Commission has said prisoners are punished harshly, and many of those are still awaiting trial. One prisoner interviewed about his time in a Zambian prison said this: "The aftermath of prison life still haunts me. I would never wish anyone to experience it. Prisons in Zambia are not fit for human habitation. Currently around 146 people per 100,000 Zambians deal with this kind of hell, and in total that's 25,000 people." Number 3. El Salvador. This Central American nation has a prison capacity at 348.2%. The country locks up 618 people per 100,000, so as we said at the beginning, it is second behind the USA. In total, there are 38,714 people serving time behind bars in this nation. Unlike some of the other nations on this list, there aren't many articles in the English language media on prison conditions there. You won't be surprised to hear that the conditions are said to be harsh, if not brutal. While many killings have happened on the streets of El Salvador, a lot of those people have ended up in prison. You'll find these places are full of gang members, such as those from the gangs Barrio 18 and MS-13. Some reports state that while the prison on the outside is guarded by the army, the guards themselves are too scared to go inside. It's the prisoners that run things, and that doesn't always mean everyday chaos. The Guardian writes the prisons have their own bakery, workshops making furniture and toys, and even a rudimentary hospital that they staff themselves. Still, you can find other reports stating that life is hell, and you can see the photos. Men packed into small spaces, virtually sat in piles like hamsters in a cage. This has led to infections, the spread of numerous diseases, and some people spend 24 hours a day in their cells. Other reports said that it's like something from the dark past, with men being given food through the bars right into their hands. Apparently, someone from El Salvador's Attorney General's Office for Human Rights went inside to have a look and was lost for words. Yet other reports state that people are suffering from diseases and other health issues, but have been denied any kind of treatment. One prisoner in an interview said where he was imprisoned there was one bathroom for 350 inmates and it was clogged, so things started to pile up. One man had to sleep next to that bathroom, which was part of the house where the prisoners lived. And it just gets worse, with one prosecutor saying they are in subhuman conditions, a total violation of their human rights and the law. Number 2. Philippines. We've already done one show on a packed jail in this country, but that jail is not alone. The Philippines is said to have a prison capacity at 436%. So these guys are even more crammed together than the El Salvadorians, if that sounds possible. In this country, around 179 people per 100,000 are locked up, and in total, that's 188,278 prisoners. So how is it? Well, there are various accounts, but one man from Hong Kong that was arrested on what he calls bogus drug charges, a police setup, said it was as bad as you can imagine. He says he was beaten up by guards at New Bilibid prison on the first day. That's the main prison in the country. He said it was hell, and often saw fights and even people being murdered. He now has written a book about his time there. As for overcrowding, if you look at the photos, it's nothing short of amazing. Prisoners in one place sleep on every bit of ground, including some folk on the stairs. As one prisoner put it, they cannot think straight. It's so crowded, just the slightest of movements and you bump into something or someone. You have literally never seen so many people sleeping in one place so close together, with the site looking like it came from an apocalyptic movie, not something happening right now. The media said in 2019 that the Bureau of Jail Management and Penology of the Philippines is trying to do something about the overcrowding, but it's a big hill to climb. Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte's zero-tolerance war on drugs has helped fill up the prisons, but it said they were already overcrowded before he came into power. Number 1. Haiti. Haiti claims the top spot for number 1 with a prison capacity at 454.4%. In this country, there are 96 people locked up per 100,000, and in total, there are 10,512 prisoners. You can watch news reports about these prisons, which all look like they're crumbling down, with men pushed up against rusted bars. Al Jazeera shows men sleeping back to back, with some malnourished inmates lying on makeshift hospital beds, looking like they have little time to live. The cells themselves look something like abject poverty inside an old submarine. Men walk around with plastic bowls looking for water or food, pushed up against each other in unimaginable squalor. Many don't get enough food, according to the BBC, and become very sick from malnutrition and diseases. It's reported that in one prison alone, 21 inmates died in the last month. The BBC posted a picture of a dead man in the hallway covered in blankets, soon to be taken away, we expect. One person who was allowed to make a documentary about one prison said most of the diseases and problems happen because of proximity and malnourishment. You add stress to people's situation and it leads to sickness. Cholera spreads easily, as does TB and a lot of skin conditions. It's late at night and you're having a pleasant dream. Maybe you're reliving one of your favorite memories. Or you're having that dream where you're a flying superhero again, saving the world from destruction. Perhaps you're a knight in shining armor fighting off a fire-breathing dragon. But not for the hand of a helpless maiden, because this is the 21st century, and maidens are more than capable of saving themselves. Suddenly though, your pleasant little dream escape starts to turn dark. You get a growing feeling of dread and foreboding. Your nice fantasy slowly turns into a nightmare. You wake up with a gasp, happy to flee from the dark dream, but realize you've woken into a real-life horror. You can't move, you can barely breathe, and no matter how hard you try, your limbs refuse to respond to your commands. You lie in bed, panting for breath, completely paralyzed, and there in the darkness of your room, you swear that you can see a vague figure. It seems to be watching you, smiling even, and then in a flash, it's gone, and you can move your body again. You tear out of bed and throw the lights on, but you're all alone in your room without another person in sight. It's estimated that about 15% of the population has had an experience like the one we just described. And if you're one of the lucky ones who hasn't, your time may be coming. For millennia, this phenomenon, now called sleep paralysis, has been associated with one particular evil being, a female demon ripped straight from the pages of the world's most ancient texts, and today known as the night hag. According to science, this phenomenon is not an evil demon visiting you and poisoning your dreams or trying to kill you. Sleep paralysis is a purely natural phenomenon that happens when you wake up but your brain hasn't fully alerted the rest of your body that it's time to wake up. If you've ever watched someone else sleep, then you're kind of a creeper. Just kidding. But if you've seen someone jerk around in their sleep or perhaps watched a dog kick and paw and whimper as they dream of chasing squirrels, then you're well aware that sometimes our body responds to what the brain is pretending we're doing in our dreams. Scientists aren't quite sure why we dream in the first place, and the fact that less intelligent animals such as dogs and cats do it mean that it isn't a simple byproduct of our greater intellectual capacity and ability to imagine. Some believe that dreaming is the brain's safe way of working through troubling memories, or to give itself a break from the stresses of real life. Others believe that dreaming is the way that the brain processes information and helps it to learn from mistakes or develop new strategies to past problems. Others yet believe that dreams are largely meaningless or are a random mixture of memories and imagination with no discernible purpose, just something the brain does while in standby mode. What we do know, though, is that in order to protect you while dreaming, the brain automatically paralyzes your body. That's so when you're thrashing around in your dreams fighting off a grizzly bear with your bare fists, you don't start throwing haymakers in the real world and maybe break your hand on the wall. Have a particularly vivid dream of running a marathon, and your body might start running in real life, straight off a cliff or into a predator. Some people believe that the act of sleepwalking is actually the brain failing to fully do its job properly and shut the body down. It's clear that this sleep paralysis is pretty important for our safety and the safety of anyone sleeping next to us. Waking up in the midst of sleep paralysis, however, can be a traumatic and terrifying experience. The brain has accidentally forgotten to throw the on switch to the other parts of your body, and so when you try to move, you're unable to. Because you have so little control of your body, your breathing feels shallow and labored, and this gives the impression of a great force sitting on your chest. Stuck in a waking state where the brain is still partially dreaming, people have even described auditory and visual hallucinations that appeared completely real to them. In fact, some people believe that sleep paralysis perfectly describes the alien abduction phenomenon. That's science's answer, at least, and given the fact that it's 2019 and we still don't have flying cars, are you really gonna trust science? Of course not. Before the sleep paralysis theory, this phenomenon was directly attributed to the legendary night hag, a demonic being who would visit men and women and sit on their chests, infecting them with terrible dreams and draining their life force. What's startling is that the night hag is present in every single culture on Earth, and the various qualities attributed to her are shockingly similar. She's often described as a female figure, some claiming that she's a demon and others that she's a ghost, and she pins her victims down and steals their breath. The night hag seems to have existed for as long as humanity has been around, and she's mentioned in the world's most ancient texts. She's generally believed to be Lilith, the original wife to Adam, who did not wish to be his second and left the Garden of Eden. Others believe that Lilith was never human in the first place and was in fact a demoness who preys on men and women alike. Whatever her real origin, she appears in the Bible, the Epic of Gilgamesh, and even the Dead Sea Scrolls. She's also featured prominently in the mystical Jewish tradition of Kabbalah, and men all across the ancient world were warned to be wary of her presence. Not just men though, as the vengeful Lilith would often seek out pregnant women and newborn children and try to kill them in their sleep. In some traditions, Lilith is even described as having breasts full of poison instead of milk, which she feeds to newborn infants. The name Lilith is believed to be a derivative of the ancient Sumerian word for Lilitu, which were female demons and wind spirits. Beautiful and seductive, men were nevertheless warned to keep their distance from these temptresses, as they would often attempt to reproduce with men and then kill them shortly after. Able to bear children with either human or animals, the night hag prefers to reproduce with men and disguise herself as a human to give the child away for adoption, returning later to transform its daughters into night hags once they've reached puberty. In the Jewish Zohar, which is the foundation for the mystical tradition of Kabbalah, Lilith the night hag is mentioned a whopping 27 times. These depictions support the idea that she was Adam's first wife, but refused to see herself as subservient to Adam and rebelled against God by showing him great disrespect. Saddened by Lilith, God cast her out of the Garden of Eden and then formed a new woman for Adam directly from his rib, as Lilith had been made from the same dust as Adam had originally. Given the traditional view of these ancient cultures which held women in very low regard, it's no surprise that Lilith's refusal to be subservient forever to a man was seen as evil. Christianity doesn't believe Lilith was the first wife of Adam, though, and certainly doesn't believe that she was thrown out of Eden for refusing to be subservient to Adam. In fact, in the New Testament, Jesus regularly treated women as equals in ways that modern audiences don't realize would have been shocking and even alarming for the contemporaries of the authors who penned the books of the Bible. This indication of equality from the Son of God indicates that the Bible's Lilith couldn't possibly have been the first wife of Adam, and the creation of a God who clearly didn't see a difference between man and woman. Thus, the brief mention of Lilith in the Old Testament is likely a reference to Lilith being a demon, and though she was not well described in the text, she would not have needed to be, as every ancient reader of the Old Testament would have immediately recognized the Lilith figure. One of the first documented mentions of Lilith, though, comes from the Epic of Gilgamesh, written around 2000 BC. This epic was the world's first known superhero story and tells the story of a mighty warrior named Gilgamesh, who performed many heroic deeds. In one part of the story, the hero helps the goddess of love and war cut down a tree in order to fashion a throne for herself. But as the wood is split open, they discover it's been inhabited by a trio of evil spirits: the serpent, the zoo bird, and the demoness Lilith herself. In an epic battle, Gilgamesh defeats the serpent and zoo bird, but only manages to force Lilith to flee into the desert, unable to overcome her. Sometime around 400 BC, Lilith once more appears in a major historical work, this time the famed Dead Sea Scrolls. These manuscripts were discovered in sealed-up caves along the Jordan River and predate many books of the Bible. Here, Lilith once more makes an appearance in a hymn, which is believed to be used for demonic exorcism. In this hymn, the reciter attempts to purge the victim of demonic corruption, naming Lilith by her name. The Talmud, one of the world's most ancient religious texts and written between the 6th and 3rd century BC, also mentions Lilith. Here she appears as a long-haired demon with wings who could seduce men and have sex with them in their sleep, often undetected. Ancient religious figures even went so far as to warn that men should not sleep alone so that Lilith would not visit and possibly slay them in their sleep. Leaving her mark across the ancient world, Lilith also appears in the form of countless charms and trinkets, all meant to ward off her nighttime attacks. A limestone plaque dating back to the 8th century BC is translated to read, "O you who fly in the darkened rooms, be off with you this instant, Lilith, thief and breaker of bones." These types of charms would often hang in the rooms of houses of pregnant women or newborn children, which were believed to be Lilith's favorite prey. Because she was seen as a sneaky predator, it was believed that if Lilith found the charm, she would flee the house, knowing that she'd been identified and possibly be discovered by its inhabitants. To this day, people claim that they're visited by nighttime demons, and despite modern explanations for sleep paralysis, some are not so satisfied that this phenomenon is purely natural. Many people still believe that succubus, female demons which prey on sleeping men, and incubus, male demons who do the same to women, are a very real phenomenon. Famously, a 1980s horror film called The Entity tells the allegedly true story of a woman who was prey to an incubus, a male night hag. Doris Bither was a single mother living in Culver City, California in 1978. She moved into a house but was warned by a Mexican neighbor that the house was evil and she should stay away from it. Plagued by personal problems, Doris experimented with a Ouija board and often used drugs and alcohol while trying to communicate with spirits. One night, Doris was physically attacked and raped by an unseen entity, and the attacks continued happening over the course of several months. Shockingly, they would even occur in front of her children, who would later testify to the veracity of their mother's claims. Stories about female and even male night hags have been with us for a millennia, and while science has a ready explanation for the phenomenon of sleep paralysis, it falls a little short when it comes to physical sexual assault by unseen beings. Yet, was Doris Bither's story purely fiction? And if so, why did all of her children claim to have seen some of these attacks, or even been on the receiving end of bites and scratches themselves? Is the night hag a real phenomenon, or is Lilith and her coterie of demons nothing more than our overactive, fearful imagination? Until science can definitely disprove the existence of paranormal forces, we'll leave it up to you to decide. How long can you go without sleep? My personal best is a mere 40 hours, and there's a 4-hour chunk that I absolutely do not remember except for the taste of gin and tonics. Healthcare workers will often work full 24-hour shifts, Firefighters sometimes go 3 days without getting shut-eye, and film production workers lead the world in cumulative lack of sleep. Still, most of us try not to go more than a day without getting at least a nap in. Well, this is Randy Gardner, a teen who broke the world record when he stayed awake without any sleep for 11 days. December 1963, San Diego high schoolers Randy Gardner and Bruce McAllister need a project for the upcoming science fair. While other kids might be content with baking soda volcanoes or solar system dioramas, Randy has his sights set on something bigger. He comes from a military family, constantly moving, and is used to distinguishing himself by taking first prize at the science fair, no matter where he lives. San Diego's the biggest city they've landed in, though, and if he's going to make his mark, he's going to have to be bigger than ever before. So he and Bruce decide to make history by breaking the world record for sleep deprivation. At this time, the record is held by Tom Rounds, a disc jockey for KPOI radio in Honolulu. Fresh from New York, Rounds had wanted to drum up publicity for the station and for himself as the new guy. Setting himself up in a department store window, he stayed up for a record 260 hours, just 4 hours shy of a full 11 days. The publicity worked. Rounds made the news around the world. It caught the attention of Bruce and Randy, who loved a challenge. But it is for a science fair, so they had to come up with a scientific pretext. Their first idea, the effect of sleeplessness on paranormal ability. Which paranormal ability? How will they measure it? With no real approach to that, they decided to take on a more straightforward experiment, the effect of sleeplessness on cognitive ability, to be measured in various ways: memory tests, math problems, and on the basketball court. They decide one of them will be the test subject and the other the observer. They flip a coin, and Randy gets to be the guinea pig. He's not worried though, he's confident that he can stay up a full 11 days, besting Tom Rounds by 4 hours. Then catch up on sleep after, suffering no ill effects. The experiment begins in the early morning on December 29, 1963. They keep a chart on the wall on which Bruce can make notations. Randy stays active playing basketball, regular meal taking is maintained, and otherwise, there's nothing added to the diet, no stimulants, not even coffee, maybe the occasional Coke. Randy relies on stamina and will alone. There is one problem, it's just the two of them, so Bruce has to stay up with Randy. The first sign of trouble comes on day 3. Bruce falls asleep while taking notes. When he wakes up, he's still in the middle of writing on the wall. They need help. He recruits another classmate, Joe Marciano Jr. Randy's parents are also getting concerned. They call in an expert, Lieutenant Commander John J. Ross of the U.S. Navy Medical Neuropsychiatric Research Unit. At first, things are progressing as expected. Randy appears to be mostly unaffected, though he gets increasingly irritable. He also starts to get a little spacey in conversation. Still, his basketball abilities remain unaffected, and he can still go out for walks with little incident. The new year comes and the boys' experiment gets a write-up in the newspaper. That article gets the attention of William C. Dement, a sleep researcher based out of Stanford University. Dement is a pioneer in sleep medicine, along with classmates Eugene Aserinsky and Michel Jouvet, and under the mentorship of Nathaniel Kleitman, Dement helped to identify and define REM sleep in the 1950s. Like Randy, Dement is skeptical of the recommended 8 hours of sleep. His own observations tell him that it differs from person to person. In 1963, just before the boys begin their science fair project, Dement completes his own study on the sleeping habits of Bayard Quincy Morgan, an 80-year-old professor of German at Stanford. Morgan claims he has gone to bed at 10 p.m. and woken up at 2 a.m. bright-eyed and bushy-tailed every day since he was 23 years old. Weeks of observation with the Stanford sleep researchers proved that yes, Morgan was able to function completely normally, including teaching, writing, and socializing at age 80 on slightly less than 4 hours of sleep. If the man can go that long and be productive on so little sleep, is it possible for others to do the same? The age group is particularly fascinating to Dement. According to the studies of the Stanford Sleep Lab, most teens around Randy's age sleep between 10 and 11 hours a day. He volunteers his service, arriving with an electroencephalogram, or EEG, to record Randy's brain activity and eye movement. The boys' parents are more than happy to have more professionals on the scene. While Dement says Randy seems mostly unaffected, Lieutenant Commander Ross records that he's beginning to experience hallucinations. Day 4, Randy mistakes a street sign for another person on the street. He later becomes convinced, although briefly, that he's a famous football star. Day 5, despite being indoors, a path suddenly appears in front of him, winding its way through a quiet forest. Randy knows it's a hallucination, but still, he sees it. The hallucinations are not unexpected. Even before Tom Rounds in Honolulu, another DJ pulled a no-sleep stunt. Back in 1959, Peter Tripp of WMGM in New York City attempted a wake-a-thon to benefit the March of Dimes. He broadcast from a glass booth in Times Square, with occasional breaks to use the bathroom or change his clothes. As the days wore on, he began to hallucinate. After 120 hours or 5 days, he saw flames shooting out of the drawer in his hotel room. A scientist became an undertaker, taking him away to die. The face of a clock became the face of a friend the longer he stared at it. Then he began to believe he was the friend and that he wasn't really Peter Tripp, that the sleep scientists around him were plotting against him. In all, he lasted 8 days, 8 hours, 200 hours in all. Some still maintain that the experiment did permanent harm to him psychologically. Fortunately, Randy's hallucinations are not that violent, and unlike Peter Tripp, no drugs are being used to keep him going. He has other ways of staying awake. While it's dangerous to sit down, he enjoys driving around in the convertible Dement brought with him. Dement also observes that the growing media coverage is becoming a circus, with newspaper, radio, and television all camping out in Randy's neighborhood. The attention and sudden celebrity is enough to keep anyone awake, much less a 17-year-old at the height of his confidence. And of course, there's always basketball. All else is beginning to suffer. His speech slows and slurs, he has trouble remembering the names of common objects, he stops speaking in the middle of sentences and forgets he was talking at all. The group conducts tests on his senses of taste, smell, and hearing, and are surprised to see that not all of them have become dulled, but rather more sensitive. Randy begins to fight on some of the small tests, especially saying he can't stand it. But his basketball game does not suffer. He even continues to win when playing against others. Dement's mentor, Nathaniel Kleitman, noticed similar behavior in his early experiments in 1922. Kleitman noticed that subjects had to be in constant activity to fight off drowsiness, and not just any repetitive activity, but something truly dynamic like basketball or bowling, activities where you're constantly changing speed and approach, where there's stimuli all around you. After all, he found that subjects would start to fall asleep as soon as they closed their eyes, even while in the middle of walking. As his student Dement would later put it, almost continuous muscular activity is necessary to forestall overwhelming sleeplessness. Kleitman also found that it got worse for his subjects between 3 a.m. and 6 a.m. Dement finds a similar challenge. While during the day, Randy can be photographed, give interviews, go bowling with his friends, generally act like a teenager without any issues, at night all that changes. For one thing, there's nothing open, at least no establishment that will let a trio of high schoolers in. For another, well, remember Randy is now going on 9 days, with over 200 hours without sleep. That broke Peter Tripp, but Randy's not even hitting Tom Rounds' world record yet. As Dement later writes, at night we were driven to increasingly heroic measures to resist sleeplessness. By day 10, Randy is experiencing paranoid episodes. During a radio interview, he suspects the host is mocking him, purposefully trying to make him appear foolish. But while he might not be a fool, he is getting vaguer. When Dement speaks with Randy, he records that while there are some minor lapses, Randy is altogether pretty unaffected. He still knows he's Randy Gardner, but when Lieutenant Commander Ross records his observations, he notes that Randy is having trouble remembering some details of the past 10 days, and in order to get in any response, he often has to be prompted. Day 11, the home stretch. Lieutenant Commander Ross records that Randy is expressionless. They conduct a test. Starting from the number 100, Randy is asked to proceed downward by 7. 100, 93, 86, 79, 72, 65, 65, 65. When asked to go past 65, Randy is unable to. In the middle of the test, he's forgotten what they were doing. Later, though, Dement records a more optimistic interaction. After 3 a.m., Dement and Randy find themselves in a penny arcade. The two compete in about 100 games on a pinball machine, and Randy wins every time. To Dement, this is proof of his lack of physical or psychomotor impairment. As the morning comes, Randy gives a press conference. According to all observers, it is the best he's presented himself. He's articulate, informative, engaging. He's also a world record holder. January 8, 1964, Randy Gardner, 17 years old, has gone without sleep for 11 days. He is whisked away to the San Diego Naval Hospital, where, watched over by more sleep researchers in a lab, he finally gets his first night's sleep in 264 hours and 12 minutes. He's out for 14 hours and 40 minutes before he finally gets up to go to the bathroom. He stays up for 24 hours before going back to bed for another 8 hours, and then continues his life as normal. The data of his brain activity is processed in Arizona, and the results are pretty interesting. While Randy technically stayed awake, his brain was catching catnaps. Parts of his brain would actually fall asleep, while other parts remained active. This may explain the hallucinations both he and Peter Tripp experienced. They were actually dreaming while still awake, a curious preservation tactic, but one that seems to prove that the brain does need to rest. Randy set out to prove the human body doesn't need sleep. Instead, he learned the body finds a way, sometimes nightmarishly so. So the boys of Point Loma High School take first place in the 10th annual Greater San Diego Science Fair. Randy even appears on television, on an episode of What's My Line? Well into his 60s, he continues to be contacted by scientists and researchers from around the world. But there's also a not-so-fun side effect. Randy suffers from an almost debilitating insomnia, and he fully blames his record-breaking stunt. He suffers for almost a decade before finally finding a routine that works for him, and now the boy who didn't sleep is the man who needs his 8 hours. In the meantime, many others have worked to dethrone Randy. A month after the experiment, Toimi Soini of Finland reported staying up 276 hours. The Guinness Book of World Records, though, recognizes Maureen Weston of Peterborough, Cambridgeshire, United Kingdom, who in 1977 went without sleep while participating in a rocking chair marathon for 449 hours. That's 18 days and 17 hours. But don't even try to beat that. The Guinness Book of World Records no longer recognizes the category of sleep deprivation, deeming it too dangerous. As Dement wrote in his 1972 book, Some Must Watch While Some Must Sleep, it is impossible to, quote, locate a person who never sleeps and yet is healthy and alert at all times. Although a number of claims have been made, they've been quickly faded under the cold glare of round-the-clock scientific observation. Sleep. There's nothing like curling up in a bed and slipping into a dream after a long day. All dreams have one thing in common. They ultimately end the same way. Whether the dream was good or bad, you wake up and realize it was all a dream, usually. There's another kind of dream, and it can be very different and sometimes terrifying. Lucid dreaming is when you dream but become aware that you're dreaming. Once you're aware, you have greater control over your choices in the dream and may be able to affect its outcome. Most lucid dreams start when you're asleep, but some people have tried to induce lucid dreams from an awake state. So why do people want to experience lucid dreams? Studies show they can decrease nightmares and reduce stress by helping you neutralize and control recurring nightmares. Experts recommend getting a good night's sleep and keeping a dream journal as the best way to encourage lucid dreaming. You'll reduce anxiety, get more confident in your motor skills by practicing them in a dream state, and have an opportunity to explore your creativity in a mostly risk-free environment. Wait, mostly risk-free? Lucid dreaming isn't without risks. You're deliberately interrupting your sleep cycle, which can lead to trouble getting back into a rhythm. Those who lucid dream frequently report having trouble differentiating between dreams and reality, and even feel disconnected from their own identity. But for a select few dreamers, the experience can be much more terrifying due to sleep paralysis. When this happens, people wake up from a night of sleep only to discover they can't move. Their mind is awake, but it's not communicating to their body yet. And that's when the hallucinations start. They see, hear, and feel things that aren't there, including visions of demons stalking them and climbing on their immobile body. This normally only lasts a few minutes before their body catches up to their mind, but it can feel like an eternity. And many lucid dreamers experience this terrifying phenomenon and others firsthand. These are some of the scariest lucid dream stories of all time, told by those who experienced them. A lucid dreamer woke up from what they thought was a bad nightmare, but their room didn't seem quite right. Things were out of place, and for some reason there was a porcelain doll sitting in a chair. Suddenly, the doll lifted its head and stared at the dreamer, and they realized they were in a dream. They tried to fly away from the room, but the room moved along with them until they reached a mirror. They looked into the mirror and gasped with horror. Their face was rotting and falling apart. They screamed, and the image in the mirror laughed until they woke up. Not all lucid dreamers dream intentionally, and this next story happened when the dreamer was only 12. The dreamer found themselves walking through the desert with nothing in sight. Suddenly, their mother was there in the desert too, and she looked scared. She implored the dreamer to wake up, and they did. But the fear was just beginning. The next night, they dreamed it again, and they found themselves in the same desert. They remembered their mother's words and woke up, but found themselves in a medieval prison, surrounded by monsters. Everyone there was terrified too, telling them to wake up, but to wake up they had to fall asleep. So it was a long, scary night in that prison before they drifted off and wound up back in their bed. The next dreamer found themselves in a much wetter horror. It was a stormy sea with mist everywhere, and the dreamer was aboard a ship. They weren't alone. The ship was haunted and the ghost was chasing them. They briefly got a glimpse of the ghost and it looked human, but when they looked directly at it, the ghost transformed into a painting of a gray seashore. While the dreamer didn't know what would happen if the ghost caught them, they were terrified. At some point, they realized they were dreaming and started screaming, but the scream turned into something that sounded like an alarm, and then they realized it was an alarm, their alarm clock. They woke up with a start. The next dreamer found their sweet tooth came back to haunt them. An all-you-can-eat dessert buffet sounds like a dream come true, right? Not for the dreamer who found themselves forced to eat a massive dessert made of ice cream, meringue cookies, chocolate syrup, and randomly little Valentine's Day candy hearts. The dream was so vivid they could taste it like it was real, and it was the sweetest thing they'd ever tasted. It even started to make them sick before they woke up. The dessert wasn't real, of course, but its effects lingered and the dreamer didn't want to eat dessert for weeks. The next dreamer's nightmare was much closer to home. It'd been a night of partying and drinking and they were driving home. They knew they were a little out of it, but they thought they were good to drive. They weren't. Just as they turned the corner, two drunk girls wandered out into the road and there was no time to stop, and the girls went flying. One was only lightly injured, but the other had shattered a leg. The driver helped them while they waited for the paramedics to arrive, but the authorities didn't seem interested in the driver. No one noticed they were drunk, and they just returned home, where they woke up and started screaming. They had to turn themselves in for hitting two pedestrians while drunk. That was when their roommate reminded them that they hadn't even been driving that night. But that's nothing compared to the experiences some lucid dreamers have. A young man named Justin struggled with anxiety and nightmares and found a book on lucid dreaming in his library. He decided he could use it to face the darker side of his mind and conquer his fears. What happened instead was very different. He had fun, at first learning to fly in his dreams and visiting places around the world and beyond, but then his subconscious started taking him to darker places. He hadn't trained in lucid dreaming before he started, and he had no way of preventing his dreams from turning into nightmares. But at least he could always wake up, right? Sometimes he would wake up only to realize he was still in a dream. Sometimes he would find himself in a state of sleep paralysis and would see a horrific shadowy man looming over him with a knife. That being would stab him and he would feel the pain of every stab. But when he would wake up in the real world, there would be no wound in sight. It would be years before he could finally overcome this pattern as he got older and gained a better awareness of his subconscious. Another woman got a disturbing view of lucid dreaming from the outside. When she first met her boyfriend, he seemed normal, but he was interested in lucid dreaming and he started saying odd things. When he proposed to her, he started acting oddly, and she realized he believed he was still dreaming. As time went on, he started talking less and only communicating in short bursts and single words. It was like he was walking through life half asleep and half awake. He was hospitalized, but the CAT scan showed nothing wrong. His problems were all in his mind. She wasn't sure if the cause of his bizarre behavior was due to lucid dreaming or something else, like a bad reaction he had to trying marijuana years in the past, but she thought he was slipping away. Many lucid dreamers report terrifying experiences, but lucid dreaming can't kill you, right? Despite the famous movies about the serial killer Freddy Krueger killing people in their dreams, there are no reports of anyone dying during a lucid dream. But that doesn't mean people don't feel like they have close calls. One recurring theme has come to be known as the old hag. This is one of the most common manifestations of sleep paralysis. People wake up and find they can't move, or are they even awake? They sense something else in the room with them, and they feel intense pressure on their chest. They can't breathe. That's when the presence makes itself known. While the figure's appearance varies, many people report it looks like a horrible old woman or a decaying corpse. They see the being come forward and they find they can't avert their eyes. Some who experience this presence in a lucid dream say they've seen horrible visions of their spouse dead next to them. Eventually, they do wake up unharmed, albeit with their heart beating out of their chest. The old hag or similar creature is nowhere to be seen. But many people wonder, why do so many people across so many countries have the same experience? And is there a tie to another famous horror people encounter in darkened rooms? Many people report seeing mysterious beings known as the shadow people while in sleep paralysis or during lucid dreams. These inky black beings with shining eyes take many forms. Some look small, almost like shadow children. Others are looming over them, seemingly larger than life. Sometimes they're violent, attempting to strangle the lucid dreamer or stab them. Other times, they just stand and watch for what seems like an eternity. But much like the old hag, their appearance is a common theme in countless people's lucid dreams. Even scarier, the line between lucid dreaming and sleep paralysis can blur. One man reported waking up in a state of sleep paralysis, feeling a terrible sensation all around him. He could swear he was being lifted off the ground, and the pounding of his chest woke him up, or so he thought. He woke up for the second time in a state of sleep paralysis, and this time he saw a haunting green glow outside the window. It was only the second time that he woke up when he was truly awake, and the second time he had no awareness that he'd been dreaming. He had slipped between a lucid dream and a normal dream undetected. How deep down the rabbit hole can people go? And how difficult can it be to find their way back? A veteran lucid dreamer discovered just how tricky false awakenings can be one night. He'd been struggling to get to sleep the last few nights, but this night he fell right asleep. He didn't have time to meditate or relax, and when he woke up, it was around 3 a.m. He knew right away he was locked into sleep paralysis, and he quickly felt like something was pressing down on him. It felt like it went on for hours, and none of his usual tricks like meditation worked. Finally, it let up and he got up to go use the bathroom. He went back to bed, fell asleep, and the next thing he knew, it was the morning. Or was it? As he made breakfast, he realized he felt hungover, but he hadn't been drinking. His commute to work seemed to take far longer than usual, and his interactions with people seemed odd. Suddenly, he felt sick. He felt a sharp stabbing pain in his stomach, and he collapsed. Then he woke up in bed. The false awakening had felt like it lasted for hours, but it had been all in his head. And it wasn't over. For the next few hours, this happened repeatedly, locking him into a strange Groundhog Day-like cycle of false awakenings. By the time it was over, the veteran lucid dreamer was so unsure he was awake, he spent 10 minutes pinching himself before he would even let himself get out of bed. It almost made him want to give up lucid dreaming, but not for too long. Paul Kern dives into a ditch as Russian bullets fly above his head. He peers over the edge and sights the enemy position. A whistle blows, signaling him to move forward. Kern takes a deep breath and launches himself deeper into no man's land. Moments later, a bullet rips through his skull. He'll survive, but with one very odd side effect. Like millions of other Hungarians, Kern joined the military to avenge the assassination of Archduke Franz Ferdinand at the beginning of World War I. He would begin his career in the regular army but eventually become one of the elite members of the Shock Trooper Division. Their mission was one of the most dangerous of the war. The shock troopers were responsible for clearing out enemy trenches. This meant they were often the first to charge into battle, and casualties were always high during their missions. It was 1915 when Kern went over the wall to clear a Russian trench. He'd done it several times before without being hit, but this time his life would change forever. As he weaved across the battlefield and dove for cover, Russian gunfire intensified. His comrades were struck down beside him, but Kern knew he had to reach the enemy trench in order to end the slaughter. He left the safety of the debris he was using for cover and continued toward the enemy trench. But before he could get there, a Russian bullet passed right through his temple and exited the back of his head. Kern went down and blacked out. After the Hungarian force took the enemy trench, medics searched the battlefield for wounded soldiers. Someone found Kern and noticed he was still alive. They had no hopes of him recovering from the fatal-looking shot, but they rushed him to the hospital anyway. Upon arrival, the doctors bandaged the holes in Kern's head. He had lost a lot of blood. One thing that saved his life was that the bullet passed straight through his head instead of getting lodged in his brain. If this had happened, the doctors would have needed to perform brain surgery to remove the bullet. This most likely would have led to Kern dying on the operating table. Instead, all the doctors had to do was close up the wounds and make sure they didn't get infected. There was still no way to tell if Kern would ever come out of his coma, so the medical staff kept him comfortable while they waited to see if he'd recover. His vitals were stable, but no one thought he would survive. The bullet had not only shattered part of Kern's skull, but it also took a chunk of his frontal lobe with it. Losing a part of his brain was most likely the reason for the crazy side effect Kern would live with for the rest of his life. Upon coming out of a coma, Kern was startled to find himself in a hospital bed instead of the battlefield. Doctors and nurses rushed over to him. After performing some checks for signs of brain damage, the doctors concluded that Kern seemed to be healthy. In fact, he was acting as if everything was normal, except for the splitting headache on the right side of his head. The medical professionals were dumbfounded. They thought for sure that if Kern ever did wake up, he would show signs of brain damage due to the missing part of his frontal lobe. But to their surprise, the soldier seemed fine. It wouldn't be until that evening that the first indications of his unique condition would manifest themselves. As the rest of the hospital slowly quieted down and people began to go to sleep, Kern lay awake in his bed. He didn't feel tired, and he may have chalked it up to the days he spent in a comatose state. But as time went on, he began to notice that something was different. He didn't sleep for days. Doctors tried to figure out precisely what was happening, but were baffled. It seemed as if Kern's body didn't require sleep anymore. He was still there cognitively, and he showed no signs of exhaustion due to lack of rest. They kept him under close observation, but as several nights passed, they found Kern no longer needed to sleep, and that even when he tried to get some shut-eye, his body would not comply. This was not a temporary effect either. Many medical professionals studied Paul Kern for years to come, but the only downside anyone could find for his injury was that he was struggling to fill up his newfound free time. He spent most of the time he would usually have been sleeping, reading books, and when everyone else was awake, he would visit his family and friends. In the medical field, they didn't believe Kern's condition was real. but he always was willing to be examined or put under observation. After countless investigations by doctors and medical professionals, there were more questions than answers. No one had ever witnessed Kern fall asleep or could come up with a diagnosis for his condition. The doctors assumed that the bullet had removed a part of the brain responsible for falling asleep, or perhaps the section of the frontal lobe that was missing meant his brain no longer needed to sleep at all. But this alone seemed unlikely, especially since all of his other cognitive functions were completely normal. One doctor proposed the idea that Kern was actually falling asleep for a few seconds at a time. Throughout the day, Kern would go into microsleep, which allowed his brain to rest without any other signs that he had actually dozed off. This would explain why he was never observed to be sleeping, but why his brain could continue to function. Other doctors theorized that whatever the bullet had done to Kern's brain made sleep unnecessary, but the condition would eventually catch up with him. They hypothesized that due to Kern's lack of sleep, the brain would eventually become so strained that it would lead to an early death. Many scientists are still theorizing about what was going on in Kern's mind, but for the average person, lack of sleep can definitely be dangerous. A human body needs between 7 and 9 hours of sleep each night to recharge fully. This amount of rest often eludes many of us, and we feel the negative effects of being under-rested. But what happens to the body if you never sleep? Or another question would be, what should have happened to Paul Kern's body that didn't? A study in 2014 discovered a correlation between sleep deprivation and a decline in cognitive abilities. The investigation found that people who slept less than 7 hours a night showed signs of cognitive decline earlier in life. At the end of the study, people who did not get enough sleep tended to develop lower cognitive abilities about 2 years sooner than people who received over 7 hours of sleep. Lack of sleep may also play a role in an increased risk of Alzheimer's disease. When you sleep, parts of your brain shut down and the synapses between nerves are repaired. If this process doesn't happen due to lack of rest, beta amyloid proteins could accumulate on the nerve endings in the brain. When enough proteins build up on a nerve, it can result in plaque forming around it, leading to the nerves becoming damaged. This is hypothesized to be one of the reasons Alzheimer's occurs. If enough plaque builds up on brain cells, it can cause them to die. And when brain signals cannot travel freely between synapses because they're being blocked or because there are dead brain cells, it can lead to neurological diseases such as Alzheimer's. This did not seem to occur during Kern's life, which is just another thing that puzzled doctors about his condition. Lack of sleep doesn't just affect the brain, however. Sleep is vital for the body as a whole. With lack of sleep often comes high blood pressure and an increase in heart disease. This means that people who receive less than 7 hours of sleep each night are at a higher risk of having a heart attack or stroke. The surprising thing is that even after decades of no sleep, Kern's body and mind seem to be doing just fine. His biggest complaints all came from finding ways to kill the time he was supposed to be sleeping for. One unfortunate consequence of Kern's condition was that his cost of living increased significantly. Being awake for 24 hours a day meant that the lights in Kern's house needed to stay on every night so he could read. This resulted in his utility bills becoming higher. Also, the 7 hours or so when someone's asleep, they don't eat, but being awake all the time means that his body required more calories to keep going. Therefore, Kern would need to eat or have a snack while everyone else was resting. The cost of never sleeping added up over 40 years, which meant Kern needed to budget accordingly. We don't know everything Kern did during his waking hours, but perhaps he picked up a night shift to get a little extra cash to cover his expenses from never going to sleep. Regardless of how Kern spent his time, doctors were never able to uncover the exact reason for his condition. Paul Kern was awake for 40 years straight before he passed away and got the rest that he missed out on over the decades. The craziest thing is how much extra time Kern had that the rest of us lose because of sleep. Again, around 7 hours of sleep is vital for your body to recharge and maintain a healthy brain. But think about all the things you could do if you never had to sleep. To put it in perspective, let's do some quick math. If the average person spends 7 hours a day sleeping, that means over the course of a year, they lose around 2,555 hours to sleep. That's just over 106 days. Think about all the things you could get done if you had another 106 days worth of time every year. Now, in Paul Kern's case, he didn't sleep for 40 years, meaning that he was awake for around 102,000 hours more than he would have been if he had never been shot in the head. This means he had an extra 4,258 days worth of time during his life from not sleeping. You can see why his biggest problem was finding ways to keep himself busy and paying for the costs associated with never sleeping. Was Kern a real person? Did he really not sleep for 40 years? We can't say for sure, as much of Paul Kern's story comes from an article published in the Adelaide Chronicle on January 16, 1930. That being said, we can't say for certain that his story was a lie either, as he's not the only person who's claimed to go without sleep for years. Others, such as Al Herpin, who lived in Trenton, New Jersey at the turn of the 20th century, and Ton Nine, who swore he'd been awake for 48 years, both might have had the same conditions as Paul Kern. Like Kern, there's only anecdotal evidence supporting their stories. Paul Kern is said to have died at a relatively young age, probably from some of the effects that never sleeping took on his body. His ability to always be awake was more of a curse than a blessing. However, for the rest of us who never seem to have enough time in the day to get everything done, not sleeping for 40 years might be nice. He was a wicked man in life, and so in death he became a wicked thing. He wandered the earth with an insatiable hunger, feasting when he could on dog feces and dead vermin. He was the starving ghost, and he remained that way for eternity. But did it have to be that way? We think not. For many of you watching this, ghosts may not be such a big deal. Sure, you've been scared watching a horror movie in the past, but you don't really believe ghosts are all around you. That's probably because you come from Western culture. But if you head over to parts of Asia, where we'll be going today, ghosts are no small deal. They really are all around people. Head over to any number of countries in Southeast Asia, and you'll see things called spirit houses outside just about every building, big or small. You can find them in front of luxurious hotels or government buildings, but you'll also see them next to tiny ramshackle houses or even bars where tourists would often ask why the locals are filling them with bottles of red Fanta and scraps of food. Tourists in Bangkok, for instance, sit on stools drinking beers and watching the madness of Bangkok's streets go by, and then think, what on earth is this person doing putting bottles of strawberry Fanta in that little house? The answer is they're making up an offering to the spirits. They're asking for protection, and this is not some small superstition taken up by only a few groups of people. It happens all over the country every single day. Thais, as well as other nationalities from that part of the world, take their spirits seriously. People sometimes even get uncomfortable when you just say the word P. That means ghost. Just recently, an article in the New York Times, a 47-year-old educated Thai man said, Thai people respect ghosts and spirits. Every day we pray, and you will notice our country has not had many cases of coronavirus. The spirits listen to our prayers. It's that serious. You do not mess with ghosts. By the way, not long after he said that, cases went through the roof. And those are good spirits. As you'll see today, there are some bad ones, and those guys can really mess up a nice afterlife. You might not believe in them, but you'll soon hear about people that claim to have seen them. In Thailand, as well as other countries such as India, Sri Lanka, China, Cambodia, Tibet, Laos, Vietnam, Singapore, South Korea, Japan, and Malaysia, you'll hear about PRET, the ghost no one wants to become. Being PRET is tough. It means wandering around in a kind of purgatory and you're always starving. The compulsion is as bad as having constant opiate withdrawals. How PRET is defined depends on the culture, but it's always the hungry ghost or the starving ghost. Can never be content. They have this insatiable hunger, but their mouths are as small as needles. They're often depicted as having big bellies and having tongues that reach down to their legs. Sometimes all they can eat is the feces of animals or even humans. And in that wasteland where they live, they see rivers oozing with blood and pus, where scabs and broken teeth fill the water. Everything around them is dead or decaying or dying. It is agony on earth, or someplace between earth and being born again. In the sense of rebirth, becoming a PRET means you've accumulated a lot of bad karma in your life. So if you're greedy, materialistic, stingy, a cheat, or just a bad person in general, becoming a PRET could be your fate. And as we said, this is not something to be balked at. Many people from those regions watching the show might have been told as kids that if they don't shape up and start doing the right thing, they could end up walking the earth as a PRET. The closest thing to PRET in Western culture might be a figure you all know as Gollum from the Lord of the Rings books. If you think about it, a wandering being who is tormented by his need for his precious is just like a PRET. Like Gollum, the PRET is not necessarily seen as dangerous. PRETs are to be pitied. They're awful, monstrous things who actually just need your help. That's why some living people sometimes ceremonially offer gifts to PRET in the hope that the soul that's stuck in that terrible state can be released. We're not sure just how long they've been around, but we know they go back centuries. There's something called the Scroll of Hungry Ghosts from Japan that dates back to the 12th century. It depicts the hungry ghosts feeding on what is being pooped out by living people. It sucks to be a PRET. The question is, how many folks have actually seen them? Do they really visit you in your sleep? In 2012, a nun at Wat Khao Khao in Thailand was praying when she said she saw a PRET. It made the news in Thailand, and it scared the hell out of people. The nun, 58-year-old Mei Chi Pao An Man, said she'd been practicing the Buddhist religion at a temple for a decade and had never seen anything out of the ordinary. One day, her life changed. Translated from Thai, the news said she was practicing meditation at the prayer hall when she suddenly felt something beside her. Turning around, she saw a strange figure standing there. It was very tall and boneless. She said she prayed for it and suddenly it ran down a hall. She followed only for it to turn into a bird and fly away. But get this, when she told local villagers what she'd seen, they too said there had been sightings of the PRET. Some had even reported it to the police. And when the policeman also saw it, the Thai news said it scattered. Maybe you don't believe the story. Maybe you think the folks in this little village in Thailand's Ang Thong province are drunk on superstition. But we found more tales of sightings. There was the 2021 story of a 12-year-old boy named Tana Chot in the Prachinburi province of Thailand, who according to the Thai news media had some shocking information. In March, he said he was tinkering with a motorcycle outside his house when he heard the dog howl. He didn't think much of it, but then he heard a whistling sound. He said he got up to look around, and when he caught sight of what he described as a tall and skinny figure more than 20 meters high, like a coconut tree. It also said it had big hands. Some villagers believed him, some didn't. Mrs. Pu Phim Suan, the village head, said she didn't believe this kid had seen the devil. Nonetheless, with the child in shock, she thought someone might have played a trick on him. The top comment on the YouTube video posted by the Thai media company included this: "My grandmother practiced the Dharma. She has seen it and it really exists. He came to find someone who can send merit to him." Remember, the PRET can be released from its agony if enough people make merit for it. Other people in the comments said the same thing. Some were a little skeptical, but most weren't. One guy said he'd seen one himself. Then there's the story of the temple in Bangkok called Wat Saket. In the 19th century, this place was used to cremate a large number of people, but after a cholera outbreak in 1820, there were so many deaths that they had to leave some of the bodies outside the temple grounds. That's when the vultures came, and people started talking about the vultures of Wat Saket. You can imagine, with all those dead bodies hanging about and vultures pecking out their eyes, people became a bit scared of this place. Not only was the sight an ugly one, but what happened to all the souls who'd been bad in life? They became PRET, of course, so this temple was said to be home to an overabundance of those monsters. The PRET also appeared at another temple called Wat Sutat. Wat actually just means temple in Thai. Writing about the PRET at this temple, someone said PRET is a human being who commits the ultimate sin. When he dies, he will be born as a devil to pay for his karma. He has a needle hole for a mouth and hands as big as a palm leaf. They appear at night. There seems to be much more talk of PRET in Thailand than in other Asian nations. Nonetheless, we saw a headline of an article written in 2011 by the Philippine Star. It said, "Banish hungry ghosts from your home." Here is some advice it gave. During the month of the hungry ghost, it is prudent to be extra careful when you're out at night. Take extra care when you drive, walk in busy streets, or travel. It's advised to purify their houses with incense, adding burn the incense and walk around in a clockwise direction in the house from room to room and door to door. Let the fragrance spread in the air. Open all windows and doors to let the bad energy move out. If that doesn't work, the writer of the story said wearing an amulet can help. If the worst happens and the PRET is nearby, you can start chanting hum 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 hum. It wasn't a joke article. We found other stories giving people advice on how to deal with PRET. In Vietnam, some people believe the 7th lunar month of the year will be the time the gates of hell are opened. This is when PRET and a whole host of other ghosts come to town. Hardcore believers, of which there are many, will not even go out at night during the month of the hungry ghosts. Some will turn vegan while others will make sure they merit many times over. One Vietnamese website also gave this priceless advice: don't remove your leg hair. Spirits tend to avoid people with more leg hair. Don't swim in the water, as spirits might grab your legs. Don't hang clothes out at night, as the spirits might be attracted to it. Don't turn your head if someone follows or calls your name from behind at night. A guy writing in English said they were in Singapore when they saw an altar with Yakult, toys, and biscuits on it. At first they wondered why, then they realized it was the month of the hungry ghost. He said that day he had a dream and in it 2 kids asked him for help. He said he couldn't help them. After seeing the altar and remembering the dream, he got in an elevator. He wrote, "As the lift began its ascent, 2 ghostly faces stared at me through a reflection on the glass. They looked normal except for one thing: they had no legs. When I arrived home, they stopped at the door. They couldn't enter because I had a feng shui mirror." The spirits asked to come inside and they said they needed help, but they drifted away when he said he couldn't help. The guy concluded, "Until today, I avoided breaking any 7th-month superstitions just in case." Over in Malaysia, the media has run similar stories, stressing that elders tell youngsters they should not stay out at night during the Hungry Ghost Month. One of the articles was picked up by CNN, who said this happened during the month of the Hungry Ghost. Sightings of a headless ghost at a Malaysian high school are scaring students away from attending classes. The chairman for state education said there was nothing to worry about, telling the media, "I've not heard of anyone being injured from being mauled by ghosts, and it's safe for children to go to school." Still, most people would not think such a story was so plainly ridiculous that he didn't have to make such a statement. Not in Asia, where the force of PRET is strong. Some people believe there are 3 kinds of PRET. For one type, anything they try and eat will burst into flames as soon as they get the food close to their mouths. The type 2 have needle mouths, and the third type have mouths so decomposed nothing can get in there. When asked to describe just what kind of person will become a PRET, one scholar explained, "We've seen how people can wrap their whole lives around graspiness and neediness, and every time they meet with somebody, it's like you can hear the suction. You can just hear it. You feel like the blood is coming out of your pores. And that's the kind of person you instinctively stay away from because literally you can feel your energy being sucked into them." From the ancient Indian text called the Vedas, there's a story of the origin of the PRET. It goes like this. A man known as the Pretender robs the clothes of a mother and her 5-year-old son. He then sees the boy drinking water from a jar, and since water is scarce, the man takes that too. In short, the boy dies and the mother dies from grief. In translation, the text reads, "By that sin I became a ghost with a mouth as small as the hole of a needle and the body as huge as a mountain. Although I get food, I cannot eat. Although I burn with hunger, my mouth is contracted. Since in my mouth I have a hole equal to that of a needle, I am known as Sukimuka." We found a definition of the word that read, Sukimuka, needle face, an ever-suspicious man that is always wary of people trying to grab his wealth. Proud of his money, he sends to gain and retain it. A person writing about the Indian mythology said perhaps the PRET, or PRETA as it's sometimes called, is actually a person in real life. Think about it. If you are a greedy person who can never be content with what you have, you'll be in pain. If your life is all about consumption but you can't ever be fulfilled, is that not going to cause you eternal sadness? A kind of living agony? A wise man once said, "The things you own end up owning you." Perhaps he looked into a mirror one day and seen a PRET staring back at him. You find yourself walking down a street in the middle of a city, a street packed with people walking slowly, slightly bent over, coughing, wheezing, some of them just collapsing in a heap on the floor. A man next to you suddenly just starts coughing up blood, and he too drops to the floor. Someone grabs your arm and utters in a pained tone, "Help me." You're startled when you realize that this man is your beloved uncle, a guy who only yesterday messaged you on Facebook and seemed totally fine. Even more strange is you see Ben Affleck crawling on the ground, with one of his hands raised in your direction. You know there's nothing you can do for him. The apocalyptic scene is straight out of a zombie movie. It's Return of the Living Dead in real life. Except of course it's not real life, it's a dream. We started having strange nightmares a few weeks ago, quite vivid dreams that were much worse than the usual nightmares. At the time, we thought nothing of it, but then lately, we started noticing other people writing on the internet that they too had started having frightening nightmares all of a sudden. Why is it that so many people all over the world right now are having bad dreams? Anyone else having really vivid, horrid dreams? Asked one of our friends on Facebook. There were lots of replies, and most of the people did indeed say they had all of a sudden started having terrible nightmares. Here are some of the replies. "I kept dreaming about velociraptors, usually ends up with me gouging out their eyes with a scalpel whilst shielding the kids." Yeah, really strange, vivid, and always quite anxious dreams. Might have been weird, disturbed, and irregular. And so on. Just about everyone said they were having bad dreams, and it wasn't limited to just one place in the world. Friends in the US and Europe, Asia, were all suddenly talking about having nightmares. So what's going on? It's not limited to just social media either. You might have seen news articles with titles such as, "The pandemic is giving people vivid, unusual dreams." "Coronavirus is giving us bad dreams." "Is coronavirus stress to blame for the rise in bizarre lockdown dreams?" "Why am I having weird dreams lately?" In fact, just about every one of the major media outlets are talking about a new pandemic. The pandemic of scary, bizarre, vivid dreams. So first, we're going to tell you why this is happening, and later, we're going to attempt to help you out if you are having nightmares or can't sleep at all during this pandemic. Okay, so it's real, it's happening, and scientists have already begun doing studies on coronavirus pandemic dreams. It's complicated though, because some people have started having really awful and scary dreams, while other people are reporting that they're just having really weird dreams. A recent National Geographic story described a man who said he was in a store with the deceased former president of the US, one Ronald Reagan. In that dream, Reagan stole a wallet and ran out of the store. Is that what they mean by voodoo economics? Why are people from the past coming back in dreams right now? Why are the dead and buried being resurrected and starring in people's dreams? Well, one reason might just be the fact that a lot of people are staying home. Our dreams are often a reaction to the daily stimuli of our busy lives. But without the stress of work and all those interactions with the people you regularly meet, a hole has been left. That's because they're isolated in their houses. As one commentator said, "Because we don't have this stimuli, we are bringing back things from the past." That might be why Reagan and other celebrities, presidents and non-presidents alike, are coming back to life in our dreams. Many are reporting that the celebrities are infected with the coronavirus in their dreams, which could be from the reams and reams of news stories and scientific literature about the virus that a lot of us are consuming. especially if you've been the type of person who normally avoided too much content about current events. Then it's easy to be overwhelmed with the news. News that can look like a horror movie at times. It can quickly evoke reactions like, "Ah, we're all gonna die!" And that's because the news tends to focus on the most salacious stories and the worst-case scenarios. The media doesn't often report on people sitting at home watching Netflix who have mild or no symptoms. We are not condoning switching off the news altogether and ignoring the updates, but a person has to be careful not to get too stressed by overwhelming their brains with too much frightening information. You must also remember that stress hormones, the things that fire during what we call fight or flight mode, shouldn't be firing 24/7. You need a break at times to keep your body as healthy as possible. That's because ongoing stress is bad for your body, and it actually weakens your immune system. Do you really want to have a weakened immune system and become infected because you spent all day in front of the TV watching 24-hour news networks? Change it up and read a book, meditate, exercise, or watch some comedy. On the other end of the spectrum, many people are saying that they are not getting much sleep at all. They're not getting those good deep sleeps and have those REM moments. But it's during REM sleep that we dream, and dreams, even bad ones, are a way to fight off stress. All that saved up emotional stress can be calmed in your sleep. While much of your brain kind of turns off during sleep, a part of the brain called the limbic system is very active in the dreaming stage of sleep. It's like fireworks are going off in there. This part of the brain, in very simple terms, deals with emotions and memory. Dreaming is kind of like letting it all out, and the limbic system is calming you down during sleep, even if those dreams are nightmares. Another thing is, a lot of people don't remember their dreams because they don't wake up during REM sleep. But this has changed for a lot of people because they're losing sleep because of the stress of the virus. They stay up through the night and so are remembering more dreams than usual. A study led by the Lion Neuroscience Research Center said 35% of people it interviewed reported remembering more dreams, and 15% said their nightmares had increased. The Italian Association of Sleep Medicine also did a recent study on dreams and concluded that locked-down people were having frightening nightmares, and some people were showing symptoms of post-traumatic stress disorder. Think about it. Some people are stressed from not having a job, but others are stressed because the news all day is saying death, death, death. We're also locked down, which feels kind of spooky. Lately, there have been memes about living inside a Black Mirror episode. Even if we're not holed up in our rooms all day, when we do go out, it's like living in a dystopian world. It really is Black Mirror-esque. When everyone else you see is wearing a mask and people are jumping out of the way if you get too close to them, every surface we touch becomes a worry to us, which freaks us out for sure. It's utterly frightening for some more sensitive people, so it's not surprising that our minds are in a state of crisis. A study at Harvard University undertaken in March said some American people were constantly dreaming that they were getting very sick or dying from the virus in their dreams, but others were dreaming of things that might be symbolic with death. Those things might be zombies or giant bugs or murders and monsters. The velociraptors that the woman dreamed of were likely COVID-19 related. There's not much more we can say about why people are having these vivid or terrible dreams at the moment, but the experts all agree we are living in a time of mass panic. People are stressed, and many people's daily stimuli is watching or reading bad news. So, how do we help ourselves? Well, like we just said, switch off the TV for a while or take a breather from reading COVID-19 news. Maybe just give yourself some time now and again to read what the scientists are saying, and then leave COVID-19 alone. You're alive. Breathe in, breathe out. We're gonna get through this. Pick up a book and get lost in that for a while, or watch some stand-up comedy or a movie that's always made you laugh. Do some of those home exercises we've talked about, and eat well to strengthen your immune system. Another thing that helps you is to write your dreams down, and so maybe you can analyze them. Don't just lock them away. Share your dreams too. There actually is a website where you can go to right now called idreamofcovid.com. Sharing your worries and your dreams can help with stress. Hey, why not talk about your dreams in the comments below this video? A memory researcher was recently interviewed and said she had studied people's dreams after 9/11. What was quite surprising is that she found that if people watched a lot of TV post 9/11, they tended to dream about it. But if they talked to family or friends about 9/11, then they dreamed about it less. I have a suspicion that it was the visual nature of the television, the researcher said in an interview. So yes, please tell people about your dreams and let the world know what you've experienced. Since we started reading about this bad dream pandemic, we've realized it's actually bigger than we thought. There are now thousands of Twitter posts with #pandemicdreams and #COVIDnightmares. It's a big deal for sure. One person right now researching dreams and stress agrees with that. She said in an interview, "I can't think of another universal stressor experience like this. Can you? Remember, it was just a dream and it was likely good for you. What happened in that dream isn't gonna happen to you, or is very unlikely it will. And your dreams are pure madness because the part of your brain that does all the rational thinking, the dorsolateral prefrontal cortex, is turned off during dreaming. Your thoughts and dreams tend to jump the shark, but remember this, your brain is just trying to help you when you sleep." Okay, now for some quick tips that might help you. Exercise is key to having a healthy mind. Exercise itself can produce positive emotions and reduce stress. We've done an entire episode of the home workout, so check that out. You should also get some fresh air. If you have a garden, go look at nature. See how the birds and the bees are still going about their lives as normal. You can also meditate, and no, you don't need to be a Buddhist monk to do that. Just close your eyes and be in the moment. Just concentrate on your breathing. Lose yourself in the present, and when you stop meditating, don't go straight back to the TV news showing you pictures of people hooked up to machines to help them breathe. They are not you. The science is confusing right now, but it's very unlikely that this will ever be you. If you do want to know more about the virus, then read some scientific studies. The US National Institutes of Health is a good place to start. Or you can look at the BMJ, the British Medical Journal. The virus is a work in progress and it can be confounding, but why not learn something about viruses themselves? We should say this though, don't make virus reading or watching TV news the last thing you do before you go to bed. You should take your mind as far away from that virus as you can when it's almost time to sleep. Pick up a book before bedtime, or if you're going to watch some visual content, then watch something pleasant. As one sleep expert put it, it's probably not helpful to be checking the news, reading about how bad the situation is, and then putting your head on the pillow and trying to fall asleep. You can influence your dreams by doing something relaxing and positive before bedtime. If you're stuck at home and have nothing to do, see how you might even earn money online. If you don't need to earn, then maybe get creative. Write something down, maybe even think of an infographic show that you'd like to see, something that we've never covered before, and send it to us. If we make the episode, we'll give you credit for coming up with the idea. Sleeping Beauty, the classic, timeless fairy tale of a beautiful princess charmed into a deep sleep by an evil witch, and woken only after being sexually assaulted by a random wandering prince who decided kissing unconscious women isn't something that should immediately send you to prison. Luckily, we live in a world where this in fact can and will send you to prison, no matter how princely or charming you are. But it turns out that Sleeping Beauty syndrome is all too real, and you might be surprised to hear that more often than not, it's men who end up the victim than women. That would certainly put a new spin on the classic fairy tale. Sleeping Beauty syndrome, or Klein-Levin syndrome, is a form of hypersomnia, which is basically the reverse of insomnia. It's likely that most people will go through a bout of hypersomnia in their life, like for instance after a giant turkey dinner on Thanksgiving. But people suffering from KL syndrome don't just find it difficult to remain awake or take inappropriately long naps. Sleep is basically all they do, sometimes for months at a time. Actually, it's not quite that simple. After all, if all you did was sleep for months at a time, you'd quickly die from dehydration and starvation. Sufferers instead will experience very brief moments of wakefulness during the day, which they'll go to the bathroom, eat something quickly, and drink water. Then it's back to bed for a snooze that can last a day or more. Take the case of Rhoda Rodriguez-Diaz, an American college student diagnosed with KL syndrome. She suffered bouts of hypersomnia as a kid, but when she went to college, she fell into a weeks-long sleeping episode that caused her to fail her second year of college. Rhoda would sleep for 22 hours a day, wake up only to eat, drink, and use the bathroom. As a result, she slept through her final exams and ended up failing. What's strange is Rhoda will go for months at a time without a single episode, and unlike most medical conditions, she'll feel perfectly fine and normal during that time. Then, out of nowhere, the tiredness will come, and Rhoda will fail into an exhaustion that can last for weeks. Rhoda says that the worst thing about her condition is missing out on the rest of the world while she slumbers away. As she's commented, the world doesn't stop when she goes to sleep, and it can be difficult coming to terms with what's happened while she was asleep for several weeks. Long-term plans are all but impossible, and relationships are extremely difficult, if not impossible. Another thing she hates is when people just think she's lazy, not an uncommon judgment against sufferers of Klein-Levin syndrome. Rhoda's first sleeping bouts hit her when she was 4 or 5 years old. She'd fall asleep for 2 or 3 weeks at a time, leaving the doctors puzzled. Then suddenly her drowsiness cleared up until she was 15 or 16. Though she didn't fall asleep for weeks at a time as she had as a child, she was plagued with persistent fatigue, which made normal life very difficult. Inevitably, this led to teasing and allegations that she was just lazy. Then in college, the long-duration sleeps returned, completely upsetting Rhoda's life. Rhoda ended up being expelled from school for failing to earn enough credits. It wouldn't be until shortly after being expelled that she would be officially diagnosed with KL syndrome, and thanks to the official diagnosis, she was able to re-enroll in college. However, she faces persistent difficulties from her condition, which will make her studies even harder than they normally are. Rhoda is one in about 5 people per million diagnosed with KL syndrome, making this one of the rarest diseases in the world. What's surprising is this disease affects men much more often than women, with 70% of sufferers being men. It's likely to manifest in the teenage years and naturally has a hugely disrupting effect on people's lives. Perhaps most frustratingly is the fact that KL syndrome can simply disappear for years at a time and reappear a decade or more later to wreak havoc once again. Sufferers will experience brief moments of wakefulness, though exhibit great mental confusion and difficulty concentrating. One girl in Colombia even forgot her mother's face after a 48-hour sleep session, hinting that there's more going on in the brain than just tiredness from KL syndrome. These brief waking spells are typically only so individuals can use the bathroom, eat, drink, and then return to sleep, with people showing almost no energy or emotion while awake. Sufferers also complain of the world being visually out of focus, and that light and noise can feel overwhelming. KL syndrome can also wreak havoc on a person's life in other ways, however. Sufferers will often gorge themselves on as much food as they can, almost like a bear preparing for hibernation, which is perhaps a very apt metaphor in this case. However, one of the most perplexing symptoms is hallucinations, along with an extremely heightened and uninhibited sex drive, which can certainly complicate someone's social situation. Even stranger, once a sleeping episode has passed, sufferers appear perfectly normal and healthy, showing none of the psychological issues they just endured. Doctors have no idea what causes Klein-Levin syndrome, though it's believed that it stems from a dysfunction within the hypothalamus. The hypothalamus helps regulate our sleep schedule, and people with tumors that affect the hypothalamus can experience symptoms very similar to KL syndrome. However, due to the variety of symptoms, experts believe that the disease affects several areas of the brain simultaneously, only adding to the mystery. Some doctors have even hypothesized that it might have to do with the body's immune system attacking the brain directly, as many sufferers have also been discovered to have another infectious disease. Whatever causes KL syndrome, it's likely that it's genetic, as the disease is much more prevalent in Jewish populations than non-Jewish people. While it's hoped that future breakthroughs in genetic research can isolate a cause and produce a fix, for now, there remains no treatment for KL syndrome. Adding to the difficulty of researching the disease is that there's so few people affected, it can be difficult to find willing research subjects. The random nature of the episodes and the multi-year stretch between attacks also makes researching Klein-Levin syndrome next to impossible. For now, treatment with lithium has shown some promise, with 2 studies showing that lithium treatment had positive effects on 20 to 40% of research participants. Now, go watch What Happens to Your Body in a Coma, or click this other video instead.